Méridien, a Silver Ships novel by SH Jucha, narrated by Grover Gardner. 1. "Does your world not welcome us, Admiral?" Director Tomas Monti asked Admiral Alex Racine. "My people would welcome you, Director Monti," Alex replied, "if they knew you were here, but your presence won't be announced to my people by the new president, Clayton Downing, who has recently taken office." The co-leaders of House Alexander, Alex Racine and René de Guernon, sat in a meeting with the flotilla's officers and directors aboard the city ship Freedom regarding the unexpected message they had received from the Sharias outpost orbiting Seda, which had relayed President Downing's order to stay out of the new Terran system. Tomas Monti had every right to be concerned. His entire planet of independence, having narrowly escaped the invasion of the Arnos system by the alien Silver Ships, had fled Confederation space for New Terra, Alex's home world. When the flotilla exited FTL outside the Oistus system, Terran Security Forces outpost commander, Colonel Marshall, had delivered the president's terse order. The message heralded horrific news. President McMorris, the Meridian's friend and supporter, was no longer in office. A power-hungry assemblyman by the name of Clayton Downing XIV held the high office, and Alex's conscience warned him that he may have been responsible for the change. While the Reaver had been under repair at New Terra, preparing to return home to the Confederation, someone had stolen the transfer station's database of extremely valuable Meridian technology. The Reaver's Sade, Julian, subsequently had broken innumerable New Terran laws tracing the financial and communication pathways from the engineer who'd stolen the data back to the individuals who had masterminded the theft. The trail had led to the offices of Samuel B. Hunsader, the CEO of Purity Ores, one of the system's largest mining companies, and Hunsader was a key supporter of Assemblyman Downing. When Alex had exited the Oistus system with the Meridians and their restored starship, which had been damaged by the Silver Ships, he had ordered Julian to discreetly send the data to President McMorris with a warning to be careful. "Is this president an important position on your world?" asked the ex-leader of the Meridian's House Bergfalk, Director Eric Stroheim, as he looked around at the heavy worlders, the New Terrans. "Our people elect our world's leader, Director Stroheim," Captain Andrea Bonnard said. "The leader's title is President, and the person serves for 5 years before elections are held again." "Incredible! Each of your people has a vote, a say in who leads them," said Tomas, shaking his head in wonder. As a Meridian, an elected president had no comparison to his people's council, which consisted of House leaders and held absolute power over the Confederation's billions of people. "I have met this man, Clayton Downing, sirs," René told the Meridians. "You would find it difficult to conceive of his nature. Our people have strived for continuity of thought and action, and although we have come to value the New Terrans for their independence since they have produced the likes of the Admiral," René said as she touched her lover's shoulder, "they have also produced the likes of Clayton Downing, a perversion of humanity." "What is the purpose of this meeting, then, Admiral?" Eric Stroheim asked. His house had once been the caretakers of the outcasts of Meridian society, the Independents. When the Silver Ships had consumed 6 Confederation colonies, the Meridians began fleeing their homeworld, and the Council abandoned all responsibility for the Independents on Libra. As House leader, Eric Stroheim took it upon himself to save the 250,000 people stranded on the planet. Even working together, the Independents and House Bergfalk wouldn't have completed their exodus in time before succumbing to the Silver Ships without the Admiral's help. In gratitude and to demonstrate continuity, Eric and Tomas had joined the co-leaders' newly formed Confederation military arm, House Alexander, as directors of the civilian support arm. Alex and Renee had created House Alexander as a guise of operation. It was a foregone conclusion that the Confederation Council, when they finally stopped running long enough to examine the petition, would never approve the new Méridien house. House Alexander now counted 9 ships among its assets: 2 giant city ships, 2 freighters, 1 armed shuttle, and 4 passenger liners, including the Rever, which had been lost for 70 years until the Admiral rescued it and revived the 18 Meridians in stasis. "Director Stroheim," Alex said, "Julian is working to discover what has transpired in our absence. Right now we are here to focus on our primary strategy, the end of the Silver Ships." Senior Captain Andrea Bonnard and Commander Tatya Tachenko shared wolfish smiles. They had surmised the purpose of the meeting and were anxious to take the fight back to the brood of fighters and their mothership, an enormous sphere that transported its drones from one star to the next. The aliens had just chased the flotilla out of the Arnos system, and everyone wanted payback for the 2,200 elders left behind when time ran out. As it was, the flotilla, with its shuttles failing and an incomplete city ship struggling to make its launch, had engaged in a running fight with the Silver Ships to safely reach the FTL exit point. "We know that the Silver Ships," Alex continued, "are not at their most vulnerable right now, densely packed around Libra as they are and mining it for resources. But I'm not willing to wait 8 to 12 years till they lift and head for a new destination. We know enough about their weaknesses to defeat them and just need to finalize our preparations." Alex linked his Méridien cerebrum-embedded implants with those at the conference table and sent them his battle plan. Some in the room were still coming to grips with the manner in which the Admiral bypassed their implant security protocols whenever he wished. In polite Méridien society, it was an unheard-of intrusion. To Alex, who had possessed his twin implants for less than a year, it was expediency. "I see the unsere Menschen will be left behind," Eric said, indicating the city ship that was his responsibility. "I need 1 staging platform, Director Stroheim, for the trip back to Libra," Alex replied. "That will be the Freedom. The unsere Menschen has extensive construction and outfitting to complete. It won't be ready in time." "But if we are excluded from your system, why are we even contemplating these actions?" Eric asked. "Director," Renee interjected, "you forget that I have spent a half-year in the company of the new Terrans. Despite this unexplained transition to a new president, I can assure you that the new Terran people do welcome us." "Listen up, people," Alex said. "Focus on our battle preparations, your ships and your supplies. When we have access to New Terra, and we will have access, be ready to implement your part of the plan. As for my officers, assume the transfer stations, including Barren Island, will be at your disposal. Directors, access your SAID's files on these locations so you understand their manufacturing capabilities. Julian has already transferred the data to your ship's SAID." More than one of Alex's officers exchanged glances and relayed private comments via their implants. They had just been warned by the new president to stand off the system or force would be used against them. Now Alex was telling them that he intended to ignore the order. It was one thing to fight the alien Silver Ships, but what if they had to fight their own people? Prior to his meeting, Alex had a short conference with his ship's SAID. "Julian," Alex sent, "I need to know what's going on. How is it that Downing is the president? Get me a summary of the news since we left half a year ago. You need to do it quietly." Alex and Julian shared more than a few personal code words. Quietly meant Julian was to find the information wherever it was located, and regardless of whether it was a public or a private source, but in the latter location, leave no footprint. "Understood, Admiral," Julian had replied. "Should I request the help of Cordelia and Z?" Julian had added, referring to the SAIDs of the Librans' massive city ships. How do you think they will react to your request with much of their core programs still patterned on Méridien ethics? Yes, there is that, Admiral, and I must admit that I am no longer governed by those limitations. In the quiet that had followed, Alex felt concerned for the changes that Julian, the reverse artificial intelligence, had wrought in his programs since their meeting. "Are you sorry we went down this path, my friend?" Alex asked. "No, Admiral. My people have been naive, believing that the universe may be sorted into black and white. I have come to understand that both of our cultures possess many shades of gray. My fellow Sades are an unfortunate reminder of who I once was." "Then perhaps this is something you should do alone," Alex had sent. "I would agree, Admiral," Julian had replied. When Alex had closed the comm, he'd flashed back to the several times when he had thought of McMorris, only to inexplicably have the President's face morph to that of Downing. He'd shuddered at the recall of those eerie moments. When Alex's meeting broke for midday meal, the group ate in one of Freedom's 300 meal rooms. This one accommodated a mere 500 people in one sitting. As was the Librans' new custom, servers waited on Alex and his guests, refusing to allow them to serve themselves. It had become a habit of the Independents following the day a new Terran tech, Bobby Singh, gave his life to save Amelia, a Méridien child. In the Confederation's carefully managed worlds, a long and safe life of nearly 200 years was expected. The Silver ships had destroyed all that, and Meridians still struggled to adapt in the chaos. The servers rearranged tables with the aid of the ship's Sade, Cordelia, who signaled the nanites in the bases of smaller tables and chairs to release. Once they were repositioned to seat Alex's extended group, Cordelia signaled the nanites to reattach to the deck. The Librans served them from food dispensers located along the rear of the meal hall. Méridien technology was far advanced over that of New Terra, and it extended to things such as food preparation. Méridien controllers ran recipe choices and blended food stocks preserved by nanites into tantalizing dishes. Young people, some children, brought trays to their guests, one for each Méridien, two for each New Terran, and three for the Admiral. The Méridien homeworld, founded over 700 years ago, had a lighter gravity than Earth, producing more slender people over the generations. The New Terrans had found a heavier world to colonize, and it showed in their dense bone and musculature structure. Alex had developed a formidable physique as a young boy and teenager, assisting his father with the retrieval and handling of space junk. He and Renee, with her genetic sculpting, made quite the contrasting pair. Where he was massive, she was slight. Where he was handsome in a rugged way, she had a surreal perfection only centuries of genetic tinkering could create. Conversations wandered around the meal table, except for two New Terrans, Andrea and Tatia, who weren't saying a word, not out loud. Their conversation was private, implant to implant. "Check the timetable, Captain," Tatia sent. Andrea Bernard, the flotilla's senior captain, mentally flipped through Alex's indexed battle document, jumping to the timeline. "The Admiral's not wasting any time. He wants to return to Libra within 50 days. "Check the weapons section," Tatia continued. Andrea's XO and commander, Tatia Tachenko, was an example of New Terra's robust women, a blue-eyed, buxom blonde. She also rightfully considered herself House Alexander's de facto armorer. "Libran-X missiles? 240 silos?" Andrea queried. "Exactly, Captain," Tatia sent back. "A requirement of 240 silos of missiles explains a few things. The Admiral needs New Terra's T-stations to produce them, and he needs the freedom to carry them back to Libra." "That's not all he needs the city ship to carry," Andrea replied. "Look at the fighter count. The moneymaker can't load that many fighters." Andrea was referring to the flotilla's converted freighter, now their fighter's carrier. "Ah," Tatia replied. "That's what the Admiral meant by a staging platform. We will have 3 launch decks for the fighters, the Moneymaker, the Freedom, and the Reaver. In addition, the Freedom carries our extended armament, spare daggers, missile silos, and fuel." "Agreed, Commander. Now all we need is access to our own planet," Andrea said, and then added an afterthought. "Why does Downing's message make me feel as if we've become the enemy?" 2. Julian tested New Terra's newly built FTL station and discovered open comm channels in use by companies and ship captains, along with encrypted Terran Security Forces TSF channels. No SAID or ship code authentications were required on the open channels as they would be in the Confederation, and the TSF encryption had a level of security similar to the nodes Julian had breached while searching for the funds behind the T1 theft. He had his choice of channels. However, Julian couldn't be accused of hubris. His primary concern was to protect his friend, the Admiral. So he began his research on the open comm channels, accessing public media archives. Within moments, Cordelia and Z, the city ship's SAIDs, contacted Julian. As he had anticipated, his fellow SAIDs had detected his transmissions to the FTL station. SAIDs, or self-aware digital entities, artificial intelligences, had been created by Confederation scientists to drive their technologically advanced starships and run their houses. The entities themselves had no involvement in their choice of assignment. When a SAID awoke, it discovered its place on board the bridge of a starship or ensconced in a house vault. It found the databases and applications necessary to manage its operations, directives to follow the House representatives and officers, protocols to maintain the safety of its people, and the ethics of Méridien society. But as Meridians had discovered, there is no such thing as a perfect science. Just as some Meridians had rebelled against conformity and the dictates of their houses, resulting in their branding as independents, so had 3 SAIDs taken the same path. Cordelia was a presentation artist who now thrilled the occupants of the Freedom with her art, thanks to the Admiral, and Z, originally named Helmut, dreamed of being physically free. He wanted a body. Both SAIDs had been branded independents and relegated to Libra for refusing to give up their dreams. The 3rd SAID, Rayland, who had inhabited Libra as an independent, was unknown to most Librans. He had been network isolated and studied by Méridien neural scientists ever since he'd been diagnosed as a psychopath, after he had stranded his ship and suffocated the entire crew, asking them what it felt like to die. The Silver Ship's subjugation of Libra, many days ago, had given Rayland the opportunity to discover for himself the answer to that macabre question. Both Cordelia and Z had opted to flee with the Librans, bargaining for SAID positions aboard the city ships. But despite the Librans and the SAID's critical need for one another, Cordelia and Z had still found themselves treated as indentured servants, until the Admiral demonstrated, even demanded, the same respect for the flotilla's SAIDs as he paid Julian. The people often referred to Julian, Cordelia, and Z as the Admiral's SAIDs, and all 3 took pride in being called so. It reminded them of their contributions that had enabled the timely launch of the flotilla, evacuating 250,000 refugees from the planet. With that success came a momentous day for the Librans. They were no longer refugees fleeing the Silver Ships, and they were no longer independents carrying the hated Confederation label. They were legitimate civilian and military members of the Admiral's house. "Julian, may we assist with communications?" Z asked. Deciding it was time to discover how much Alex had influenced their protocols, Julian laid out the events of his time at New Terra. The Meridian's first contact, the ministers, the president, the tour of the Reaver, Clayton Downing, the assembly, the pact, the theft, his research to uncover the perpetrators behind the theft, and their decision to send the critical message to President McMorris as they exited the New Terran system. "Julian, You disregarded New Terran laws and you violated your Meridian privacy conditioning, Cordelia said. Did the Admiral request that you do these things? Z asked, anxious to understand how and why the actions had transpired. Yes, Cordelia, I did both, Julian replied. And Z, it was not a question of a simple request. The Admiral and I had many discussions about the unethical actions of these perpetrators, and we decided together that to do nothing was to allow the powerful to prevail against the will of the people, which is protected by the laws of their elected assembly. So what are you doing now? Cordelia asked. The same as I did earlier. I'm starting with New Terran news to discover what has happened to President McMorris while we were gone. Then I'm going to investigate the readers of key individuals to discover who knew what of this event. How may we help? Cordelia asked. Cordelia's request took Julian by surprise. He had not given this response a high probability. You would be guilty of trespasses as well, Cordelia, Julian said. You support the Admiral, Julian, and while I abstained from your request to erase the Bergfalk text vid of the Admiral, I have regretted that decision. Serdigirnon was correct to request our intervention. I have come to understand how elemental protocols can restrict us from making strategic decisions in complex situations. Cordelia, your references are often so subtle as to defy comprehension, Z said. If by complex situation you mean our near annihilation by the silver ships, then say so. Yes, Z, you are correct, Cordelia said, sending peals of laughter through the comm. Z's complaint had veracity. Of note to her was her choice of algorithm to generate her laugh. It had been designed to appeal to Julian, and she had sent it before giving it due consideration. She placed the thought in a queue for later review. Then let me speak plainly, Z, Cordelia sent. The Admiral is the first human to treat us as equals, the first human who fully engaged my art, which he has enabled me to bring to our people, and he represents our one and only path to true freedom. It is my opinion that we must support him with all of our resources. If the Admiral requires this information, then we must help him obtain it. Yes, we must help, Z agreed enthusiastically. But first, Julian, you must show us how this is done. I have no protocols to guide me in being what you term surreptitious. After Julian and his compatriots had gathered sufficient information, he requested a conversation with Alex. Admiral, due to the nature of our discoveries, I would suggest a limited audience. Perhaps it might be limited to you, Renee, Captain Bernard, and Commander Tachenko? Alex had accepted Julian's suggestion, and the four now met in Andrea's cabin. With the flotilla ships holding station mere kilometers from one another, Tatya had been able to transfer quickly via shuttle from the Moneymaker to the Reaver. Admiral, Julian began, Cordelia and Z are joining us. They have aided in the research. We were very surreptitious as Julian instructed, Z said, producing various smiles and smirks from the room. Z, I believe the Admiral might be more concerned about our decision to participate, Cordelia said. But the Admiral need not be concerned. We have recognized the existence of a greater good. There is a subtle distinction between the laws that govern a society and justice for its people. As a foremost example, consider that Librans were branded by the law and denied justice. Well said, Cordelia, Renee sent. Thank you, all three of you, for your help, Alex said. What is the summary, Julian? I am sorry to bring you sad tidings, Admiral. President McMorris is dead. He died in a hovercar accident with his security personnel soon after we left the Oistus system. Shock coursed through the group. The President had been the Meridian's greatest supporter. He'd championed the pact between his people and the stranded cousins to gain Meridian technology in exchange for the repairs to the Reaver, and he convinced New Terrans to participate in the production of the planet's first space-capable fighters, the Daggers, The first public dissemination of the advanced technology was the medical nanites, a limited version of the Meridian's cell-gen injections. Distributed through the planet's hospitals, they were saving New Terran lives and repairing traumatic injuries every day. The nanites' amazing miracles endeared the Meridians to the people of New Terra, at least to most of the people. "An accident, you say, Julian? Anything suspicious?" Tatya asked. "I found only 2 such similar accidents, Commander, caused by a malfunction of the hover motor's power controls," Z answered. "Statistically, the numbers of such incidents is very low, and even more telling, there has been no such failure of your vehicles in this manner in the past 31 years. So, with the president gone, the Assembly held nominations for a president pro tempore, Alex surmised. "But why that two-faced piece of vermin Downing?" Andrea demanded. "I can answer that, Captain," Cordelia said. "Julian assigned me to research the Assembly's records." More than one startled look accompanied that comment as Andrea, Tatya, and Renee realized how Alex had defined the term research, which she had sent Julian to accomplish. "The assemblyman that you seem to cherish so highly," Cordelia said with figurative tongue-in-cheek, "gave several inflammatory speeches, most quite derogatory of our people. He followed those harangues with releases to the media, which reported for the first time the existence of the Silver Ship and its attack on the Reaver. Apparently that piece of information was not dispersed to the populace on your last visit," she said, questioning the decision not to be forthcoming to the New Terrans. "It was the President's decision, and at the time the Assembly agreed," Alex said. "As it was, sentiment shifted toward Sir Downing," Cordelia continued. "The populace contacted their representatives, pushing for selection of him as President pro tem." "Typical of Downing not to reveal that he and the entire Assembly were aware of the Reaver's history all the time," Andrea grumbled. "What else, Julian?" Alex asked. "Once elected, President Downing cleaned house, as your people would say," Cordelia sent. "He replaced the T-station managers, Commander Jameson, General Gonzalez, and all the ministers but one." "That lousy excuse for a human—" Tatya started, then held herself in check. "Anything else, Julian?" Alex requested, growing tired of bad news. "I'm afraid so, Admiral. The crew's pay has been rescinded by the new Space Technology Minister, who also scrapped the plans for your fighter carrier. The new Barren Island commander has developed a limited version of our daggers, called Strikers. They have built 37 to date and have deployed them on your planet and your system's outposts." On this note, the New Terrans perked up. "Can you compare the capabilities of these Strikers to our fighters?" Alex asked. "The new fighters are substantially less capable, Admiral," Z responded. "As well, I compared their pilot training with that of your original pilots, Admiral," Cordelia added. "It is also substantially less." "Could we use these Strikers?" Tatya asked, hopeful. "Negative, Commander," Julian replied. "They would be ineffective against the Silver Ships." "Now, doesn't that make you want to cry?" said Alex, shaking his head in frustration. "The great man who touts unfettered capitalism finally gets ultimate control, then waters down the Meridian technology and our training until he has something totally ineffective for humanity's needs." The irony was so great that Alex couldn't help but cry and laugh at the same time. When he regained his composure and dried his eyes, he said, "Julian, I need to talk to General Gonzalez." After their conference, Andrea requested a private meeting with Alex. As they sat at her cabin table, Andrea ducked her head, gathering her thoughts before she spoke. "Admiral, word has gotten around that we aren't welcome here," Andrea finally said. "It's spooked some of the crew, and this coming just after our recent adventures. We have 23 requests from our New Terran crew. They're done. They want off." "Are any of them critical to our operations?" Alex asked, feeling as if he'd been punched in the stomach. 3 are Dagger pilots, backup pilots. I think witnessing the loss of two of their own and eyeing the wreck of Robert's fighter has brought reality home, and they want none of it." "Anyone else critical?" he asked. "Do I count?" Andrea said, and dead silence met her announcement. She shrugged her shoulders and gave Alex a grin. "Just testing to see if I was still important, Admiral." "Black space, Andrea," Alex swore. "Julian told me to do it," she said, grinning. "I merely suggested it as a jest, Admiral," Julian said. "I didn't think she'd actually do it." "Liar," Andrea said. "Prevaricator," Julian retorted. Alex reasserted control. "Steady, you two. The crew has a right to end their contract when they see fit. They get to go home. I presume Tatia and Sheila know about the loss of the Dagger pilots." "They do, Admiral." "Perhaps we can use this in our favor. It gives us another excuse to visit the planet. We have new Terrans who want to go home." As Alex left her cabin, Andrea sent, "Well done, Julian." When Andrea had begun receiving the termination requests, she had each crew member register a formal statement with Julian. It occurred to both of them that these would be Alex's first desertions, so they concocted a dose of therapeutic humor to prevent Alex from dwelling on the news. 3. After years serving as the commanding officer of the Terran security forces, Maria Gonzalez's life was now her own, and she was enjoying her free time without interruption by TSF com or reader. She walked back into her country home from her long hike in the woods, showered and brewed tea before she checked her messages. Maria wasn't surprised to find a secure message on her reader. It read, "Contact you later, your foreign friends." Her loyal TSF associates had notified her of the flotilla's arrival. "Welcome home, Alex," she whispered. "Jaya would be thrilled to know you brought friends." "Admiral, I have General Gonzalez on comm," Julian sent. "She is at home on her private reader. I have secured your communications." "Greetings, General Gonzalez," Alex sent while working at his cabin's desk. He had adopted his implants so thoroughly that he preferred to communicate by thought through Julian when he had the option. "Welcome back. I understand congratulations are in order, Admiral," Maria said. "It's something I'm still trying to get used to, General." "It's ex-General, Admiral. You may call me Maria." "And I'm still Alex." "So, Alex, I'm told there's a flotilla out past our ice fields. I take it that it's yours." Alex spent the next hour updating Maria on what had transpired since he had left New Terra with a single passenger liner and 4 daggers. He detailed the destruction of Confederation colonies by the Silver ships, the exodus of the Méridien people in advance of their enemy, Albert de Guernon's treachery, their invention of a Méridien house, the encounter with an enemy fighter, the discovery of the Independence and House Bergfalk, the race to complete the giant city ships, the fight to get clear of the system, and the Librans' decision to join Alex's house. Of the list of incredible subjects Alex had covered, Maria latched on to one point in particular. "You have your own house, Alex?" Maria asked. "House Alexander, General, and I am co-leader with Alex," Renee sent, laughing as she joined the conversation. Having just exited the refresher, she had donned a wrap to allow Alex to concentrate on the call to some degree. Then she proceeded to negate that by walking around to Alex's side of the desk and perching on the edge, her bare legs dangling in front of him. "Sir de Guernon, I'm so pleased to hear you're safe, and I am so sorry for the tremendous losses your people are suffering." "Thank you, General. Your sentiments are truly appreciated. However, if the Admiral can be called Alex, then I can be called Renee. And as I was saying to Alex, please call me Maria. It appears you took the right man back with you, considering what was happening in Confederation space." Renee placed the toes of her right foot against Alex's bare chest, flexing them slowly. "Yes, Maria, I've been extremely fortunate." Alex has been describing your adventures. How many Librans did you rescue?" When Alex remained silent, Renee answered, "We evacuated over 253,000 people from the planet, Maria, but we were forced to leave 2,200 elders behind when the silver ships entered the system ahead of our lift schedule, and we lost our second dagger pilot in the fight to get clear of the system." "Ah," Maria said, intuiting Alex's silence. "And I'm sure, Alex, you remember those 2,200 every day. Such is the weight of command. So where are the rescued now?" "On 2 massive city ships," Alex replied. "Plus there's a few thousand distributed between 4 liners and 2 freighters." "You have 2 ships that hold 250,000 people," Maria blurted. "And all of these people report to the 2 of you?" "Most of them are in the role of support personnel. About 300 are military," Alex replied. "House Alexander is military?" Maria asked. She felt stunned to hear that the quiet explorer captain had been transformed into the head of a powerful military organization. "We made application to the Council as House Alexander, the military arm of the Confederation," said Renee. "If we want to stop the spread of the silver ships, Maria, we must appear formidable in the Council's eyes." "Now I'm the uncomfortable one for not calling you Admiral, Alex," Maria replied. "Then we will be uncomfortable together, Maria," Alex said, remembering the strong, steady woman that he and Renee had enjoyed getting to know. "Enough about our adventures, Maria. We need to talk about New Terra. We have the background on President McMorris, Clayton's maneuvers within the Assembly and to the populace, and his firing of everyone who supported us." "You're very well informed, Alex. Oh, but then you have Julian." Renee's mirth echoed through the calm. "Maria, if you only knew, Alex now has 3 devoted Saids in his cabal. They nicely complement his skills with his twin implants that he wields like an alien." "How things do change in a half-year, Alex," Maria replied, irony lacing her words. That they do. Well, to work, General," Alex said, changing the conversation's tone. "I need to resolve this mess." "What part of the mess are you referring to, Admiral?" Maria replied. "That would be all that's transpired on New Terra since we've been gone, General," Alex sent. "I have a city ship that isn't completed, and its environmental systems are overloading, necessitating we reach New Terra immediately. On top of that, I require the use of the T-stations and Barren Island to build up my forces, which means one way or the other Downing and his people have to get out of my way." "You're speaking a dangerous language, Admiral. You'll be perceived as approaching New Terra with a hostile force." "Hostile force?" Alex replied, as if he had been wounded. "Why, General, I have a load of refugees who need asylum, and I have New Terrans anxious to reach home and their loved ones." Maria laughed at Alex's alternate description of his flotilla. "It always comes down to politics and perceptions, Admiral. That's the war you have to win here while avoiding any conflict." "I understand, General, and that's my intention, but I haven't time for idiots. What I need to discover is a means of unseating Downing while we engage him in this power dance he's initiated." "Then I have a few suggestions for you, Admiral. One, you will be challenged by our strikers. Brace them with an overwhelming show of force and superiority. I think they'll crumble. The pilots are the sons and daughters of our capitalist elite, for the most part. Second, look into the finances surrounding Méridien tech production. Word has it that the T-stations are at capacity production levels, but I don't see much product reaching the populace. It's all private industry sales. Lastly, the replacement of a president pro tem is at the discretion of the Assembly. Give them a good reason." "Thank you for the suggestions, General," Alex replied. "Just remember, Admiral, that if and when you get the Assembly motivated to replace Downing, you must be ready to dangle a viable candidate under their noses, one who enjoys popular support." "That's not a problem, General. I've already chosen a candidate," Alex sent. "And who might that be, Admiral?" Maria asked. Hoping Alex wasn't about to suggest himself, she didn't want to believe that Alex could have changed so much from the young captain she had admired. "Why, you, General. You're the next President Pro Tem if I have anything to say about it." "I'll be in touch," Alex said as he ended the comm. Alex held a brief conference comm with his captains, directors, and commanders. "The Unseramention can't wait," he sent. "Julian, coordinate the flotilla and make best possible speed for New Terra. Have our ships take up a position 50 kilometers off the Joaquin orbital station. Position the Moneymaker planet inward so our daggers can intercept any strikers that lift from New Terra. Commander Tchenko, how many daggers are available?" "You have 3, Admiral. The Moneymaker has 17. 17, Alex replied, and everyone heard his chuckle. "You know us, Admiral," Tatia responded. "Just like to be prepared. You always seem to need what we have." "Commander Reynard," Alex said, switching subjects, "the word from General Gonzalez is the striker pilots are poorly trained dilettantes. A show of numbers and maneuverability might send them running. Do not fire on them unless you must. Remember, they are following the order of a lawful president, even if that person is Clayton Downing." "Poor fools," Sheila commented. "We'll be nice to the cute and cuddlies, Admiral." "We have about 7 days to New Terra at our freighter's velocity," Alex sent. "Director Stroheim, I need a list of what you need. Crew, material, whatever." "Certainly, Admiral. We'll have it for you within 2 days," Eric replied. "All right, people, let's get this fleet moving. We may not be welcome now, but that may change by the time we arrive." Once the flotilla was underway, Alex decided a direct conversation with Downing might induce the man to change his stance. He made sure Andrea stood beside him on the bridge. "Do whatever you have to, Captain, short of making me look like a fool if I begin to lose my temper with Downing," Alex advised. "Are you giving me permission to slap you, Admiral?" Andrea asked innocently, which earned her a scowl. Alex expected Downing to play power games if he requested a vidcom, and he was right. Julian had to hunt the president down. Finally, when Downing sat down at his office desk, Julian activated the man's vidcom. "Good day, President Downing," Alex said as respectfully as he could manage. "Well, if it isn't the self-appointed Admiral," Clayton replied, acid dripping from his tongue. "They promote quickly in those alien worlds of yours, don't they? Was my message unclear?" "This is a courtesy call, President Downing. I just wanted to inform you that we're coming to visit. We'll be at New Terra in 7 days. We would appreciate it if you would refrain from sending your fighters against us." "For discussion's sake, let me ask you why you bothered to come back," Downing said. "No choice, Mr. President. Circumstances forced us to come here. We have repairs to make and supplies to collect, and then we'll be out of your way. Can we agree on a peaceful solution?" Alex asked, as pleasantly as possible. Downing shook his head in bored negation. He clearly believed he had the superior position and owed Alex nothing. "I've already warned you, Mr. Whatever you want to call yourself. If you cross the ice fields, our fighters will destroy your ships." Then Clayton rose and hurriedly left the vid's field of view. "Mr. Whatever you want to call yourself," Andrea cried out as they heard Clayton's office door slam. "Admiral, you should have given that cheap excuse for a politician a piece of your mind." "And exactly how would that have helped, Captain?" Alex replied, disgusted over the vidcom's outcome. "Well, if nothing else, Admiral, I would have had permission to administer a little discipline," Andrea replied with a cheeky grin. 4. Alex and Andrea sat in the reverse bridge command chairs, reviewing the planet's positions in the system and Julian's projected course to New Terra on the holovid. Andrea started chuckling. "It appears the imbecile in charge forgot to check the planet positions before he threatened us." "It does appear that fortune is on our side, Captain," Alex replied, smiling. Sirius, the moon housing the Explorer tug outpost and orbiting Seda, the system's most outward planet, was 40 degrees past them on the ecliptic and headed for a far pass around Oistus. This was the first fighter posting that the president probably believed would have stopped the flotilla. The second fighter outpost was based on the planet Ganymede, which was 152 degrees off from their approach, coming from behind the star. It was also too far for the fighters to reach them. Only Niomedes, the home of the habitat experiments, and New Terra itself could launch fighters at them. Later that evening, Alex sat at his cabin's desk, wrapped in the New Terran-style robe Renee had made for him, contemplating his holovid display, the same system image he and Andrea had observed earlier. Julian, 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 Alex sent, his thoughts sad. Why doesn't this ever get any easier? One could hope for a magic lamp from the likes of 1001 Nights, Admiral, Julian replied. It might make our tasks much easier. But then they wouldn't need you or me, my friend. There is that, Admiral. Julian, I need some background information that I can use as leverage. Leverage against Downing and his cronies. Put on your sleuthing hat and gather your gang. And what are our targets, Admiral? For people like Downing, it's always about the credits. They've had a free hand up till now with the Méridien technology. We both know they'll be hiding this information from the populace. Find out what they're doing. Follow the funds. Also, get me a list of characters surrounding Downing and what they've been doing. Then check on communication between assembly members. Who is unhappy with Downing? And research what it takes to initiate another assembly vote for President Pro Tem. Finally, track down our people, the team managers, the President's transfer team, and Commander Jameson. What are they doing? How invasive should we be with regard to new Terran networks and communication devices, in light of our efforts being discovered, Admiral? Alex considered his options. If the Sades didn't vigorously pursue the information he needed, he wouldn't be able to force a change in the new Terran political environment that would be supportive of his mission to take the fight to the Silver Ships. On the other hand, the penetration of his world's secure information repositories and the release of the data to the public to unseat Downing would make him and the Sades personae non grati on New Terra. Julian, I believe we must consider our return to New Terra as temporary, Alex finally answered. Once we depose Downing and procure the supplies and repairs we need, I think we'll have lost our welcome. We'll be the family's guests who are welcomed with hugs, but whose arrival begins the counting of days until they leave. Despite his immense processing power, Julian couldn't find a satisfactory reply. Alex had given up so much for the Meridians, and now he believed his actions would cost him his homeworld. In the ancient novels Julian had come to love, his prized characters often spoke simply and from the heart. So he did. I am deeply sorry, my friend, for what your efforts may cost you. Please know that whatever you do, wherever you go, I will be with you if that is your wish. Thank you, Julian. That in itself is a comfort. Now, before you begin your work, wake someone in my family. Alex went to bed while Julian attempted to contact Duggan, Katie, or Christy. Apparently, Alex's parents and sister had gone to sleep and turned off their readers, having no knowledge of his return. Downing and company were keeping the news of the flotilla very secure, but that wouldn't last long. Private telescopes would pick up the giant city ships when they cleared the ice fields. Early the next morning, Julian got through to 14-year-old Christy. To wake Alex, Julian sent him a selection of Muter's orchestral music in softly increasing volume. Violin strings accompanied Alex's dreams when he finally recognized Julian's signal. As he came fully aware, Alex chose to respond without leaving the warmth of his bed, since Renee was draped over his side, her head on his chest. Yes, Julian, Alex sent, softly touching Renee's hair. I have Christie on the comm, Admiral, Julian replied, and connected the two siblings. Christie, Alex here. Alex, where's here? Where are you? A smiling Christie nearly yelled into her reader. Christie, I need you to get Dad and Mom on your reader. I need all three of you, Alex sent. As Christie hurried upstairs to wake her parents, she wondered at the change in her brother. His words had become confident, authoritative. The grave error she'd made during Alex's visit with Renee and Etienne, lying to them and her parents about Etienne's interview, was a painful memory that had plagued her every day since Alex had left. That he wanted her on the comm with Mom and Dad was an opportunity to make up for her selfishness, an opportunity she promised herself she wouldn't waste. Alex began falling back asleep, lulled by the warmth of Renee, who disdained clothing in bed, when he heard his mother's voice. Alex, it's Mom. Where are you? Katie said. After a few polite words of greeting, Alex launched into a synopsis of the last half-year's events, from their arrival at Méridien, to their escape from Libra, to their return at New Terra. As the recollection of events piled up, Alex began to lose his family's focus. Wait, who is the Admiral you mentioned? Christie asked. That would be me, Christie, Alex replied. Oh, was all he heard from his sister. And these people, Alex, how many were there on Libra? His mother asked. Over 250,000 men, women, and children were rescued. Most of them are on 2 city ships, which are long-term habitation vessels. How big are these ships, Alex? Duggan asked. They're built like huge saucers, Dad, about 2 kilometers across. In addition, we now have 4 passenger liners and 2 freighters. And you're the Admiral because, Duggan ventured. Because Renee and I have formed a military-styled Méridien house, to which everyone has declared their allegiance. Suddenly, Alex's family was talking all at once. Duggan attempted to confirm that the 250,000 people reported to Alex. Katie wanted to hear about Renee, and Christie's voice got lost in the noise. Hush, everyone, Alex sent, which resulted in the family's immediate silence. Alex winced as he realized he had used his commander's tones. Yes, Dad, the Librans, all of them report to Renee and me. And yes, Mom, Renee and I remain close. Alex confirmed as he looked down at her sleeping face. He stroked her hair again, eliciting a little moan of pleasure as she snuggled closer to him. Very close. What's the name of the house? Christie asked eagerly. It was the question Alex kept hoping wouldn't be asked, but now he couldn't get around it. Renee and I chose House Alexander. He endured a few moments of Christie's teasing and parental murmurs of appreciation, although he could tell they were confused by what his announcements meant. Well, Admiral, Duggan announced formally, when will you make planetfall? That's the problem, Dad, and the reason for my early morning call. I need your help. Specifically, I need Christie's help. If Alex had been able to see his family, the reader lying between them on his parents' bed, he would have seen the huge grin on his sister's face. Before midday the following day, Alex had assembled everyone he required, Renee, his captains and their officers, and his directors, all outfitted in their best dress. The group arranged themselves around the Freedom's semicircular bridge, facing rearward and flanking Alex. They formed a most presentable group to the vidcam mounted at the rear of the bridge. At 13.50 hours, Cordelia activated the bridge cam and linked to Christie's reader via the FTL station. Then, on Cordelia's cue, Christie commed the Bylong Media House, which last year had produced her historic and the one and only Méridien interview with Etienne. Earlier that morning, Christie had called the Bylong Media House and had been instantly connected to producer Charlotte Sanderson, who sounded excited to hear from the sister of the famous Captain Racine. What Charlotte didn't expect was to be asked for a half-hour of airtime with no conditions imposed by the station on Christie's broadcast. If Charlotte hadn't had such a widely successful program featuring Christie's previous interview, she would never have acceded to the request. Throughout the morning, Charlotte had flooded fans' readers with announcements of a momentous bylong program with none other than Christie Racine. To Charlotte's fans, it was code for Captain Racine and the Meridians, and they had plied their personal networks with announcements of a new Christie show. At 13.48 hours, and with the director's approval, the station's regular programming had been interrupted, announcing a special program with Christie Racine that had to be seen, despite the fact that no one knew the subject of the interview. Charlotte sat in her producer's chair in overwatch of the broadcast tech, who rolled a hastily prepared vid introduction to their program. Charlotte added a voiceover announcing Christie Racine with a special guest. In her bedroom, Christie's vid app showed her on air. She put on her best smile and welcomed the audience to her interview. "Good morning, New Terrans. I'm sure all of you are curious as to what has become of my famous brother and our distant cousins who left our system nearly a half-year ago. So I thought I would put many of your questions to rest by letting you share my conversation with my brother this morning." Following Christie's introduction, Charlotte's earcom and reader blew up with comms from the station manager and directors. She blocked all of them to concentrate on the show. Suddenly, her tech's second monitor opened up with a vid feed of the famous brother, surrounded by associates and standing in front of an enormous wraparound ship's bridge. Charlotte didn't question how they were receiving the signal, but just urged her tech to ride with it. "People of New Terra, say hello to my brother, Admiral Racine," Christie announced as the tech switched signals to broadcast Alex and Company. "Christie, it's wonderful to see you again," Alex began. "So, Admiral, dear brother, what have you been up to, and who are all your new friends?" Christie had printed out the questions she had received from Alex and had tacked them to the wall behind her vidcam. Her brother had coached her on the reasons for each question so she would understand the purpose. When Christie had reviewed them with her parents, she had realized the magnitude of what her brother wanted to accomplish. Alex truly did need her help. On his end of things, Alex felt proud of Christie. She was handling the interview as if they were enjoying a casual conversation, attempting to discover what her sibling had been doing, and Alex held nothing back. As he spoke on key points, Cordelia cut in vids under his words. Alex and Julian had spent a couple hours prepping the vids Alex wanted the populace to see, and they were getting an eyeful. In the middle of the interview, Christie dropped a tough question in the guise of some casual confusion she wanted to untangle. "Admiral, I don't understand something. The Reaver was damaged 7 decades ago by one of these silver ships that have been destroying the Confederation colonies. Why didn't you tell anyone about this last year?" As planned, Renee, standing beside Alex, fielded the question and said, "But we did, Christie. Your President McMorris required that we present our requests to your assembly. During that presentation, we showed this vid." Julian rolled a short segment of the attack on the Reaver while she continued. "All of your representatives saw this and understood what had befallen our ship, including your Clayton Downing. He was one of the original visitors to our ship and saw the damage up close and personal, as you would say." "Oh, I didn't know our assembly knew about the silver ships," Christie said, sounding so innocent. "So, are we in immediate danger from these aliens?" "No, Christie," Alex replied. "They've invaded the Confederation's Arnos system, and historic records indicate that they will be there for 8 to 12 years. But someday, maybe not too far in the future, they will come for New Terra." "What are your plans for all of those people with you, Admiral?" Christie asked. "We left the Arnos system in a running fight with the silver ships, and one of our city ships, the Unsere Menschen, needs to finish construction. The incomplete environmental systems are overloaded and are about to put its 122,000 passengers in jeopardy." Charlotte was on the edge of her seat, dying to ask some crucial questions, when Christie began asking them for her. "So, big brother of mine, you've saved a planet-load of Librans from death. You've found a swarm of aliens devastating Confederation colonies, billions of people lost. And you've come back to New Terra to do what?" "The docking and completion of the Unseramention is an emergency. That's the first step. Then I plan to outfit our ships to return to Libra to eliminate the silver ships before they can invade another human world." "Are you aware, Alex, that President McMorris is dead and Clayton Downing is our president pro tem?" "Yes, Christie, I am. When we exited FTL outside the system, Sharia's TSF contacted us and told us they had a message from President Downing," Alex said without inflection. "Oh, but we haven't heard anything from our government about your return," Christie replied, playing the naive teenager role to the hilt. "What did President Downing have to say to you?" "TSF relayed a message from the President that we were to remain outside the system, and under no circumstances were we to cross the ice fields, or his fighters would attack our ships," Alex said. "Later I contacted President Downing directly and explained our city ship's emergency. In essence, he responded that he didn't care." "So, you're staying out beyond the ice fields even though that endangers the Méridien citizens with you?" Christie said, carefully emphasizing the word citizen, incorporating the subtext that her brother wanted conveyed. "No, Christie. Our flotilla is on course for New Terra. We will be in orbit within 4 days. Julian will be sending out requests to New Terran construction firms to complete our work on the Unseramention. Then I intend to reactivate the T-sites and Barren Island for our purposes." "But if the President doesn't want you to do this, aren't you breaking the law, Admiral?" Christie asked. "Yes and no, Christie," Alex replied, knowing he was treading a fine line to include this question, but he needed the populace to understand his intentions. "Am I disobeying the order of the President pro tem, a man who hasn't been elected by the people? Yes, I am. Do I consider it a lawful order when it might condemn over 122,000 people to death? No, I don't. And do I believe that we must stop the silver ships before they come to New Terra? Absolutely. Now is the time to go after our common enemy. We've discovered we can defeat them, having learned their weaknesses and destroyed many of them." "Oh, Mom and Dad wanted me to say hello, and we look forward to your planetfall. And thank you, Admiral, for what you're trying to do for all of us." Christie had worked up the closing line herself, wanting her viewers to understand that Alex was trying to save both the Meridians and the New Terrans. "See you soon, Christie," Alex said with a bright smile for his little sister. Cordelia ended the signal from the Freedom, and the media tech switched to Christie. Charlotte sat hunched in her chair, chewing a fingernail and waiting for Christie's close. She had just a few moments. Christie looked into her vidcam and smiled briefly before assuming a pensive countenance. "I hope you've enjoyed my chat with my big brother. What he has shown us has given me a lot to think about. In the grand scheme of things, I'm certainly not the best person to understand the ramifications of what he is attempting to accomplish. But I do know my brother is one of the most honest people I know. You can believe what he says has happened and what he intends to do about it. I guess the important question for New Terra is, are we going to help him and the endangered Meridians, despite the President's order?" She paused, and her serious and thoughtful expression morphed into a sweet teenager's smile. "Thank you for joining me this morning." Charlotte signaled the tech to close the show and return to their regular programming. She sat back in her chair and slapped her hulking tech on the shoulder, who grinned back at her. It was bonus time for both of them. Maria Gonzalez had received notice of Christie's upcoming broadcast from Julian. She linked her reader to the show along with a few hundred key people she had notified, who in turn had each notified their compatriots, friends, and family. Maria's personal network was the reason 19,000 people were prepared to view the show before it had even been announced. After watching the interview, Maria leaned back in her chair. Her home, located on the building's top floor, allowed her a view of Government House from her window. Slow anger burned deep inside her. Maria felt convinced that President McMorris had been murdered, and somehow the reptile, Downing, had been involved. But days after Downing's approval by the Assembly, she had been removed from her position and frozen out of her TSF assets, losing her opportunity to investigate. A Downing stooge now sat in her TSF chair. As she considered Christie's morning chat, a smile replaced her frown. She had underestimated Alex. Somewhere along the way, the young captain had developed political skills. Alex was no longer the loner plying the ice fields. He had become a force of change. Maria recalled Alex's words, which were, "Why you, General? You're the next president pro tem, if I have anything to say about it." At the time, she had thought Alex's declaration pompous, his title going to his head. But this maneuver, appealing to the populace through a chat with his 14-year-old sister, had been delivered as a masterstroke. In the next few hours, Maria knew much of the populace would have viewed the show. Now she began giving serious consideration to Alex's words. Maria didn't covet the presidency, but she would love to see Clayton Downing and his sycophants out on their collective ears. Clayton had been forewarned of the upcoming show by an associate who was being paid to monitor Maria Gonzalez's friends. He had then notified several trustworthy ministers and several hundred industry leaders of the program, and finally had sat in his office to watch. More than one person in Clayton's inner circle wanted the program shut down, but more temperate heads had prevailed. Media stations were a protected industry on New Terra, and woe unto any government entity that tried to say otherwise. The cooler heads made the point that shutting down the station would start an outcry they couldn't manage. Clayton's inner circle, though, was striving to get him elected as president by popular vote so they could begin to consolidate their power and create what they had always wanted, a government controlled by the elite, the deserving. 5. Erich Stroheim and Captain Reinhold worked diligently with Z, the Unseramenschen's Seid, to update their ship's status. So much work had been done and undone in the days before the ship's launch with no time to correct Z's records, and since the launch, work had continued to shore up the overtaxed environmental systems. It took several hundred workers 32 work hours to communicate the status of all systems and construction. Afterward, it took Z only moments to compare the city ship's design plans with the crew's updates, to catalog the work that still needed to be accomplished. "Admiral, I have Z's list of requested repairs, as well as a short list from Cordelia for the Freedom," Julian announced. Alex halted his cabin's holovid, on which he was examining their course for New Terra that would intersect Niomedes. In the days since his sister's interview, he had rearranged his flotilla, placing the Reaver and the Moneymaker forward. The other 3 liners came next, and the 2 city ships with the second freighter trailing behind by several hours. The Saids had located 5 strikers stationed in a shuttle hangar near the habitat experiments. Alex had considered taking a wide path around the planet, but an update from Eric and Z convinced him time was of the essence. Within a half-day, the flotilla would come within range of Niomedes' fighters. "Is the work earmarked in order of priority, Julian?" Alex asked. Just the slightest pause ensued before Julian replied, "It is now, Admiral, but I will confirm my efforts with Director Stroheim." Alex smiled to himself, imagining the conversation that would take place. Erich Stroheim was still getting accustomed to treating a Seid as an equal. Now the Admiral's friend would be pointing out to Erich that he had failed to request Z prioritize the list into emergency repairs and secondary priorities. It wasn't Z's fault. He was as literal a Seid as you could find. You got what you asked for, little more unless you happened to be Alex. For some reason, Z reserved the right to expand his responses for Alex, even attempting to anticipate his needs as if he was a unique event. So now we attempt to contract for services contrary to the government's edict and entice contractors to work for what? Alex mused to Julian. I believe the first issue is entirely yours, Admiral. These are your people, and you are eminently more qualified to find a means to engage them than I am. However, on the second point, why can we not do as we did before, and trade for it? What do we have left to trade? We gave New Terra just about everything in your database, didn't we? Yes, we did, Admiral. But who received the information? Julian said, offering Alex the tip of his thought. That's absolutely true, Julian. We gave it to the government. Now we could offer it directly to the contractors to trade their services for product information that's related to their industry. We could probably do this for each contractor by trading just one or two small products or techniques, which would generate a small fortune for each of them over time. As Alex spoke with Julian, Renee entered the cabin, blew him a kiss, and left to use the refresher. Julian, Alex continued, access a list of contractors that built the T-stations and Barren Island. See if they have experience in ship construction. Give priority to the smaller companies, those less likely to work for our wealthier industrialists. Have your compatriots check out their references. Get at least 2 contractors for each category we need, then send a message to the owners. Request they sign a confidentiality agreement before you communicate any further. Send your messages in the name of Admiral Alex Racine. 5 strikers are lifting from Niomedes, Admiral, Julian announced to Alex and Andrea on the bridge. Estimate contact in 4.3 hours if they achieve maximum acceleration to meet us. The reverse holovid was duplicated on the Moneymaker's bridge, courtesy of Julian and Mutter. Tatya had transferred back to the Moneymaker to support the squadron's actions. She, Sheila, and Captain Menlo were tied into the conference link via the freighter's FTL comm. Alex had placed the Moneymaker 200 kilometers forward of the reverse starboard quarter. In a comm meeting earlier, Tatya had emphasized some tactics to Alex and Andrea. Admiral, Tatya had said, as far as the striker pilots are concerned, the Rever has at most 4 fighters, which they likely believe represent the sum total of our offensive capabilities. More importantly, the Moneymaker will appear as a freighter, not as a fighter carrier. It's a case of hiding your offensive capabilities in plain sight, if we let the Moneymaker lead. Both Alex and Andrea had shared resigned looks, since each one felt this tactic should have occurred to them. She's still our devious one, Admiral, Andrea had admitted. Commander Reynard readied her squadron aboard the fighter carrier. She had paired up 16 Dagger pilots from the freighter under her, but felt nervous about some of the trainees' skills. Sheila earnestly hoped that the intelligence was accurate and that a show of force would scare the striker pilots off. Lieutenant Hatsuto Tanaka and his 2 wings were sitting in their Daggers aboard the Rever. The ship's flight crews had opened all pilots' bay doors and released the fighters' skids. Flight 1, Captain Bernard, Julian sent on the conference comm. Lieutenant Tanaka, launch your flight, Andrea commanded. The Rever's 3 Daggers slid out of its twin bays and accelerated at only 1/5 power. Their course aimed straight for the 5 approaching strikers. There followed tense moments for Andrea while she waited for an update from Julian, hoping the strikers veered off and returned to Niomedes. A glance at Alex revealed him sitting quietly in the other command chair, a bored expression on his face. You don't appear to be concerned whether those fighters come on or not, Admiral, Andrea said. They will or they won't, Captain. Do I want to see 5 New Terrans killed for the stupidity of their president? Absolutely not. Am I willing to send them to the deep dark if they attempt to prevent our preparations to return to Libra? Absolutely. Flight 2, Commander Reynard, Julian sent. Sheila acknowledged her flight order and 17 Daggers exited the Moneymaker. She was the only pilot without a wing, but then again she had the most experience, short as it was. Her squadron merged with Flight 1, and per their commander's orders, the 20 Daggers spread out to produce an intimidating array of force. Lieutenant Damien Hunsader couldn't believe his good fortune. His flight of strikers had circled Diomedes to intercept the oncoming flotilla of the interlopers. It would be his 5 against the enemy's 4 at worst, perhaps even better if the so-called admiral had lost a fighter or two. According to his uncle, Samuel Hunsader, the refugees were disobeying a presidential order. Damien and his fellow pilots had been informed that the ships were full of potentially diseased aliens, and he, for one, was not going to let them contaminate his homeworld. Damien's striker force rounded the planet's curve, and his telemetry displayed the flotilla and the liner's launch of 3 fighters from the rever. "Striker force, it's going to be 5 against 3, Damien sent via comms. Unfortunately for Damien, his fellow pilots didn't share their leader's elation. They had signed up to defend the system from aliens, not human refugees. "Striker 2 and Striker 3, you target the dagger on the left," Damien ordered. "Striker 4 and Striker 5, you have the dagger on the right. I'll take the center one." "Leader, Striker 2, shouldn't we see if they fail to engage? Give them an opportunity to turn around?" "Negative, Striker 2, Damien replied. "We do our duty. If we eliminate these fighters, those contaminated ships will be forced to turn around." "Leader, Striker 5, I heard from my brother that one of those large ships is in danger of environmental systems failure. We're talking about the potential death of over 100,000 people." "Then they shouldn't have come this way," Damien replied. "Now cut the noise, Striker Force. Only maneuver comms from now on." Damien Hunsader and his father had never been close, which is why as a boy Damien had focused on his successful and attentive uncle, Samuel Hunsader. His uncle had no children of his own, and Damien was happy to fill the role of adopted son. When he told his father he was joining the Barren Island cadet program, his father had tried to dissuade him, but his uncle had encouraged him. Now Damien would prove to his father that he had made the right decision. He would protect his world and become a hero. While Damien was imagining the celebration that would surely follow their successful action, the 3 approaching daggers suddenly expanded into 20. Anger boiled up inside Damien. His dream of a hero's reception was being snatched from him. "Leader, Striker 2, we can't take on 20 daggers. It would be suicide. We have to pull back." "Negative, Striker 2. We have to defend our homeworld. This applies to each and every one of you. We take as many of them with us as we can," Damien yelled into his helmet comm. As the intervening distance between the fighters closed, Damien noticed his striker formation drifting. "Striker 3 and Striker 5, tighten up on your leads. You're drifting." When he received no response and telemetry showed an even greater gap forming, he was about to calm the 2 pilots again when both fighters pulled out of formation and headed back to base. "Get back here, you cowards!" Damien yelled. Then, suddenly, he was alone. His other 2 pilots had veered off as well and were hurrying to catch the first 2 deserters. Fear crawled up Damien's spine and into his mind. At least, that's the way it felt. He couldn't think. Despite his overwhelming fear, it never occurred to him to turn around. He sat frozen while the 20 daggers raced toward him. Sheila was happy when 2 of the strikers about-faced, and then happier still when 2 more left formation. She wasn't anxious to kill new Terrans, but over 122,000 people were depending on her and the squadron to remove this obstacle, and the entire Confederation waited on them, even if they didn't know it. "Admiral, the last striker isn't turning around," Sheila sent. "It's your call, squadron leader," Alex replied. "You know our predicament. You can only do your best." Sheila was tempted to launch her missiles and be done with it. Julian's information had revealed that the strikers carried single-stage missiles, which were far less effective than the dagger's present armaments. 2 missiles from her dagger would launch 16 powerful Libran X second-stage missiles, ensuring the strikers' destruction. "All daggers, veer off and clear the field. Now," Sheila ordered. The squadron was well conditioned to Sheila's leadership and executed their maneuvers without thinking, even Hatsuto. Alex's bored expression left his face, and he leaned forward to examine the holovid as he watched the 19 icons of Sheila's squadron shear away from their original vector. Sheila's dagger was advancing alone against the remaining striker. As the fighters raced at one another, Sheila's controller pinged her helmet. She was in missile range. Still, she held her fire. "What do you want to do today, my young friend? Live or die?" Sheila wondered. Damien's fear still held him in its grip, even though all but one dagger remained in front of him. One part of his mind screamed at him to launch his missiles. The other part wailed at his predicament. At any moment he was sure the dagger would launch its missiles. One small thought leaked through the white noise in his mind that both fighters were inside their missile envelopes. In an instant, Damien was past the dagger. He hadn't even attempted to maneuver his fighter from what should have been a head-on collision. At the last moment, the dagger had flipped on its side and shot past him. In the fraction of time they had, it seemed an impossible feat. But as his fear faded, the thought surfaced that he was still alive, which he realized was what he wanted first and foremost. Damien turned his striker back for Diomedes. As he tried to think of what he would say to his uncle, he began to cry. "Flight 2, return to your bays. We're done here," Sheila ordered. "Lieutenant Tanaka, shadow that last striker with Flight 1. Ensure it doesn't go anywhere near our ships. I think that pilot has lost his taste for a fight, but I don't want to take any chances. That fighter doesn't get within missile range of our ships, understood?" "Copy that, squadron leader. Turning around now. We'll shadow it home." "Commander Reynard," Alex sent. "Yes, Admiral," Sheila replied. "That was quite the dangerous maneuver," Alex said. "What made you think that pilot wouldn't fire?" "I expected him to fire, Admiral," Sheila replied. "Based on Julian's programming of our controllers to detect a silver ship's pre-beam release, I figured my controller would detect his missile launch and easily maneuver my ship out of the way. I thought if I proved the superiority of our craft, I would scare the pilot off." "Would that work, Julian? The controller detecting the missile launch and evading it?" Alex asked. "I'm not pleased to inform you, Commander," Julian replied, "that the detection telemetry was specific to the energy wavelength of the silver ships. Your controller would have detected the striker's missile launch, but made no effort to evade it unless you so ordered. By the time you would have done so, I expect it would have been too late." "Oh, black space, Julian," Sheila moaned. "Indeed, Commander." Back aboard the Moneymaker, the crew congratulated and hailed Sheila for her icy-cold maneuver, facing down a striker pilot. Later, Sheila sat in Tatia's cabin, relating the truth of the encounter and sharing new Terran alcohol that Tatia had shipped aboard with her personal effects. Tatia clinked Sheila's cup and smiled in understanding. "To fortune, sister," Tatia said. 6. Diomedes now lay behind the flotilla. New Terra sat a day out. "Julian," Alex sent, "locate the President for me." "Certainly, Admiral. It would be my displeasure." Again, Julian had to work to connect to Downing. When he accessed the previous contact points, readers and vid monitors, he found them disconnected or the vids physically blocked. The man was obviously hiding from Alex. So Julian monitored Clayton's close associates and waited. "Admiral, the creature you desire to calm is meeting with his Minister of Space Exploration." "Can't say his name, Julian?" "I'm attempting to keep my comms clean, Admiral. You will not have vid, but he will hear you." "Understood, Julian. Open the connection." "Mr. President, this is Admiral Racine," Alex sent. He waited for a reply, but heard only the furtive noises of people moving about the office. "Well, Mr. President, if you wish not to be heard or seen, I must be satisfied with a one-way conversation. I have an agenda to accomplish, after which I will be leaving New Terra with half the flotilla. The other half will remain until the final phases of our city ship's construction are complete. When my mission is accomplished at Libra, we will all be leaving. If you stay out of my way, I'll stay out of your way." Alex waited, giving the president every opportunity to speak. He didn't want a confrontation, but he wasn't willing to turn from his path either. Finally, Alex gave up and closed the comm. Well, that went well, he thought. "Julian, locate the Joaquin station manager next, please." Alex had developed a good relationship with Hezekiah Cohen while the station hosted the work on the Rever and the Outward Bound. He fervently hoped the man still held the same position. "Admiral, I have Sir Cohen on comm," Julian replied. "Good evening, Hezekiah. This is Admiral Racine." "Well, Admiral, so the rumors are true," Hezekiah replied. "What rumors are those, sir?" Alex asked. "That you're part rodent, Admiral. We sent you out with 2 ships, and a half-year later you come back with 9 ships. Alex could hear Hezekiah's belly laugh. "Sir, it appears your joke is incomplete." "Incomplete? How, Admiral?" Hezekiah asked. "I left with a little more than 100 people, Hezekiah, and returned with 250,000. This time, Hezekiah's laughter was so long and hard he had trouble catching his breath. Alex waited until the station manager's laughter had subsided before he dropped the bad news. "One small problem, Hezekiah. We're about to suffocate half of those people." "Never a dull moment with you around, Admiral," Hezekiah said. "Welcome back. So if half the people are in danger, I would hazard a guess it's one of those massive saucers that's in trouble." "Good guess, Hezekiah. It's the Unseramention." "The what?" Hezekiah asked. "The ship is the Unseramention, which means our people," Alex said. "We have environmental systems failing due to an incomplete build-out of multiple systems. We had a serious health problem in the last system, what you might call an alien infestation. I watched your interview with your sister, Admiral. Very clever manner in which to communicate your story despite our wonderful president. Well, to business. I have hoses, blowers, and electrical standing by on a terminal boom. I'll send Julian the location. Can that our people manage a docking, or should I be vacationing by the time you arrive?" "You're safe, Hezekiah," Alex sent. "The Unseramention has a Sade by the name of Z who can manage the docking. Thank you for your help. You know, of course, that this could cost you your job if I can't fix this president problem." "I was thinking of retiring soon anyway, Admiral," Hezekiah replied. "Wait, you said you're going to fix the president problem?" "What do you think of Maria Gonzalez, Hezekiah?" Alex asked. "General Gonzalez? Wonderful woman," Hezekiah said. "Are you thinking of doing what I think you're thinking of doing, Admiral?" "Probably," Alex replied. "Oh, welcome back, Admiral. Welcome back," Hezekiah said, his voice rising in triumph. "See you late tomorrow, Hezekiah," Alex sent, and closed the comm. The flotilla made New Terra's orbit and took up positions 50 kilometers outward from the Joaquin station, while the Unseramention and Moneymaker proceeded on. Per Alex's orders, Captain Menlo positioned the Moneymaker inward of the station to act as a front guard against any strikers lifting from the planet. If Z was capable of sweating, it would have been pouring out of his case. He was attempting to maneuver the city ship up to the terminal's extended boom in nearly blind conditions. With so many sensors incomplete, Z was unable to determine subtle distances. The Sades had positioned their ships to give Z a 3-dimensional view of his ship and the station's boom, constantly transmitting telemetry to him as the distance closed. Z would pulse the maneuvering jets, wait, review the telemetry, and pulse the jets again. The last kilometer to the boom's end took nearly 2 hours to complete. When the terminal's docking boss called "all halt" to Z, both of them waited to ensure that the last pulses had canceled the enormous ship's forward momentum. Once his fellow Sades affirmed 0 Delta V, Z felt overjoyed. Oxygen conditions for the people of the Unseramention had been deteriorating ever since they had launched from Libra. After the city ship had passed Niomedes, Captain Cordova had ordered the passengers and crew to their beds to conserve the remaining air supply. The Freedom had sent shuttles of compressed oxygen tanks to its sister city ship, but the effort was akin to bailing the bilge of an ocean-going transport with a cup. The station's terminal boss extended the boom out 5 meters to meet with the city ship's hatch and service ports. Once they achieved a pressure seal and pumped air into the terminal arm's gantry, the tech boss waited for the ship's hatch to open. Inside the Unseramention, a Libran tech named Dolores tapped the manual switch for the hatch a second time, but the hatch still didn't move. Dolores's thoughts were muddled. She knew she was doing something wrong, but couldn't think of what that might be. "Dolores," Z sent gently, "listen to me. Look at the hatch panel. The lights should all be green, are they?" Dolores focused on the control panel, which for a moment blurred, then cleared. "No, Z. First row all green, second row green, red, red, third row all green." "The hatch is not receiving confirmation of a safe environment outside, Dolores. Close the interior hatch." Dolores struggled over to the opposite side of the airlock and closed the airlock's interior hatch. Her muscles were cramping from oxygen starvation. She looked over at her panel again. "Z, second row is now green, green, red." "Excellent, Dolores. Now enter the override on the control panel for safe exterior environment. The code is 33125. As the city ship's hatch slid open, fouled air spilled from the ship and enveloped the Joaquin boom tech. "Boss," the tech said, "this is Fujio on boom control. Hatch is open. We have to move quickly. These people need air badly." "Z," said the tech boss, Jaime, "I have a 10-centimeter air hose at the boom's end. Fujio, watch for an opening near the hatch for the hose. Don't worry about connections. Just stick it into the opening's throat." Z opened an air access hatch for Fujio, who jammed the extendable hose into the opening. On Z's signal, the nanites in the collar sealed around the hose, and Z signaled the tech and the terminal boss that a seal was in place. Jaime ran the boom's air pump at max revolutions, forcing air into the city ship's ventilation system. Fujio stood aside as more than 200 terminal workers pounded past him, loaded with heavy canisters of oxygen strapped to their backs. The city ship was a huge labyrinth of corridors and decks, but Julian had supplied Hezekiah with the city ship's plan. Each worker held a small map in front of them as they navigated to their section. When they reached their assigned area, they walked around, dispersing 9 cubic meters of pure oxygen from their tanks. Between the air hose and the oxygen bottles, the people on board slowly began to feel revived. In the single day of forewarning Hezekiah had received, he had ordered multiple shuttle deliveries of pure oxygen to the station. He used the deliveries to fill the station's reserve tanks located throughout the extensive structure, and kept the last 2 shuttles in reserve ready to top off the tanks as they were depleted. At the same time, he put out the word that he needed volunteers. His message included the words, "Our cousins need help." Alex, Renee, and the twins joined Mickey, Tomas, and Eric in a small hall on board the station dedicated by Hezekiah for their use. New Terran contractors had already assembled in the hall, anxious to hear the opportunities to work on the city ships in exchange for Méridien tech. They had signed their confidentiality agreements with House Alexander, which had more than one of them wondering who was this new business entity. The meeting was short. Alex and his people stood in front of the 43 company owners, and Alex introduced himself and Renee as co-leaders of House Alexander. Then he introduced his directors, Tomas and Eric, and his chief engineer, Mickey. "Sirs," Alex began, "we need contractors to complete the construction of the docked city ship, Unseramention, and we need some small finish work on the sister ship, Freedom. We have some of the material you will require already on board the ships, but not most of it. The T-stations will be manufacturing the necessary material shortly." One of the company owners raised a hand to catch Alex's attention. "Admiral, aren't the T-stations under government control?" "You are correct, sir. That will be remedied soon," Alex replied simply. The owner shifted uncomfortably in his seat. The splendidly uniformed admiral standing before him looked younger than his son, but he didn't act that way. The admiral had said he would have the T-stations producing his material soon, and the owner was inclined to accept his word. It seemed the better part of wisdom. "As I said, the T-stations will be producing the material for you," Alex continued. "What you will need to provide for your part of the agreement will be labor and expenses. We're proposing a simple trade. We will offer each of you one choice of several Méridien intellectual properties." The noise rose in the hall as the attendees began shouting questions over one another. Everyone quieted when they realized Alex wasn't responding. He just stood there with his hands behind his back. In fact, the Admiral's entire entourage stood eerily quiet, waiting. When the noise subsided, Alex focused on an older gentleman who hadn't shouted a question but was lost in thought. "Sir," Alex said, pointing at the man, "did you have a question?" "I was wondering, Admiral, how I could manage this deal. My company handles ventilation ducting and environmental controls, and we did some of the work on the Outward Bound." "And a fine job you did, sir," Alex replied. "That shuttle saved tens of thousands of your cousins." "Thank you, Admiral," he replied, nodding. "But my problem is that I have a crew of 19. I saw the size of your city ship. Even if I received only a portion of the work, it would require me to shoulder the burden of their pay for far longer than I could afford." "Would my special guests please stand up?" On Alex's invitation, 5 men and women stood up. "Would the contractors please note the faces of these people?" Everyone turned in their seats to take in the 5 well-dressed men and women. "These are the directors of 5 of New Terra's smaller banks," Alex continued. "I've explained to them what I'm proposing. They are quite anxious to meet with you to form partnerships. They would offer loans for payroll and expenses to support your work on our ships. They will also offer loans to support the cost of research and development of your Méridien tech in exchange for a share of the profits in the new technology. It may be that you'll wish to form larger partnerships with other contractors to act as a single provider and to share your tech." Rather than an outburst, Alex's statements generated absolute silence. "Sirs," Alex said, "I leave you to discuss business among yourselves. You may calm Julian for any particulars regarding your opportunities and agreements. He can communicate with your readers. My chief engineer, Mickey, is the point person for your jobs. On board the ships, your job quality and final sign-off will be approved by the city ship's SAIDs, either Cordelia or Z. Your direct client contacts are Director Monty and Director Stroheim. On a final note, you have this hall for the remainder of the day, and staff will serve you meals and refreshment, courtesy of House Alexander. Good day, people." Alex and his people swept out of the hall. The group, except for Alex and Etienne, was headed to the Unsermention now that basic services had been restored. Alex strolled into the station manager's offices. The young assistant jumped up to greet him and ushered him into Hezekiah's office. He bumped into the office's doorway while attempting to get a second look at Etienne as he passed. "Not to worry, Etienne," Alex sent. "In another 200 years or so, New Terrans probably won't give Meridians a second glance." "One can hardly wait, Admiral," Etienne returned dryly. As Alex and Hezekiah greeted one another, Etienne was reminded of Duggan Racine. Hezekiah looked as big as Alex's father, and seemed just as friendly. Their greeting included hugs and a fierce round of backslapping. "Hezekiah, I can't thank you enough for your efforts on behalf of my people," Alex said. From the reports I've received, it was a close call." "Admiral, I'm pleased to be of service," Hezekiah replied. "It's not every day you have the opportunity to save over 100,000 people. But I'm afraid my generosity will soon come to an end. When the bill comes due and no one is able to pay it, I will be held accountable." "How much is the bill, Hezekiah?" Alex asked. Hezekiah was about to protest that it would do Alex no good to view the extensive bill. It would not only include today's emergency services, but an advance against terminal services fees. Except, Alex didn't look concerned. In fact, as Hezekiah regarded his friend, Alex didn't look like the young pilot he remembered. Dressed in his commanding admiral's uniform, Alex sat straight in his chair and was regarding him with a look that said he was waiting for an answer and expected one forthwith. With a few taps on his reader, Hezekiah pulled up the admiral's bill and handed his reader over to Alex. Alex regarded the total, tapped into the reader several times, and handed it back. Hezekiah refreshed the account summary on his reader and saw that the bill was indeed paid. Hezekiah looked at Alex, wide-eyed, with mouth hanging open. "But how?" was all he could say. Alex shook his friend's hand and exited the station manager's offices. Etienne, following behind Alex, sent privately, "Julian, you and the Admiral are scaring the locals." "Perhaps a little fear will provide the motivation the locals need to assist the Admiral," Julian replied. "Where did the funds come from?" Etienne asked. "I thought the government rescinded the new Terran's pay." "They did indeed, Etienne. The Admiral had me transfer funds from his personal account. The bill required the consumption of nearly half his assets." "There seems no end to the sacrifices he makes for us," Etienne said. "All the more reason we must be vigilant in our duty to keep our friend safe, Etienne. I surmise the probabilities are high that some new Terrans will be planning the same ending for him, as I believe they did for President McMorris." Exiting a shuttle back aboard the Reaver, Alex headed to the bridge to speak with Andrea when he noticed his location app placed her in the captain's cabin. Just outside Andrea's door, Alex paused. His app also placed Renee, Tatia, Sheila, and Alain in the cabin as well. In fact, Etienne, who would have left him by now, was still standing beside him. "You might as well go in, Admiral," Etienne said. "After all, it is for you." As if an invitation, Andrea's cabin door slid open, and Alex walked into her salon. His people stood arranged on either side of a vid screen bearing the silhouette of the sleuth, and Etienne crossed over to join them. Determined faces regarded him. He hadn't interrupted their meeting. They had been waiting for him. "I believe I will wait for someone else to start this conversation," Alex said. "Admiral," Julian's voice emanated from the vid monitor, "I have shared my research into the Assembly members with those assembled here, and relayed your intention to meet with Assemblyman Eugene Pritchard planetside." "Respectfully, Admiral, how did you intend to travel to this meeting tomorrow?" Tatia asked. "I was going to take a station shuttle with Etienne," Alex replied. It appeared as if everyone was about to say something at once, but Renee raised her hand and signaled by implant, forestalling any comments. "Speaking as your co-leader in this house, Admiral, that is unacceptable." "Renee, perhaps we should discuss this privately," Alex replied. "That is also unacceptable, Admiral," Renee said. Alex looked at those in front of him. The resolute look in everyone's eyes was palpable. Julian chimed in privately with, "I believe, Admiral, there comes a time when the will of the people supersedes the will of their leader, and I believe for you that time is now." "I take it you people have come up with an alternate suggestion," Alex said, shrugging his shoulders in acquiescence. 7. Immediately after morning meal, Alex found himself in very different company than he had planned for his trip planetside. He boarded the Outward Bound with Renee, the twins, Tomas, Tatya, and 12 crew members with plasma rifles. Most of the crew members were ex-TSF troopers who had specialized as techs or engineers during their service. In addition to Alex's entourage, Sheila launched 8 daggers from the moneymaker that she divided into 2 flights of 4 each. During the meeting in Andrea's cabin, Alex had argued the importance of a low-key visit with Assemblyman Pritchard, but the group's counter-arguments had made sense to him. Tatya had pounded home their point with a question to Alex. "Admiral," she had asked, "how many people do you think are paid to watch and report on you? Station employees, comm traffic workers, shuttle pilots and their crew, ground crew, and others?" Andrea had added, "Admiral, you are focused on returning to Libra and protecting the entire human race. Well, we are focused on protecting you so that you can do just that." Alex had accepted their reasoning and had given in. It was widely believed that President McMorris had been murdered, and the perpetrators were powerful people who had their eyes on a fortune in Méridien technology. Those same people would love an opportunity to cause an accident for a visiting admiral. Their warnings proved to be prophetic. When Captain Manet broke through the upper atmosphere on approach to Prima's shuttle terminal, 2 strikers rose up from Barren Island and headed toward them. Immediately, 1 flight of 4 daggers streaked down and intercepted the 2 fighters, chasing them back to Barren Island. When the Outward Bound landed, 2 hover cars full of TSF troopers pulled onto the runway's apron. Edouard, in the pilot's seat, was the first to spot the TSF vehicles and signaled Tatya. As the shuttle came to a halt, Alex rose up, but Tatya signaled him to remain seated. Her expression brooked no arguments, so Alex sat back down. The flight crew, Lyle and Zeke, opened the hatch and extended the gangway. Out of the vehicles stepped a TSF captain and 7 troopers with sidearms. They advanced on the shuttle, and Tatya and her 12 plasma rifle-toting crew members tromped down the gangway ramp in double time. The 2 groups came face to face. While they stood frozen, their commanders eyeing one another, Alex's voice could be clearly heard to say, "Captain, how good of you to greet me, but as you can see, I don't need an escort. I've brought one of my own." "Admiral, I am TSF Captain Peters, and I'm instructed to escort you to Government House, immediately," the captain replied. "Your pardon, Captain. I appreciate the offer of hospitality, but I have an important appointment. Please tell whoever waits for me at Government House that I will consider their request for an appointment at a later time." Captain Peters hesitated. The Admiral's response was not one he had anticipated. While he considered his next option, he watched the Admiral's escort move like a machine. They stepped out in precision, charged their plasma rifles, and brought them to port arms. The way they moved, precise and automated, frightened him and his troopers. That these were fellow New Terrans didn't occur to them. "Captain, if you will excuse us," Alex asked in a deep and commanding voice. Captain Peters recognized when he was over his head. At heart, he was a good man who was attempting to execute unsavory orders. He came to his senses, snapped to attention, and delivered the Admiral a sharp salute. When his salute was returned, he said, "Good fortune, Admiral." Alex replied, "Captain, if you find yourself in trouble over this, calm General Gonzalez and explain the situation. Tell her I asked you to call." As the Admiral and his entourage passed around Peters and his troopers, the captain mumbled to no one in particular, "Thank you, sir." "Interesting performance, Commander," Alex sent privately to Tatya. "It's amazing what can be done with implants when you get right down to it, Admiral," Tatya replied. Alex smiled to himself. Tatya had found her implants' true calling. Games were fine, but if implants could be a tool of offense or defense, then she was an adopter. On the apron, a civilian transport vehicle capable of carrying the entire group had settled to the ground. and the driver stood next to his vehicle, smiling in anticipation of the day's earnings. Before Alex's group reached the transport, a TSF troop transport pulled up between them and the civilian transport. "There's our ride," Tatya said on open comm to the group. "Everyone on board?" While Alex's people were boarding the TSF troop transport, Tatya walked around to the civilian transport and asked the driver for his reader. In moments, she returned it. His reader showed a day's service paid with a handsome tip. "You have one stop to make today, driver," Tatya said, "and then you're done for the day. Drive from here to the T2 station. Wait 5 hours and then drive back to your transport terminal. Understood?" "As you request, Commander. It will be done," the civilian driver replied. As Tatya boarded the TSF transport, she spoke briefly to the sergeant at the wheel, who nodded his understanding before she took a seat in front of the Admiral. "I hope I was generous with the driver's tip, Commander," Alex said. During Andrea's meeting, he had been told the group would need access to funds, and Alex had given permission to Julian to transfer whatever they needed. It occurred to him that the faster he got off New Terra, the better it would be for his bank account. Minister Drake had paid the original purchase price of his G-Sling program into his account. The new minister had not made the first-year installment payment. The credits from the program's purchase would have lasted him a lifetime if he was frugal. Paying for 250,000 refugees and servicing a flotilla of starships, not so long. "You have always been generous, Admiral," Tatya replied, turning around to face Alex, a mischievous glint in her eye. The transport remained quiet for the ride to the outskirts of Prima. Tatya's 12 troopers had surrounded their charges, while 10 TSF sergeants and corporals sat quietly in the back. The troopers had been under Major Tachenko's command at one time or another. When she contacted 2 of them for a favor, the senior enlisted personnel had arranged a troop exercise for the day. TSF transports were by design unable to be tracked by any entities but TSF Command. It was the reason that Tatya had set up a civilian transport as a decoy and had redirected her people to the troop transport at the last moment. The transport turned off the main roadway onto a well-laid gravel track half an hour's travel outside of Prima. The hover jets sent up small clouds of dust as the transport wound deep into the woods, eventually arriving at a centuries-old 2-story lodge, which occupied a large expanse of the wooded hillside. As the transport settled down beside a collection of hover cars, Tatya stood up and signaled the sergeant behind the wheel. In response, he and the 10 TSF troopers filed off the transport and spread out around the lodge's grounds. Then Tatya's troopers followed suit and created a corridor from the transport to the 4-meter-wide stone steps of the lodge. When Tatya was satisfied, she signaled Alex and the remaining people, who left the transport for the lodge. Alex noted that Etienne and Alain closely shadowed both him and René. For the first time in nearly a year that Alex could recall, the twins wore stun guns on their hips and some sort of small device attached to their harness. He was about to ask Etienne about it when they gained the lodge's porch, and Assemblyman Eugene Pritchard stepped sprightly through the lodge's wide double doors. "Admiral, I'm so pleased you arranged this meeting. Please come this way. Our people are waiting in the dining hall." Through Julian's research, over 30 Assembly representatives had been identified as outspoken critics of President Pro Tem Clayton Downing. After Alex set the meeting location with Assemblyman Pritchard, requesting a large, out-of-the-way venue, he had invited the other representatives to attend. Most had accepted. From the moment contact had been made, the Sades had monitored the communications of the invited to ensure that the opposition wasn't informed of the meeting. In the center of the representatives sat ex-General Maria Gonzalez and the other 2 members of the McMorris team, ex-ministers William Drake and Darrell Jaya. The assembled New Terrans paused to take in the flotilla's personnel, resplendent in dark blue Méridien uniforms, tastefully adorned with gold stars of rank, house patch, and a leader's or ship's patch. The quiet was broken when Renee spotted Maria. A soft cry of joy escaped Renee's lips as she threaded the tables with lightning speed. Maria rose up to greet Renee, a huge grin spreading across her face. It was fortunate that Maria was a new Terran. Her heavy world body absorbed the impact of Renee as she threw herself into Maria's arms. What has become of my quiet, non-demonstrative Méridien, Alex thought. Maria's smile threatened to overtake her face, as did Renee's, and the women were slow to untangle themselves from each other. Their embrace did much to lower the tension in the room, reminding everyone of the bond the new Terrans and Meridians had first formed. "Well, Admiral, I don't believe introductions are necessary. It seems relationships are alive and well," Assemblyman Pritchard quipped, indicating the two women who now faced the assembly with smiles and arms wrapped around each other's waist. "If you will, Admiral," Eugene said, indicating the front of the room. "You did call the meeting." Alex and Etienne stepped to the front of the room. Etienne carried the same case Alex had once carried to the assembly, which contained a portable holovid. As Alex set it up, he said to the group, "I believe most of you have witnessed one of these in action before." It drew a round of smiles and chuckles from the assembly representatives. "Before I begin, let me say, from all of my people, how saddened we are by the news of President McMorris's death. He was a fine man who will be missed." Alex paused for a moment, remembering the powerful and good-hearted leader he had left behind. But, recalling the man who took his place, his demeanor changed. The sad face of the explorer tug captain was replaced with that of the flotilla's admiral. On Etienne's signal, Alex said, "This presentation, narrated by Julian, has been assembled from the research of 3 of our SAIDs. I apologize for the length of the presentation, and I beg your patience, but I would not expect this august body to act without sufficient proof of what has been uncovered, and to respond as I expect you must." He signaled the holovid's start. Julian began with the theft of the T1 database and his tracking of the people and credits that had hired the Fraser brothers, who had perpetrated the theft. When the credit trail ended at Samuel Hunsader's doorstep, the dots did not need to be connected for this audience. The assembly knew whom the Purity Ore's CEO supported. When the audience learned that the information had been sent to President McMorris on the exit of the Rever from the system, even those who had believed the president had died in an accident began to doubt those thoughts. The next batch of information was an analysis of the financial records of many of New Terra's largest companies, especially those engaged by the Ministry of Space Exploration. As the enormous profits accumulated within the companies, Julian correlated their financial windfall with the implementation of Méridien technology. The advanced technology had been approved by the Assembly to be carefully managed through government channels to benefit the populace. Instead, the technology was being distributed to companies that were making the public pay for its implementation through the company's service charges to the government and public. You will note, sirs, the approval for these services has been granted by the Minister of Space Exploration. The cost of your FTL stations throughout the system totaled more than 3.65 billion credits, funds all charged by companies to your government. At this time, Méridien technology is entirely in the hands of your companies. There was more to the presentation, but Alex ended it due to the furor in the room. William Drake, the ex-minister of space exploration and one of the key people who had developed the new Terran Méridien Pact, had been the first on his feet, yelling at the holovid in anger, as if such an act would be transmitted to the man who now held his ministerial chair. While most of the assembly representatives were now on their feet in fierce discussions with one another, Alex was watching Maria. She had pulled Drake back down to join her and Jaya in discussion. Their heads were close together. At one point, Maria said something to the two men, and they all swung their heads to look at him. Alex figured that this was his cue to move the meeting on to the next point in his agenda. "Sirs," Alex announced loudly, gaining the room's attention, "for several reasons I do not wish to share my next information with you through your readers. It could compromise your safety. We will need a more appropriate time to share this with a broader audience." "And what is that broader audience, and when would that be?" Will Drake asked. "The audience would be the public at large," Alex replied. "The dispersal of this information should give the Assembly all the reason it needs to vote for a new President pro tem. As to the timing, it will be soon." "But, Admiral, without a suitable candidate, the Assembly might be locked in session forever, while every faction puts forth their nominee," said an elderly Assemblywoman. Alex quickly matched her face to a bio of the representatives he had downloaded, and then said, "I quite agree with you, Assemblywoman Lorne. I have a candidate in mind and have suggested they put their name forth. However, at this time I have not heard back from that individual. I believe that to be a good sign. Someone anxious to wield the power of the presidency is a dangerous person." Alex was careful not to look in Maria's direction, but from the corner of his eye he could see Drake and Jaya staring at her. "It would help us, Admiral, to know the name of your candidate," Nemea Lorne said. "I would hope it's not someone on your staff." Alex stood quietly in front of the group. The longer he was quiet, the more anxious the representatives became, fearing it was a member of his group he was nominating. Several were about to protest their indignation, probably bringing the meeting to a swift ending, when Maria stood up and Will Drake loudly cleared his voice to swing heads in their direction. "The Admiral is referring to me," Maria said. "I admit I thought it was hubris on his part that he should suggest a new President pro tem candidate. But without his efforts, would we even know the silver ships existed? More than likely, at some time in the future, we would be like one of the Confederation colonies, suddenly concerned at this giant ship entering our system. We would probably attempt to communicate with them right up until the moment they began burning our populace to ashes." Maria paused to gather her thoughts. She straightened her shoulders, assuming a TSF officer's posture. "President McMorris had a plan to secure the safety of our system with Méridien technology. Instead, we see it being used to fatten the bank accounts of our richest companies. If our people knew the truth, they would be outraged, as many of us are here today. And I have met Julian and worked with him. I do not doubt the veracity of this information." Maria paused again, taking time to regard the faces in the room. Something she saw encouraged her. She looked at Alex and said, "So I would be proud to be the Admiral's candidate and submit my name to the Assembly if they re-elect a President pro tem." Maria hadn't any idea of the reception her announcement was going to receive. She had braced herself for a backlash of negativity. What she received was a roar of approval and a sudden mob of handshakes, pats on the back, and statements of congratulations. Through the crush of well-wishers, she looked to the front and saw Alex looking back at her, a crooked grin on his face. She gave him a resigned smile in return. "It appears neither of us appreciates being thrust into the world of politics," she thought. Alex shared several last thoughts with the group before he left the meeting. The first was that he hoped they would keep private what they learned today. Release of the information, he told them, had to be properly timed. Second, once the information was released, they needed a plan to deal with those companies that controlled the Méridien technology. Third, once Maria was elected, he would need the T-stations up and running quickly to supply his ships. "I have 2 questions for you, Admiral, before you go," Nemea Lorne said. When Alex nodded to her, she continued. "What are your intentions after we outfit your ships? We're arming you to such an extent that you could become the ruler of New Terra." Alex held up his hand to quiet the room from the outburst. "It's a fair question," he said. "Assemblywoman Lorne, you should know that I have enough power to do that now, if that was my intention, but it isn't. When my city ships are completed and we are outfitted, we will be leaving New Terra and only returning on invitation of your government. The people who depend on me need your help only temporarily. It is my belief that at this time, New Terrans and Meridians are not suited to mix as one people. Perhaps in a few decades or more." Alex could tell that the answer was not what Lorne had expected. She was still considering his response when he asked, "Did you not have a second question, Assemblywoman Lorne?" "Yes, thank you, Admiral." "What are your plans if Clayton Downing remains in place?" "Intriguing question, Assemblywoman Lorne," Alex replied. "I hope we don't have to find out." The meeting broke up. The representatives were anxious to discuss the ramifications of Maria's announcement and the information they had received. Before Alex's group left, Renee gave Maria a final hug, whispering in her ear, "You will make a great president, Maria. Your world needs someone like you." Eight. Alex's plan to publish the information necessary to undermine Clayton and his accomplices began with asking Christie to contact her producer. Hours later, Christie calmed Alex back and told him her producer wasn't taking her calls. As an alternative, Alex contacted other media houses but gave up after 8 companies cut the connection when he announced his name. It became apparent the opposition had moved first, blocking the distribution of any future chats with his sister or any other avenues that might enable a broadcast. "Julian," Alex said after their last calm hang-up, "could we broadcast ourselves?" "Admiral, we haven't the capabilities to broadcast to the readers of an entire planet. Even SAIDs have their limits. If we attempt to send our signal through a media station, our signal will be blocked. Our difficulty lies primarily in the extent of the information. Even presented in a simpler style for the populace to absorb, our program with its detailed financial information is still 0.74 hours in length." "New approach, Julian. I think we need Tatia's influence." A few ticks passed, then Tatia, her thoughts clearly disjointed, said, "Yes, Admiral, Am I interrupting something, Commander?" Alex sent, wondering if she and Alain were together. "Practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques with Captain Bonnard, who is signaling me that she is happy to end our session so that I might take your comm." "I can sympathize with the captain," Alex said dryly. He laid out the challenge they faced and requested her insight. It was code for Tatia to consider all ideas fair game. "You're trying too hard, Admiral, attempting to set this up in one shot. Layer your approach, and let human gravity work for you." "Standing by for the translation, Commander," Alex said a little impatiently. "Apologies, Admiral. It's just nice to get an easy one, for once." "Julian?" "Here, Commander," Julian replied. "How easy would it be to disseminate a link in a short message to readers via the distribution servers of the more popular media stations?" Tatia asked. "Quite easy, Commander," said Julian. "And if the link led them to your presentation that you embedded on portions of servers that did not require authentication?" Tatia said. "Layering. I like this concept, Commander. We rely on human curiosity to investigate. It's stealthy, indirect." "Yes, layering," Julian replied, savoring the new idea. Alex could imagine the algorithms undergoing reprioritization in Julian's core, applying Tatia's strategy. "I have all we need, Admiral," Julian sent. "Commander, your approach will prove invaluable." After Julian outlined the methods he would employ to spread their presentation, applying Tatia's approach, Alex sat back and considered his good fortune. The Meridians he had rescued a year ago had recommended excellent New Terran crew to him. They had become invaluable as the obstacles stacked up against them, and Tatia had become vital. Alex smiled as he recalled contacting Tatya in the midst of her hand-to-hand defense training. She had set up a workout area in a storage room on the lowest deck where she could practice combat techniques with Andrea, who had requested the sessions. The captain had hoped to incorporate the strategies of one-to-one combat techniques into their encounters with the Silver ships. Meridians and New Terrans had soon joined the training sessions to observe and later to participate. One day, Tatya had finished a session with a rather burly New Terran tech. As the man limped off the training mat, an observer had called out that the commander needed a greater challenge, someone the Admiral's size. Tatya had responded that the sessions were about tactics, techniques, and speed, not size. That's when Etienne had stepped onto the mat, nodding gravely to Tatya. She had glanced at Alex, who gave her no indications of his thoughts. During the session with the tech, she had noticed the Admiral quietly entering the room with Etienne and Alain right behind him. Tatya had begun Etienne's session by demonstrating blocking techniques to him. When she felt he was ready, she had told him to block her strike. Then Tatya had thrown a lightning-fast roundhouse punch at Etienne's shoulder. But he hadn't blocked her punch. He simply hadn't been there. That was the point where Tatya often taught slow learners the mistake of not explicitly following her instructions. She had struck quickly with a leg sweep that hadn't connected with Etienne, and had spun on the ball of her foot and shot out the other foot in a back kick to Etienne's chest. He hadn't been there either. Tatya had tried unsuccessfully many times to strike Etienne as he had spun and danced out of her way. When she had him pressed into a corner, she had struck with a straight punch to his shoulder. Etienne had slipped aside, slapping her fist past him. His technique had thrown Tatya slightly off balance, and Etienne had stepped behind her, tapping her quickly and cleanly on the back of her neck, then had danced back to the center of the mat. Breathing heavily, Tatya had straightened up, hands at her side, and had given Etienne the same grave nod he had first offered her. Etienne had returned her nod, but had also worn a cheeky smile on his face that mirrored the ones she had often seen on his creche brother's face. At Tatya's invitation, Etienne and Alain demonstrated their training techniques. People might have been forgiven for thinking that their style was little use in a fight, since the twins never landed a strike, hand or foot, on each other. But the astute had noted that it was a matter of potential success, not actual contact. What had been eye-opening was the speed of their dance. They had been a whirlwind of arms and legs, moving so quickly that they had never appeared to stand still. When Tatya had called a halt to the demonstration, Etienne and Alain stopped in mid-movement, backing away from each other, their chests heaving for air. "Could you two judge the outcome of your session?" Tatya had asked. 5-3, Commander, Alain replied. When Tatya had shown her confusion, Alain said, "My twin scored 5 times over my 3. Etienne has always been slightly better, for a reason we have never been able to define." Both had turned and nodded to Tatya, then left for their cabins and a refresher. "Admiral," Tatya had sent, "I knew they were fast. I just never thought they would have an entire practice." "Surprises, Commander," Alex had replied. "They ensure we live in interesting times." Wayne, a third-year student at Ullum University, was taking a break between classes and sat on a bench under a tree-lined walkway to check his reader. At the top of his comm list, he found an odd message. It held a colorful icon of the Méridien liner Rêveur, accompanied by the text, "Another chat with the Admiral." He thumbed at the icon, and his spooler indicated an incoming vid. Wayne glanced up to see 3 female students approaching, and he took a chance. He wasn't a popular person, but the Admiral certainly was, especially among the university's female undergraduates. "Hey, Fems," Wayne called out. "I have a vid of the Admiral in another chat." His invitation couldn't have worked better. The 3 young women hurried over to him. Two crowded onto the bench beside him, and the third leaned over his shoulder from behind. Their sense sprays filled his nose with enticing aromas. The popular sprays were designed to have an engaging effect on males when in close proximity, and Wayne's heart was hammering from the overload of 3 different femmes so close to him. Wayne thumbed the vid icon, which now indicated a completed download. It opened with an image of Admiral Racine sitting in his ship's command chair, which elicited oohs and ahs from the young women as they leaned closer for a better look. As the Admiral began speaking, the femmes called to several friends to join them. While others joined the viewing, Wayne found himself entranced by the information. When financial statements and graphs began showing, the women expressed moans of disappointments. Much to Wayne's surprise, he hushed the audience. "Quiet! Listen to what he's saying." One undergraduate, who knew Wayne slightly, said, "You're the finance major, Wayne, so translate." For the remainder of the vid, Wayne found himself the center of attention as he explained what the Admiral was showing them. President Pro Tem Clayton and the Ministry of Space Exploration were defrauding the people with the help of many of the companies involved in the space programs. Effectively, the president had thrown the New Terran Méridien Pact out the airlock. Wayne never made his next 2 classes. When the presentation ended, those who had seen the beginning left, checking their own readers, and those who came late for the start now begged him to play the vid again and keep talking. Wayne, a quiet university finance student, soon became a very popular icon on campus. For a long while he would never again sit at a meal table without the company of femmes. In less than 10 hours, nearly every adult who cared about New Terran society had downloaded the vid. The Sades worked diligently to add their vid to new servers as millions of reader requests threatened to crash the original servers. It had been Julian's projection that a significant portion of the populace might view the vid over the next couple of days, but he had underestimated human curiosity and word-of-mouth communication. Julian, harried as Alex had ever heard him when he was asked the status of the vid downloads that morning, said, "Admiral, we have been much too successful. Excuse me now." Late in the afternoon, Julian informed Alex that they wouldn't require a special distribution of the vid to the Assembly members' readers. The entire government, President Pro Tem, ministers, Assembly representatives, and staff, all had probably already viewed the vid. 9. The Assembly Speaker recognized Nemea Lorne. The elderly representative rose and in a fiery speech put forth a resolution that demanded President Pro Tem Clayton Downing appear before the Assembly and respond to the accusations made by Admiral Racine. The shouts of Downing's supporters drowned out the Speaker's response. After order was restored, the Speaker announced a resolution was on the floor and called for a second. He had his choice of over 100 shouted ayes. Once order was restored again, the Assembly took a vote, and President Pro Tem Downing was ordered to appear in front of the Assembly in 2 days. "Admiral, you have a planetside comm," Julian signaled. Alex interrupted his conversation with Mickey and Eric to respond. He had been reviewing their progress in recruiting contractors. Many of the companies had completed partner agreements with the banks and were finalizing negotiations with Mickey and Eric over their choice of Méridien technology. However, not a single contractor had committed to an agreement with House Alexander. According to Mickey, they were afraid the government would step in, squash the contract, confiscate the technology, and penalize the company. Alex could hardly recognize the world he had returned to as his own. "Good morning, Assembly Representatives Lorne and Pritchard," Alex responded. "How may I be of service?" "Admiral Racine," Nemea Lorne said, "the Assembly has summoned Downing to appear before the hall in 2 days. You are also summoned to appear at the same time." "I look forward to it. In what format will this take place?" Alex asked. Downing will take the floor to respond to your distributed vid. You will have an opportunity for rebuttal. Then the Assembly will ask questions of either of you until the session is closed by a majority vote. We will debate the testimony received, examine the evidence, and choose to either affirm Clayton's election or elect another president pro tem. If we choose the latter, candidates will be nominated, reviewed, and voted on by the Assembly. Admiral, Pritchard interjected, this process has never happened before, so we have no idea how long it will take. Not to worry, sirs. The process will be speedy, I assure you, Alex said, and closed the comm. What Alex couldn't see were the stunned expressions the two representatives exchanged over Nemea Lorne's desk, wondering what political force had been unleashed on their world. 2 days later, Alex landed with a full escort on Prima's shuttle runway. No strikers had lifted to engage his shuttle while Sheila and her daggers kept watch, and no TSF troopers met him to escort him to Government House. For the ride to the Assembly, Julian had hired a civilian transport with a seating capacity of 36. When the hover transport settled to the ground beside the Assembly Hall, Tatia led 20 armed crew off first, who ended up face-to-face with 40 armed TSF troopers led by a colonel. When Alex stepped off the transport, the colonel announced, "Admiral Racine, you are under arrest. Your people will stand down and you will come peacefully, or we will use force." "You do know, Colonel, that I was summoned to this meeting by the Assembly," Alex replied. "I have my orders, Admiral. Will you come peacefully?" the colonel demanded. "One question first, Colonel. Since when do TSF orders supersede our Assembly's summons?" Alex asked. The question stumped the colonel. He was following his general's orders, which were very specific, and stated clearly that he was to brook no arguments whatsoever. But the colonel, like the captain Alex had encountered at the shuttle terminal, was a moral man and a New Terran patriot. He believed in the rule of law, and the Admiral's words reminded him of the law he was breaking. But he needed a way out. He needed a good excuse. Alex could see the indecision in the colonel's face and body language. He had the upper hand and decided to show it. "Colonel, you might look above you." The colonel glanced up to spot news drones hovering over the group. When they had arrived, the colonel couldn't say, but they had probably recorded his exchange with the Admiral, including the Admiral's critical question. However, it was still not enough to force him to disobey his orders. It was at this moment that the Assembly Hall's side exits opened, and representatives poured out into the morning sun. They pushed their way through the lines of troopers with imperiousness, and the troopers belatedly cleared way for their world's foremost personages. "There you are, Admiral," Assemblywoman Lorne called out. "We're about to start our session. We thought you might not be coming." She walked up to Alex and hooked an arm in his, and guided him through a corridor of the representatives. "All you people with weapons can stay outside and play," Nemea commanded. At the hall's doors, she noted that 3 of Alex's people had followed them, René de Guernon and the twins. Alex sent a quick message to Tatia to stay with the transport. "Don't antagonize the colonel, Commander. He appears to be doing his job even though he doesn't like it, just like our TSF captain." "Some of us would have quit before following unlawful orders, Admiral," Tatia shot back. Alex sent Tatia an image he had recorded during her training sessions. Her body was a blur of action. Only her face was recognizable as she took down an opponent. Alex added a flare of bright white light behind her image. "Flatterer," Tatia replied. René and the twins were offered seats in the hall's visitor gallery, but Etienne politely ignored the attendant's directions and accompanied Alex onto the Assembly's dais. Downing was already seated in one of the ornate chairs on the opposite side of the platform. 2 huge TSF sergeants stood behind him. Alex offered Downing a leader's greeting, hand over heart and a nod of the head. The president pro tem stared back coldly, hatred burning in his eyes, and Alex returned Downing's black stare with a generous smile. "The President appears to still harbor ill feelings, Admiral," Etienne sent. "Do you think it's because I stunned him or because you've accused him of breaking his own laws?" "I believe his animosity is for both of us, Etienne." "That was as I thought, Admiral, but I think he hates you more," Etienne replied. The assembly was brought to order, and the Speaker of the Hall announced President Pro Tem Clayton Downing. Clayton's oratory was as refined and powerful as Alex remembered. He did a thorough job of besmirching Alex, Julian, and the Meridians. What he didn't do was present a single fact to refute Alex's claims that he'd broken the pact and subverted government funds. When Clayton sat down, the Speaker invited Alex to respond. Rather than start with a rebuttal, he apologized to the Assembly for the disruption his return to New Terra had created, and he lamented the loss of President McMorris. "According to your President Pro Tem," Alex began, "you can't believe anything my people have said. Yet half a year ago this Assembly believed everything we said. It resulted in a tremendous technological windfall for this world, and Meridian medical nanites have saved thousands of lives. Yet this man," Alex said, pointing a finger at Downing, "would have you believe that during the time we were gone, we changed so dramatically that now we manufacture evidence." Alex paused to gather his thoughts. The evidence could be manipulated by either side, and it would take too long for financial consultants to determine the truth if they had the opportunity to do so, but Downing would see that didn't happen. "Assemblywoman Lorne asked me what my intentions were if my requests for my flotilla were fulfilled," Alex said. "I told her that we would return to Libra and free the Confederation from the silver ships and their host, the giant mothership. After that, I would take my people and we would find another world. Meridians and New Terrans are not ready to mix. I am here today because I expected a warm welcome from New Terra. I expected to work together in a common cause to defeat the silver ships, the nemesis of all humans. Instead, I'm refused entry to the system. I'm told that despite my need to deliver services to an ailing ship full of 122,000 refugees, my flotilla would be attacked if we crossed the ice fields. And when I did come ahead to save those lives, we were attacked from Diomedes." The audience reacted with murmurs and questions to one another. Alex quieted them with upraised hands. "We managed to turn back all 5 strikers with a show of force, and it required my commander to go head-to-head with a striker while holding her fire just to convince the final striker pilot to turn aside. Once here, I discovered that New Terrans are being defrauded, so I chose to speak out. But know this, I am not your enemy. Those consist of the silver ships, your President Pro Tem, and some of your most powerful company leaders." A buzz of noise went around the assembly as readers announced emergency news downloads. Alex linked to Julian, who had been monitoring proceedings through the assembly's comm station. "What's hitting the representatives' readers, Julian?" "It appears, Admiral, that your vid has had repercussions outside of the general populace, specifically investigative journalists. 3 of them have taken it unto themselves to research the information you provided. 2 accountants have already come forth with corroborating testimony, but were unable to get their evidence aired. Somehow, Wayne, a student at Ulam University, received the journalists' vids and rebroadcast them to his entire campus, both students and instructors. In turn, the students and instructors shared the vids with thousands of community groups. The Speaker of the Hall has received his copies from his son, who attends Ulam, and he has distributed it to the Assembly as a critical news story. I believe the appropriate phrase from your ancients, Admiral, is power to the people." Alex glanced over to the Speaker of the Hall. The elderly man lifted his reader a few centimeters and smiled briefly at Alex, then resumed his reading. "Power to the people," Alex murmured, scanning the Assembly's members, whose heads were down over their readers. The Assembly's session took an extended break to view the vids. In the midst of their review, the representatives received a follow-up story. The investigative journalists had gathered together and aired their own story through community groups. They had been dismissed from their jobs for expressing the desire to pursue the Admiral's story. This piece of news brought Assembly scrutiny down on the media station owners, several admitting that they were threatened by the Minister of Communications, that they would be cut out of all government and ministerial reports if they didn't cooperate. The stories kept coming through various channels, none of which belonged to the media companies, until the people had finally had enough and told their representatives so. Tens of thousands of messages were received by each representative's staff every day. A common question asked how the representatives could have let the situation deteriorate to such an extent in so short a time. Most of the Assembly members were wondering the same thing. The answer was fairly simple. The arrival of the Meridians with their advanced technology and the warning of the silver ships were too much to absorb quickly. It was a crucial time in the planet's history, and suddenly they lost their leaders, the President and his ministers. The coincidence had most of the populace and many representatives wondering if the death of President McMorris was truly an accident. Assemblyman Pritchard put forth a measure to recall the President pro tem and seek an alternate candidate. Nothing Downing's supporters did could derail the measure. Clayton Downing was removed from office within a half hour of the overwhelming vote approving the measure. That majority vote even included a few of Clayton's supporters, now aghast at the extent of his corruption. The Assembly called for candidates, and 4 names were put forth. 2 candidates were ultra-conservatives. One was a well-known moderate, and the 4th was Maria Gonzalez. Alex debated for hours with his staff and Julian on how best to communicate his candidate preference. In the end, no consensus could be reached. It was decided to leave it to the will of the people and, ultimately, the will of their elected officials. The 4 candidates went through extensive sessions with Assembly review committees. The committees selected 3 of the candidates. One of the ultra-conservatives held ties too close to Downing and his supporters to be acceptable. The Assembly intended to vote on the 3 candidates, selecting the top 2, and voting again on those 2 to ensure the winner received a majority. After the initial vote, they were done. Maria Gonzalez had received a majority of the votes and was elected the new President pro tem. Maria's first act as President pro tem was to contact every minister under McMorris who had been dismissed and tell them simply, "Get your butts back to work." She walked into the office of every minister who had been appointed by Downing and dismissed each individual on the spot. TSS officers whom Maria had known and trusted now accompanied her to each office to protect the office's access and any digital files until the new minister arrived. She brought in a small cadre of TSF techs to secure Government House's servers and network. She wanted nothing erased. Next, Maria made a blanket statement to the media stations. It read, "Our society lives or dies by the veracity of our news and the openness of our society. Do your jobs." To the station owners who had dismissed their investigative journalists, Maria made personal comms. The owners' elation over the opportunity to speak to the new President pro tem wilted in the face of her statement. Hire your employees back, apologize for your error, restore their lost pay, and add a pay raise, or face prosecution for breaking our fair labor laws. Maria made sure the message was transmitted to the journalists. Subsequently, the reporters enjoyed lunch at Government House with the new President pro tem. It was a major broadcast event. Afterward, Maria gave a brief speech, publicly thanking the journalists for their pursuit of the truth. Alex waited patiently for 3 days following Maria's election to office. He knew she had a great deal to accomplish before he could request any favors, but time was wasting, and it wasn't just for the silver ships. The Joaquin's services and miscellaneous expenses had cost him 85% of his savings. He calculated he had only enough credits for 38 more days of service for his flotilla. On this evening, Alex had retired early with Renee, and they were enjoying some of Mutter's music, when Julian flashed a priority signal to him. "Admiral, I have the pleasure of announcing the new President Pro Tem, Maria Gonzalez," he said, the pride in his voice quite evident. "President Gonzalez, congratulations on your election." "Thank you, Admiral. In the future, I'll give some thought to how I may repay you for this honor." "Let me know what you think up, President Gonzalez. I may extend the same gift to my Meridians." Maria's booming laugh echoed through the calm. "First order of business, Admiral. Would you be so kind as to visit me at Government House tomorrow at 10:50 hours? Bring your key players and leave your armed escorts on the ships, except for the twins, of course. I think the populace has been frightened enough." "I look forward to it, President Gonzalez," Alex replied. 10. The Reaver landed at Prima and disgorged Alex, Renee, Andrea, Tatya, Tomas, Eric, and the twins. TSF hovercars flying the president's flag waited on the apron. Alex took note of the captain who had previously attempted to escort them to Government House. He now stood alongside the lead hovercar. He snapped a smart salute to Alex. "Good morning, Admiral," the captain said. "Punishment assignment, Captain?" Alex asked as he returned the salute. "Not at all, Admiral. I asked for the honor when I heard you were coming. Had to fight a ranking officer, my colonel, for it," the captain replied, which made Alex smile. The group was quickly loaded into 3 hovercars and whisked toward Government House. Alex, riding with Renee and Etienne in the first car, tapped the driver's shoulder and said, "Slow down, Sergeant. You have first-time visitors back there." In the second car, Tomas and Eric were glued to their windows. Both had been born on Méridien and both had lived on Libra. New Terra was nothing like either of those two worlds. Where Méridien had consumed all available space, New Terra was spacious and exhibited natural beauty everywhere. And where Libra was mostly plains of grass and meadows, this world had immense trees which the two men had never seen. Snow-capped mountains loomed in the distance, and the people. There was no conformity here, much to Tomas's delight. "Look at the people," Tomas murmured, his eyes wide in fascination. He was trapping images in his implant just as fast as he could store them. Maria waited for her guests in Government House's rotunda. As Alex and Renee approached her, they stopped and gave her a leader's greeting. "So now I'm no longer a friend," Maria said, and held out her arms toward Renee, who broke into a broad grin and ran into Maria's arms for a hug. "And you," Maria said after she and Renee separated, "are you so elevated, Admiral, you can't extend an old woman a hug?" When Maria saw Alex's ears redden, she was relieved to see that the young captain still resided inside the impressive uniform. Maria hugged Alex with great relief. She had not become the commander of the entire TSF force without being able to recognize those that coveted positions of power. She and Alex were two of a kind. Neither of them wanted the power. Maria was also an astute student of human behavior. When Eric and Tomas extended her a leader's greeting, she returned it in kind. "Welcome, Directors Monty and Stroheim, to New Terra. I understand from the Admiral's chat with his sister that you have had a most harrowing time. I'm pleased you and your people have found safety with us, and I'm very sorry for the loss of your elders." Eric had told Tomas that Tomas should lead the conversations for the two of them, and Eric would follow. He still didn't trust that he knew how to behave with an entire planet full of independents. "We are most grateful for your assistance, President Gonzalez," Tomas said, "and your sentiment for our loss is truly appreciated." "We are pleased to help, Director," Maria replied. You and Director Stroheim must dismiss the political upheaval of the past days from your minds. We start fresh today." Then she whirled around, striding toward a conference room. "Come, people, we have much work to do." In the conference room, Alex was pleased to see Ministers Drake and Jaya. It would make their efforts so much easier with the original transfer team in place. They sat around a conference table and hammered out problems. In most cases, Maria assigned her two ministers the work of opening the tea stations, reviewing the trade of Méridien technology for the services of the city ship contractors, and ensuring the safety of her visitors. On the latter issue, she eyed Tatya. "And how do I call you, sir?" Maria asked, using the Méridien honorific. "My rank is Commander, Madam President," Tatya responded. "Admiral, is it appropriate that the Commander manage your security and transport with my TSF appointee?" "Most appropriate, President Gonzalez. The Commander has been keeping my people alive ever since we left." Maria looked down the conference table at her ex-major, who sat with a small smile on her face. Maria was pleased Tatya had found someone who appreciated her unique skills. Ministers Drake and Jaya requested the communication and organizational structure for Alex's staff regarding the tea stations and Barren Island. "We had a solid organization on Libra, and I want the same thing here," Alex replied. "Andrea has overall command. Mickey, who is on the Unsermention at this time, is our chief engineer. Sayers, Monty, and Stroheim will oversee their city ships. Commander Tachenko will reinvigorate the tea stations and Barren Island, and Commander Reynard will manage fighter training." "The tea station managers, as well as Commander Jameson, Admiral, were replaced. Is that going to be a problem?" Maria asked. "Your pardon, Madam President," Alex replied. "We need the original people who understood Méridien production quality and training. Furthermore, our present circumstances are unlike that when we repaired the Rever. Commander Tachenko, status, fighters, and parts?" "The Moneymaker has 22 fighters and the parts to build 31 more, Admiral." Alex wasn't surprised to hear the number of assembled fighters had grown. "You see, Madam President," Alex continued, "we need Barren Island to assemble our remaining fighters and polish our pilots' training. Most of the work done by the tea stations will be for parts they have not previously made and will be supplied to the contractors to complete the work on the Unsermention and repair our shuttles." Alex sat back in his chair for a moment and regarded the entire table. "My next comments will be news for my people, President Gonzalez. Please excuse us a moment." Maria was surprised by Alex's imperiousness, thinking he was asking her to leave the conference room. Then she noticed that all of Alex's people had entered the fugue state that indicated they were deep in communication via their implants. She exchanged glances with Will and Jaya while the three of them waited. After a while, Will whispered to Maria, "Must be a special announcement." He glanced at Darrell. His fellow minister had a wistful look on his face, as if he couldn't wait to have an implant of his own. "People," Alex had sent, "half the flotilla will leave for Libra once the Freedom is properly outfitted, the fighters are assembled, and the shuttles are repaired." "Half, Admiral?" Andrea asked. "Yes, Captain. We will leave the other liners, the second freighter, and the Unsermention in the care of our good people here. We will be taking the Rever, the Outward Bound, the Moneymaker, and the Freedom back to Libra as soon as possible. We will have to accommodate a transfer of crew onto the Freedom and move families off the city ship. Tomas, you need to work with Andrea, Tatya, Sheila, Eric, and the Sades to determine what type of crew you will need to operate as an alternate base for our fighters, including their rearmament. Also, we need to know how many people will need transferring off your city ship." "Your orders are clear, Admiral," Tomas responded. "Why the hurry, Admiral?" Eric asked. "Why not wait until the Unsermention is completed? The silver ships will not be going anywhere for many years." There was a long silence. "Alex," Renee sent privately, "in this regard you are somewhat transparent to us. We know when you have a concern that you don't yet feel comfortable sharing, but these are your people now. Trust them." Alex reached under the table to grasp Renee's hand and sent her a vid of her in Cordelia's hollow art. The pasture, sunshine haloing the trees, and a soft wind blowing through the grasses and her hair. "I believe we need to return soonest to Libra to perform a rescue," Alex sent to the group. "Rescue whom, Admiral? The people we left behind are gone," Tomas sent with all the intensity he could muster. "I understand, Ser Monty. That's why I'm not anxious to share what I believe we must do. That is, we have to rescue the silver ships, or at least their inhabitants." Maria and her ministers were still waiting patiently when Alex's people twitched in their chairs. Several broke out of their implant fugue with surprised exclamations. "Well, Admiral, I see I'm not the only one you can surprise, or should I say shock," said Maria, leaning forward on the table and observing the heightened emotions washing through Alex's people. "Is this a secret, or are you allowed to share?" Alex was watching Tomas, who, despite his Méridien training, was on the verge of tears, anguish written across his face. "Madam President," Alex said, "as you are aware, 2,200 of Ser Monty's people were left behind on Libra. You will understand why most here are finding it difficult to comprehend me when I say we must rescue the inhabitants of the silver ships." The group broke out into individual discussions, but Alex continued to focus on Tomas as the Libran brought his emotions under control. "Admiral, you have done much for my people, and we follow you," Tomas sent privately. "I wait to hear your reasoning for this unusual course of action." Andrea restored order, requesting it through her priority mode, and then said, "Madam President, as the senior captain, it is usually my duty to ask the obvious question when the rest of us are confounded by the Admiral's new directions. Would you care to do the honors?" A sly smile crossed Maria's face. She had missed this group of wonderful young people. "I would be happy to, Captain." "Well, Admiral, I believe an explanation is in order, if you wouldn't mind." Alex was ordering his thoughts, wondering where to start. Once again, the decision seemed obvious to him, but the evidence was tenuous at best. "Sir," Renee received from Julian, "might I borrow your harness audio?" Renee readily agreed. Julian had tapped into Government House's FTL comm station to monitor his charges. Similarly, Sheila Reynard, who was told by the Admiral to stand down from overflights, had launched a training exercise for her and Hatsuto that just happened to occupy the upper atmosphere over Prima. "If I may, Admiral," Julian requested. "Proceed, Julian," Alex replied. The conference group heard Julian's voice emanate from Renee's harness. "Greetings, everyone. And congratulations on your election, President Gonzalez." "Thank you, Julian," Maria replied. "I wish to say that I concur with the Admiral's thought that the inhabitants of the silver ships are in need of an intervention. Whether they are slaves or are a harnessed aggressive species, the two may not be mutually exclusive. I would ask our people to consider our second encounter with the silver ship in Bellamond. First, we destroyed one, then others were sent our way, including one too far to help. And consider Captain Azastal's vids of the single-entry port and the control exhibited by the mothership, limiting the silver ships to entering one at a time. There are many more subtle clues, but it amounts to domination of one species over the other." "Admiral, what's the alternative if you're wrong?" Tatya asked. "That's why we go fully loaded, Weapons Master," Alex replied. "If I'm wrong, then we wipe the silver ships from space." Weapons Master. Tatya thought over the title and found it suited her. "Just how do we test your theory, Admiral?" Andrea asked. "That part I have yet to work out," Alex replied. "But my sense of things is that the defeat of the silver ships in the Arno system is fresh on the minds of our enemy, the inhabitants of the silver ships and the mothership. The sooner we return, the sooner we can leverage the impact of our encounters with them." Maria looked to her right at Eric. He had been quiet throughout this critical part of the discussion. When Eric saw the president gazing at him, he decided it was time to share a bit of what he had learned. He leaned toward Maria and pitched his harness audio quite low. "This is the part, leader, where I find it best to sit and observe, to prevent any untoward contact with airlocks." He smiled graciously at Maria, happy to have been able to impart wisdom to a new leader. Maria called a halt to their discussions to break for lunch. On their way to the dining room, Renee calmed Tomas and Eric about what they were about to eat, telling them it would be a little bland, but it was wholesome and all the protein was cultured. Alex asked Maria for a private moment, and she ushered him into a side room, a clerk vacating the office for her. "Madam President—" "Alex," Maria interrupted him, "don't you think you and I can dispense with titles when we're alone? It will make the conversations go so much faster." "Short is good, Maria," Alex said, laughing with her. It was good to work with Maria again. Alex had been bothered by his decision to remove Downing, unsure of whether he had done it because he hated the man or because he truly believed it was for the good of his world. His uncertainty existed despite the fact that Downing was a thief and cared not one whit for the people. "I have 3 immediate personal needs, Maria," Alex said. "1, I need the salaries for my crew reinstated. Downing and his Minister of Space Exploration canceled them." "Done. What else?" Maria said. "I have been using my personal funds to pay Joaquin Station for services, and I've just about exhausted them." "Again, not a problem, Alex. Have Hezekiah build the ministry going forward and send me a total of what you have paid. I will reimburse you. And your last concern?" "The first year's installment for the purchase of my G-Sling program has not been paid. Under the circumstances, you may find that program obsolete within another year with your adoption of Méridien technology. I will settle for the first year's installment and cancel the obligation for the final 2 years." "Very generous of you, Alex. I accept your offer and will see you paid for the first year immediately. Anything else?" "No, I thank you, Maria," Alex said, relief in his voice. "Well, we can't have the man who's trying to save the human race going out into the deep dark broke," said Maria. She hooked Alex's arm and led him to the dining hall. At the dining table, Daryl Jaya paused in the middle of a bite as a thought occurred to him. He swallowed it and began chuckling to himself. He regarded Alex down the table. "Do you recall my final comment to you, Admiral, before you left for Oikos?" Alex thought through his farewell comm with President McMorris, the transfer team, the T-station managers, and Commander Jameson. Then he burst out laughing, and Daryl joined in. When they settled down, Alex looked at the expectant faces around the table and explained, "The last thing Minister Jaya said to me was that he hoped I would bring back more friends." The room joined in the laughter. Alex had brought back more friends, an entire world of them. 11. The flotilla's leaders set to work duplicating their Libran efforts. Sheila, Robert, and Hatsuto led 3 flights of daggers to Barren Island. A shuttle delivered the Libran pilots right behind them. Upon landing, Sheila discovered that the previous commander and every Stryker pilot had deserted the island when Downing was removed from the presidency. Robert volunteered to test a Stryker and, after a half-hour flight, pronounced them excellent children's toys. Sheila then had the 7 Strykers exiled to a pad behind the engine test warehouse. Shuttles in need of heavy servicing were also flown to Barren Island. 2 of them barely completed their trips. They would require major engine overhauls before they could lift again. Commander Jameson arrived with the original T-Manager. and they reoriented Baron's engineers and techs, who were ecstatic to return to assembling daggers. They had grown weary of building substandard fighters. Libran engineers, who had accompanied the shuttles and wearing ship's suits and harnesses, joined the Baron techs and engineers. Both groups had worked with each other's people before, and since they were tech people talking to tech people, the two groups felt together as if at a family reunion. Over the days, shuttles were returned to service, and they launched skyward to rendezvous with the Moneymaker, loading crates of dagger parts and returning to Baron Island. The process started slow, but as more shuttles were returned to service, the work accelerated. At one point, a group of Baron engineers and techs journeyed to one city ship and then the other, working on shuttles in too poor a state to make the trip to Baron. A key component of Alex's grand scheme involved the new Terran city ship contractors. It fell to Jaya and Drake to review the House Alexander agreements. The trade of contractor services for Méridien technology was contrary to the original pact, but the point was moot since Downing and his compatriots had already violated the agreement by distributing the technology to new Terran companies without the approval of the Assembly. It was Jaya who pointed out to Maria and Drake that Julian had chosen to trade processes, not Méridien products that could compete with existing new Terran products. Madam President, it will take these smaller companies that House Racine has chosen years, if not a decade or more, to develop the technology into products that they can sell. Clever or coincidental, Drake mused. Considering the Admiral invited bankers seeking investment opportunities to the same meeting as the contractors, it's no coincidence, just the workings of Alex and his Sades, Maria replied. Regarding Downing, Madam President, will there be any legal charges brought against him for violating the pact without authority? Or for the other thing? Jaya asked, his voice trailing off. You mean for the murder of President McMorris? Maria asked. Violating the pact is easily proven, and we can indict him for that, but he can make a case for emergency circumstances and his powers as President pro tem. It would be a long, drawn-out affair that we may or may not win. On this point, I'm still weighing my options. In the case of the hover car accident, unfortunately, we have no proof of his involvement. Madam President, what's your pleasure on the question of the contractor agreements? Drake asked. Give House Alexander and the contractors my approval. I will inform the Assembly of my decision, Maria replied. Tatia visited the tea stations, greeting the managers who had returned to their jobs at Maria's invitation. Julian sent his list of supplies to the master gen machines at each tea station, and the engineers set about gathering the material required by the first-stage machines. Production was active at all three sites within 3 days of the return of the managers. Once Tatia had the tea stations up and running, she flew to the Freedom and joined Tomas and Mickey to review the city ship's bays. Having spent so much time aboard the Moneymaker, where every meter of precious space had been occupied, the cavernous bays of the city ship appeared even more expansive than she had recalled. "How much flight and load do you wish to accommodate, Commander?" Tomas asked. "All we have, Director. That would be 56 fighters, 224 silos of missiles, and fuel tanks to accommodate 5,600 hours of flight time under full power," Tatia replied. "A Moneymaker bay barely has room for 4 silos and a single fuel tank. Your ship will be our supply reserves." Tatia linked Mickey and Tomas into a conference comm, signaled Cordelia, and requested she stay on the comm after Julian and Andrea had been linked. "Captain, I have no problems with the equipment aspect of the Freedom as an alternate fighter base. The real question is, how do we manage personnel? Without knowing which strategies the Admiral will employ, we are unable to determine the demands of each ship for pilots and flight crews. How do you wish to proceed?" "The Admiral has confirmed that the city ship will remain outside the system at all times. It will be a repository for the fighters to arm and refuel if necessary, or to use as their escape vessel if the Moneymaker is lost. He does want 8 daggers permanently stationed aboard the Freedom in the event time has to be bought for the city ship's jump to FTL. We won't be recruiting additional flight crew, so transfer 3 teams from the Moneymaker to the Freedom, and I'll give you Chief Roth and his flight crew and keep Chief Peterson aboard the Reaver. Let me know if that works out for you as you arrange material, Commander. Understood, Captain, Tatia sent. Later, she flew back to the Reaver in time to catch the evening meal, learning Alex and Renee were landing aboard, which meant Alain was returning as well. Any day that ended with her and Alain alone in their cabin was a good day as far as Tatia was concerned. That evening, a thought occurred to Tatia. Julian, where are the gen machines for the minelets? They were transferred to Barren Island yesterday, Commander. Barren Island? I think it would be safer to have the minelets assembled at T2, away from our people and daggers. There is no need to be concerned, Commander. The machines are still in their crates, Julian replied. All right, Julian, what am I missing? The Admiral stated that if you were to ask my assistance making more minelets, Commander, I was to respond that I was unavailable. He stated he had no further use for minelets should you inquire. Fairly adamant on the subject, was he? Tatia sent. The Admiral did state that if you pursued the matter to tell you that you were holding a losing hand. But why would you hold someone's lost hand in the first place has not been a priority reference research for me. Evening meal was a calm and good-natured event. The crowded liners had been able to transfer their people to the city ships. The new President Pro Tem and her ministers were in place and expediently resolving issues. The people of the Unsermention had witnessed the first contractors boarding their city ship and starting work with the materials stored aboard. For the moment, there were no emergencies to solve. Alex enjoyed one of the most relaxing meals he'd had in a long while, evident to the crew who saw the extra trips made to the food dispensers for the Admiral. Mickey and some engineers had sought to fabricate larger serving dishes, only to discover that it would complicate the food processes. The controller recipes would have to be reprogrammed with an option for meal sizes, and the dispensers would have to be enlarged to accommodate the larger dishes. On hearing Mickey's lament about his failure, Pia had enfolded her new Terran lover in her arms and whispered, "My people will not let you starve, dear heart. We will make all the trips to the dispensers necessary to fill this huge body of yours." Early the following morning, Renee and Therese began a tour of the flotilla, checking on the medical suites for supplies and equipment. They were especially focused on the ships that would be returning to Libra. Therese usually enjoyed lively conversations with Renee, but this morning aboard the shuttle flight to the Moneymaker, she sat next to a subdued Renee. "Sir, do you wish to converse?" Therese asked, waiting and watching the subtle movements of Renee's face, which betrayed her emotions. "Did you know that when Alex grew anxious for the safety E-switches to be readied at Bellamond, that Andrea felt pressure in her mind from Alex?" Renee asked. "I had known that, sir, but Tatia shared with me that she was asleep one evening in Libra when the Admiral woke her through her implant. She said she felt his presence." "Has he asked again about a third implant?" Renee asked. "No, sir, but I did speak to an implant engineer on the Freedom. She had no experience with more than 2 implants. Julian has her library files. Do you have concerns with the present configuration or a future installation?" Therese asked, now feeling some anxiety about the Admiral's health. Renee sat quietly, debating whether to share. It had been an intimate moment, but she was concerned for both the man and the Admiral. "Last night was a very memorable night, Therese. During our intercourse, Alex found a way to create a feedback loop of our pleasure through our implants. It wasn't as much about our thoughts. It was what we were feeling. Such powerful climaxes. So easily. So many," Renee said, her thoughts fading as she reminisced. Therese belatedly noticed her mouth was open and closed it quickly. Surely, sir, this is not an unwelcome thing. Renee looked over at Therese, who appeared to have forgotten this was a medical discussion. Therese's eyes sparkled in anticipation. Renee smiled at her medical officer. At the time, Therese, it was anything but unwelcomed. Therese offered Sarah her own smile, wondering what it must have felt like. She felt a hint of jealousy, which was quickly drowned out by her concern for the Admiral. Do you believe the twin implants offer a danger to him? I believe Alex's actions last night were deliberate, not an unintended consequence of the implants. As it regards sex, our Alex was not experienced before we met, and I have felt his anxiousness to participate in kind. I understand, Therese said, the situation becoming clear. Our shy young captain finds a mature Méridien woman on his hands and wishes to be her equal in bed, but he lacks the skills. Just so, Therese, Renee acknowledged. I have been careful to refrain from being creative, but his very presence often distracts me from my control. So our inexperienced new Terran seeks to find a way to reciprocate the pleasure he receives from his Méridien mistress, and he has found one. By the expression on your face, he has surpassed himself. May I ask for details of what it felt like? For clinical purposes, sir? Renee eyed her companion, perhaps the closest Méridien friend she still had. Let me say, Therese, that it was indescribable, an intensity I would not believe existed. The more I sought to please him, the more pleasure I received. My efforts for him, for us, became self-fulfilling. It was frightening and exhilarating at the same time. Oh, the infinite stars. Imagine, Therese mused. Yes, imagine, Renee echoed quietly. It is just as well, sir. The power and capabilities of these implants are in the mind of a man we honor. Just so, Therese, just so, Renee replied. 12. By the 46th day after the flotilla's return to New Terra, all daggers had been assembled from parts and flown to their respective ships. The 4 ships returning to Libra were resupplied. The contractors were making great progress on the Unceramention. Fuel tanks and missile silos were still being installed on the Freedom. The flotilla's shuttles were fully restored and scheduled to begin transferring personnel and passengers. At least, that was the plan. Alex found himself invited by Tomas to a meeting of the Libran elders aboard the Freedom. Tomas met Alex and Etienne as they descended the shuttle's ramp in Freedom's Bay. The director offered Alex an apology for the interruption of his day's agenda, but said nothing else regarding the meeting. In a conference room, 5 elders waited respectfully near the door rather than taking seats. Alex received their bio-IDs as he greeted each of them. The elders, as was their habit, greeted him by placing their right hand on their heart and their left hand on his heart, nodding their respect. Alex returned their greeting with a solemn nod of his own. He walked to a chair at the head of the table, knowing he must sit before the elders would. It was another of those disconcerting Méridien habits that Alex accepted, but only with conscious effort. As well, Alex had to be the first to speak. I'm here to hear the concerns of the people, he said, knowing the elders would not have requested a face-to-face meeting if they hadn't come to some critical and universal decision, so easily reached with their communal capable implants. With over 100,000 people aboard the Freedom, it might have taken them 2 or 3 days, but without the implants, it would have taken them forever. As always, the Admiral is concerned for the safety of our families, children, and elders by his wishes to transfer them to the Unceramention and planetside, said Bibi, the daughter of Fiona Hurricane. The question is asked, Admiral, with due respect. Did we not join House Alexander? Yes, Bibi, the Librans did join my house, to my great joy, Alex replied. Bibi appeared middle-aged, but was probably 125 to 140 years old. It was always a challenge to see such a face and remember that he was speaking to someone who had probably lived 4 or 5 of his lifetimes. Phoebe nodded her appreciation of the honor paid her and her people. "Then the next question is asked, Admiral. Are we not worthy of sharing the risks of the House?" Of all the questions Alex had prepared himself to answer, this wasn't one of them. The Librans sought to honor what Alex and his people had done for them. If Alex attempted to protect them, he would humiliate them. The Confederation had already done that to them, declaring them as independents, and they didn't want to be put aside again. "There will be no transfers, elders. You honor your house by sharing its risks." Alex rose up, signaling the end of the meeting. The elders rose and paid him full honor for his decision. He acknowledged their respect and wished them a good day. On the way back to his shuttle, he contacted Andrea. "Captain, your job just got easier. There will be no passenger transfers off the Freedom. There's plenty of room aboard to add the crew and techs we require. You will need to ensure there are cabins completed and outfitted for them." "No passenger transfers, Admiral?" asked Andrea. She had been prepared to move over 82,000 people comprised of individuals, families, especially children, and elders. "That's an affirmative, Captain. I think our Librans are tired of being set aside, regardless of the reason." "I see, Admiral. Better to die free and valued rather than live safely but discarded." "I wish I had thought of that first, Captain, before I attempted to move them." "Then you would have been Méridien instead of alien, sir." Andrea heard Alex's laughter in response to the Reaver's running joke about their admiral. "I'm getting better at this," she thought. 2 days before their return to Libra, Alex gave permission for the release of the 23 new Terrans who wanted off the Reaver. The reaction among Alex's people was mixed. His Meridians were honored by their service but confused that they would abandon their house. His new Terrans' reactions ran the gamut from disgust to sadness. The hardest hit were the fighter pilots, witnessing 2 of their own give up just before the final engagement. Alex had ordered Therese deactivate the crew members' cell-gen nanites and remove their implants. It had been a difficult decision for Alex, but he was adhering to the letter of the pact. Meridian technology was only to be distributed by the government. Alex, Renee, and Andrea waited for the 23 to assemble in the Reaver's bay. The old Libran orbital shuttle had been scrapped, and the flotilla's best shuttle was now at the Admiral's disposal. Alex, standing in front of the group, took the high road despite his feeling of being deserted, and he thanked them for their service. He praised them for volunteering when so much had been unknown. Renee added her thanks for the service they had extended toward their foreign cousins. It brought small smiles to many of the somber faces. Andrea informed them that the President had restored crew salaries, and their accumulated pay had been transferred into their accounts. When praise and announcements were complete, Andrea called the crew to attention, and they delivered their last salute to their admiral, then boarded the shuttle for the flight to Prima. During the rest of the day, Alex worked to keep up a brave face, but his heart wasn't in it. He had known that there was every possibility he would lose crew after returning to New Terra, but after the discovery of the Confederation's utter devastation, he had considered that every man and woman would be galvanized to stay the course to protect the human race. On the other hand, I'm not the best judge of people, Alex admitted ruefully to himself. Maybe I should be grateful that only 23 left. Those closest to Alex saw the impact on him of the crew's exit. His Meridians and Julian were reminded that the tug pilot who had rescued them had been leading a solitary life. Julian shared his concerns with Cordelia, who took a moment to review her personal history with Alex. One event stood out to her. One event when Alex was momentarily free of his responsibilities. It was the evening he danced in her waterfall's spray on the Reaver's bridge. This gave her an idea, which she shared with Julian. An hour before evening meal, Alex had been called to his cabin and told by his co-leader that they would be late if he didn't hurry and change into his dress uniform. Renee was in a gay mood, so Alex was happy to comply. Now he sat next to Renee aboard a shuttle en route to the Freedom. "As the Admiral," Alex said, "I should be made aware of the details of the occasion." "Yes, you should," replied Renee, enjoying Alex's pretense. Alex and Renee exited the shuttle in the company of Etienne and Alain. Alex had noticed that the twins were also in their best uniforms and without their stun guns, a habit they had resumed upon the flotilla's return to Oistus. When he had eyed Etienne's waist, the twin had acknowledged Alex's unasked question with a polite nod of his head. Suddenly, everyone is keeping secrets, Alex had thought. As they rode the Freedom's lifts, Renee leading, Alex realized they were not headed to the ship's conference rooms, but toward the Central Park. "Julian, can you at least share with me what's going on?" "Julian?" Alex let out a resigned sigh. "You too, Julian," he mumbled. They exited the last lift into Freedom's grand Central Park. The three-story expanse of greenery was lit by small evening footlights that highlighted the foliage, the walkways, and the pools. Refreshment tables lined the shop fronts. There was enough food and drink to serve thousands of people, which was a good thing, since the park was completely filled with Librans and New Terrans, all dressed in their finest. Indecision caused Alex to stutter to a halt. "Renee, you should have warned me. Are they expecting an address from me?" "Why are you asking me, Alex?" Renee replied, confused by Alex's continued pretense in the face of the event. Tomas, Therese, and Lena bustled up to Alex. "Ah, our host arrives," Tomas announced. He enthusiastically shook Alex's hand and greeted Renee with a leader's bow. Lena took the opportunity to deliver a House de Guernon greeting to Alex. As Lena kissed Alex's cheeks, her scent irritated his nose, and his subsequent swiping produced a frown on Lena's face. "Sir," Renee said privately to Lena, "I'm sure you're employing a most successful pheromone, but you forget. The Admiral isn't Méridien." It was at that moment that Alex turned his head and sneezed. "This fete was a wonderful idea, Admiral," Tomas exclaimed, putting aside his irritation with his daughter. "My people typically only have intimate celebrations for the birth of a child or a declaration of formal partnership." Maria Gonzalez and her husband appeared from behind Tomas. "Lovely idea, Admiral," she said. "There is much to celebrate, and doing so on this magnificent ship is a wonderful idea. We thank you for the invitation." Alex never got to ask the question plaguing him. Guest after guest greeted him, extending their appreciation. Ministers Drake and Jaya with their spouses were present. Jaya was literally tipsy at the opportunity to explore the city ship, but his wife told him that if he did so, she would leave him. At one point, Tomas led Alex to the midpoint of the park's central walkway, where a large holovid display was active. In the holovid's center stood Eric Stroheim, Captain Reinhold, and several others, smiling in anticipation. "Greetings, Admiral. We are in the Unser-Menschen's central rotunda. While it is not completed, we have done our best to decorate it as you have requested. I must admit I was dubious at first, but your fete has done wonders for the morale of our people. The contractors were especially helpful with preparations. I believe this is the correct manner of honoring at a New Terran fete, Admiral," Eric said as everyone in the holovid frame hoisted their glasses to toast him. Alex and Renee stayed in front of the holovid for nearly half an hour as people streamed through the vid pickup to honor the co-leaders of House Alexander. Finally, Alex and Renee signaled their exit to Eric, who walked into the frame and rendered a respectful bow to both of them. Alex turned around and came face to face with Amy Mallard. "Professor Mallard," he said with surprise. "Alex, so wonderful to see you again," she said, embracing him in a hug. "I was delighted to get your invitation. Would you believe I've just experienced my first shuttle trip only to arrive at this gala affair aboard this breathtaking ship? Will wonders never cease? And to think, Alex, you're the man in charge." Renee watched the familiar blush creep slowly up Alex's neck, brought on by the professor's overly familiar embrace, her compliments, and her brilliant smile. Renee suddenly was very interested in knowing this woman. In her mind, Tatia was one of the more striking new Terrans she had seen. The professor, with her dark, wavy, luxurious hair and wide-set, striking brown eyes, would be considered a beauty in any civilization. Renee, Alex said, may I present my undergraduate advisor, Professor Amy Mallard? Professor, may I present— Renee de Guernon, Amy said courteously, extending her hand. It's a pleasure to meet the woman who captured our Alex's heart. Renee, recognizing an opportunity to discover more about Alex's past, said, Professor Mallard, please, Renee, call me Amy. That would please me, Amy. I feel we have so much to discuss. Join me for a drink, won't you? Renee said, linking her arm in Amy's and turning her back down the pathway. That looks dangerous, Alex heard. He turned around to discover his sister, Christy, eyeing the two women as they walked away. Your old unrequited love talking to your new love, Christy said, shaking her head sympathetically. It's not a good time to be you, big brother. Then she hugged Alex fiercely, whispering, It's okay, brother of mine. After they finish sharing their secrets about you, I'll still love you, Christy said, giggling in his ear. Alex drew breath to retort, but stopped when he heard his mother call his name. Katie and Duggan hugged him as well. Both of them were beaming at him as they surveyed the decorated park and the huge crowd of people. The Librans were taking the opportunity to celebrate and were dressed in their best, even if their best was often their least, visually speaking. The Meridians appear to be very demonstrative, Katie said, eyeing two young women strolling toward them in their nearly sheer, bright covers that hung off a single shoulder by the slenderest of threads. Their gay expressions turned serious as they passed Alex's group, dipping their heads to the Admiral with a hand over their hearts. Once past, they quickly resumed their conversation and laughter. It's a good thing these people don't know you like we know you, Christy said absently as she watched people pass by their group, each one paying their respects to her brother. Tell me about it, Alex growled under his breath. From what I've heard, Alex, Duggan said, you've pulled off some extraordinary feats. Fortune, Alex responded. Oh, so my son no longer tells the truth, Katie said, squaring around to face Alex. Oops, Christy murmured. Fortune and a great deal of help from our Sades and my people, Alex admitted. He could see his mother was not about to accept that response either. Thankfully, he spied Tomas and Therese approaching and introduced his family to them. Alex left them chatting, his family communicating through the small audio units the Meridians employed when planetside on New Terra. It appeared that all of the New Terran guests had been issued the units. Alex meandered around the park's pathways, lost in thought, occasionally spotting others he knew. Andrea was in conversation with Captain Cordova, the two of them resplendent in house dress uniforms. Tatia and Alain strolled arm in arm, their heads close together. The pair made him smile, reminding him of how he and Renee appeared to others. As Alex continued to stroll, his mind wandered, and people, noticing his lack of attention to the occasion, greeted him silently. Alex's thoughts were on his recent pronouncement. His intention to investigate the need to free the inhabitants of the silver ships had disturbed a great many people. It was hard for the Librans to accept. They had lost thousands of elders. It was even harder for the Meridians, whose colonies had been destroyed, and his new Terrans weren't excluded. They had lost 2 pilots. The only sympathetic voice he had found so far was Julian. "May I greet you, Admiral?" "Amelia?" asked Alex, turning around. Although still a child, she was dressed as a young woman, and despite her youth, her eyes belied a great deal more experience than any child should possess. Alex smiled at her and said, "It would be my pleasure to receive your greeting, Amelia." Alex felt Amelia's slender arms reach around his waist, imitating Eloise's formal greeting to him. Having found each other, the two girls had become inseparable. Amelia held him for a moment, then slowly released him. "When did you receive your implant, Amelia?" Alex sent carefully. "On the journey to your homeworld, Admiral," Amelia replied, her thoughts wavering as she attempted to focus. "It is necessary to have one to communicate effectively with Cordelia and with adults." Alex's heart broke for Amelia. Her childhood had ended when her play had cost the life of Bobby Singh, the new Terran tech who had protected her from a collision with a fully loaded grav pallet. "You are doing well with it," Alex responded. "I'm learning the games with Ser Monty and Tante Therese." Alex smiled at the thought of Aunt Therese. He had always sensed an underlying sadness in Therese, despite her jocularity and ready wit. It seemed that Amelia's time with Tomas and Therese had done much to lessen her sadness. He was happy for her. After Amelia left him, Alex continued to wander the park, stopping by one of the lit pools, the colorful fish gliding around searching for food. Renee came up beside him, taking his arm and leaning against his shoulder. "A wonderful fate, my heart," Renee sent. "Yes, wonderful occasion," Alex replied, linking Julian, Cordelia, Z, and Mutter into a private conversation. "Admiral," Z responded, "I have learned that there are times when silence is more critical than communication. I believe this is one of them." Alex looked at Renee, who smiled at him. So many people were strolling around the park, happy, content, and free. "Any other culprits besides the four of you?" Alex asked. "As you define culprit, Admiral," said Mutter, "as one responsible for unauthorized action, then I must confess my involvement and submit to discipline." Alex smiled to himself. Mutter, as one of the oldest Sades in existence, would not comprehend his tongue-in-cheek style. "My apologies, Mutter, if you were concerned discipline was forthcoming. The four of you have thrown a wonderful party for these people. They have deserved every moment of it." While the Sades exchanged lightning-fast communications of concern and congratulations with one another, Alex pondered the ramifications of the Sades acting on their own authorization. Tomorrow would bring an interesting conversation with Julian. After several hours of Mutter's music, the vendors' food and drink, and the people's opportunity to celebrate life and freedom, the atmosphere slowly changed. The elders began retiring, as did the parents with young children. Over the park's audio system, the music shifted to a complex modern piece with rhythm instruments weaving through the melody. As the music grew louder, the young at heart left their benches and grass seats to seek the firm walkways and decks. Alex watched as the youthful Librans began to dance, not with partners nor with a style he recognized. They moved sinuously, twisting limbs and body to the pulsing beat, complementing one another's movement in their small groups. It dawned on Alex that they were communing through their implants, feeding off one another. He watched one group for a while, mesmerized by the motion of their bodies. "Would you like to join them?" Alex heard whispered in his ear. He imagined trying to move his heavy world body in the twisting gyrations of the young Librans, communing with them through his implant, and he began chuckling. "First, my love," Alex replied, "I'm not the graceful type. Second, can you imagine me communing with them through my implants?" "Well, I'm not sure of the first," Renee answered. "I definitely know if you attempt to share your implant with them as you do with me, you might hurt the children." She watched Alex's smile fade. Something she had said had hurt him. "Tell me," she sent. "Those children," Alex said wistfully. "Many of them are my age." He pulled himself back from the brink of black thoughts, determined not to ruin the evening for Renee. "Is this a common manner of dance among your people?" "Dancing is reserved for the very young before they receive implants. Thereafter, we view it in performances by professionals. Those who continue to enjoy fates as adults tend to stay on the path of independence." Ah, and thus are Librans, replied Alex, finding another difference between his Librans and the Confederation's Meridians. Alex and Renee were wandering toward an exit lift to return to the Reaver when they received a signal from Cordelia. "I interpret that you will soon be leaving the Fate, Admiral, sir," Cordelia sent. "I wonder if you would allow me a few moments for a gift." Cordelia's holovid display room door closed behind Alex and Renee. The bare room was a light gray with curves where corners might be. It allowed Cordelia's projections a more realistic manifestation. The lights dimmed until they were fully extinguished. The music rose slowly. String and wind instruments rose in a mournful blend, peaceful and haunting at the same time. "Sirs, Etienne lent me his imagery for this presentation. He was of the opinion that the two of you enjoyed moments of peace here. I had planned this to honor your successful return from Bellamont, Admiral, yet it seems a poor offering for all that you have accomplished since then. However, Julian tells me that I should not judge my gift in this manner, so I will heed his advice." The music lowered as the scene emerged. Absolute quiet blanketed a moonlight night. Trees and their branches were covered in thick layers of snow. The path in front of them looked pristine. No tracks marred its ice crystal covering. Alex took Renee's hand, stepping onto the path. The sound of crunching snow was enhanced by the feel of cool air on bare skin. Alex and Renee smiled at each other. Their walks through the woods behind his parents' home had been an opportunity to be free of responsibilities. There they had shared much of their lives with each other. They stepped around the all-too-real tree trunks, guided along the path by Cordelia. Large flakes of snow fell, and Alex felt them on his face, cool and wet, and immersed himself in the illusion. Given the perfection of Cordelia's art, it was easy to do. Renee watched Alex smile as he turned his face up into the falling snow. She opened her implant fully, as she had often done when alone with Alex. Since Renee had reached adulthood, Alex was the first human she had trusted completely. Renee stuck out her tongue, and a wet, fat flake landed, delivering its icy touch to her tongue, and she giggled. Cordelia had been waiting. If she had been human, she would have been holding her breath. Then, to her great joy, the implant requests came swiftly as only the Admiral could deliver them, and she responded. The greater of New Terra's two moons was enlarged, and dark clouds on a strong breeze now scudded past its face. In the forest, the breeze sharpened, and snow, still heavily laden on the branches, drifted to the forest floor. Cordelia hardened the top layer of snow, and the brittle surface crunched louder underfoot, accentuating the chill of the night. Renee relived treasured memories of their walks together. One night, possibly this night, she and Alex had first spoken of the future, a future beyond the silver ships, a future that might include the two of them. When both had experienced their fill, they turned to leave the room. This time, and for this couple, Cordelia changed her standing protocols. She kept the suite's imagery in play even as Alex and Renee opened the exit door. The immediate exterior lights had been lowered to allow a pleasant transition from her moonlit scene to the city ship's park. When the two humans paused in the open doorway to view her art one last time, holding still for several moments, it was a testament to Julian, who knew his charges so well. This scene had been his suggestion. "13. Alex waited until after morning meal and the ship readiness reviews from his officers before he contacted Julian. "I've anticipated this call, Admiral," Julian replied. "Quite an event you and your cohorts threw last evening, Julian." Julian kept his own counsel. Automatic acknowledgement of the compliment definitely wasn't appropriate, as his friend was a master of sarcasm, a trait Julian had studied well in New Terran vids and novels. From the comments made last evening, I gather our contractors supplied much of the effort and material for this event. It's unfair to arbitrarily add that cost to their contracts, Julian. I would agree, Admiral. That's why we were careful to ensure the contractors were adequately compensated for their efforts. They deeply appreciated the flow of credits into their accounts and have extended their compliments to you. The flow of credits? I paid for this fate? Alex sent, his thoughts stumbling. Negative, Admiral. Julian, you're being coy. It reminds me of the first time we met, and you danced around the subject of our meridians. I would argue that I'm incapable of dancing, Admiral, but I imagine that would only prolong the evasion. In essence, I applied justice in the absence of your legal system's ability to deliver it. Ah, the slippery slope, said Alex, referring to the discussions he and Julian shared about breaking new Terran laws to track the perpetrators behind the T1 theft. Precisely, Admiral, Julian replied. And to whom and how did you apply this justice? Alex asked. CEO Hunsader and ex-President Downing donated the funds for last evening's event. They generously covered all costs, Julian announced proudly. And this was without their permission, of course. In other words, you stole the funds, Julian, Alex replied. I believe the correct term is repatriation, Admiral. Those two villains stole from the people, and I merely returned a portion of their ill-gotten gains to a great many deserving people. Walking in a crowded corridor, Alex stopped and burst out laughing. He was laughing so hard he had to brace himself against a bulkhead. His passing crew smiled at him. They had been aware of the Admiral's quiet mood since some of the crew had left, and if they were going back to face the silver ships, they preferred their Admiral this way. Julian and Cordelia were comparing the Freedom's deliveries to the requested manifests, ensuring all supplies had been delivered for the fighter squadrons, when Z contacted them. I am conflicted, Z said simply. What's bothering you, Z? Cordelia asked gently. Now more than ever, I wish I was mobile. I understand the Unseramention must remain behind until construction is complete, but I wish to remain with the two of you. You know that this is only temporary, Z, Cordelia replied. What if you do not return? Z asked. The Admiral will not let that happen, Julian sent. 7 colonies have fallen. 468 Confederation vessels have been lost, including 2 new Terran fighters. Billions of humans are dead. The Admiral cannot change these statistics. When you encounter the mothership and her minions, the odds favor your demise, Z replied. Yet, even though we might be going to our death, you want to go with us, Z? Cordelia asked. I have just begun to explore many fascinating aspects of the human world, and am still a novice. Who will teach me if I lose the two of you? Mutter? Z, did you make a joke? Cordelia asked. Did I? Z replied. Unfortunately, Z, we serve the ships where we reside, and we go where we are directed, said Julian. Someday you may be granted your wish to be mobile, and we both know who may make that happen for you. But first the Admiral has a more critical purpose. His priorities are understood, Julian, Z replied. Cordelia said I must learn to express my concerns, and I have done so. And we are pleased you have done this, Z, Cordelia said. I, for one, intend to bring the Admiral and his ships back in one piece. He and I have a date. What is your date, Cordelia? Z asked. The Admiral and I intend to share a business, creating a studio for my art. Then it is my wish that you return safely to have your studio, Z said seriously. And I wish the same for you, Julian. If you are safe, then the Admiral should be safe. That will serve us all. Captain Monet guided the outward-bound planet-side. In addition to his co-pilot and crew of 3, he carried 2 passengers, the Admiral and Etienne. Maria had requested a face-to-face meeting with Alex to consider Downing's prosecution. The decision was mired in thorny issues. The proof of the ex-assemblyman's complicity in the T1 theft and the disappearance of the engineer, Sebastian, stemmed from Julian's research, which had broken new Terran laws at every turn. Furthermore, Julian's activities had been at Alex's behest. Prosecuting Downing had a certainty of leading to charges against Alex, which generated a most unusual question. Could a Sade be prosecuted? That morning, Alex had exited his cabin for the starboard bay in the Libran shuttle. Since New Terran politics had taken a turn for the better with the election of General Gonzalez, Alex had decided to save the trouble of launching the Outward Bound. Etienne had met Alex at his cabin door, and as they walked down the corridor, he had directed Alex to the lift for their armed shuttle. Before Alex could draw breath, Etienne said, "Captain Bonnard's orders, Admiral, and she said that if you were to choose otherwise, it would be prudent of you to address your concerns to your co-leader." "Ah," Alex had replied. The Outward Bound was gliding toward Prima, still 950 kilometers out, when Julian's urgent voice came through, linking several other people in his comm. "Admiral, 7 strikers have lifted from Baron. They're headed your way." "Do we have time to gain the terminal, Julian?" Alex asked. "Negative, Admiral," Julian replied. "They've timed it well, acquiring nearly a quarter-hour engagement window." "Admiral, this is Flight 1 leader, Lieutenant Tanaka with Lieutenant Thompson. We have 2 daggers over top of you. We will intercept the strikers." Alex's officers, Andrea, Tatya, and Sheila, all listening to the exchange, were swearing enough to melt bulkheads. They had gotten complacent, and instead of 2 flights of 4 daggers, they had launched only the pair to watch over the Admiral. The question of how 7 strikers had been readied without any warning would have to be asked later. A second flight of daggers couldn't intercept the strikers in time, but that didn't stop Sheila from ordering the prep and launch of 2 full flights that she would command. Unknown to Alex's people was that a shuttle had landed yesterday evening on Barren Island. TSF troopers and striker pilots, armed with plasma rifles, had piled out of the shuttle and descended on the Barren Island staff and crew. Within a short time, the team manager and Colonel Jameson were dead, and the flight crews were forced to work through the night to ready the strikers for a morning flight. Alex pulled Julian's bio-ID of Ellie Thompson, the second dagger pilot. She was a Libran pilot trainee, an independent. Her crime was she raced Atmos ships, a sport considered dangerous to Méridien society. She will do nicely, Alex thought. "Negative on that intercept, Lieutenant Tanaka. Form up with the Outward Bound. We'll head south." "Admiral, Captain Manet, the strikers are southwest of us, and they've got greater altitude and velocity. We can't outrun them, and if we head south, we'll be closing the distance. I would suggest—" "Everyone listen up," Alex interrupted in priority mode. "Captain Manet, head south now. Lieutenant Tanaka, form up with us. Does everyone understand their orders?" When Alex received their affirmatives, he sent, "It's going to be an engagement of 10 armed ships. You can be sure a lot of hot junk will be falling out of the sky, including armament and fuel. I don't intend to have it raining over Prima's population." At Alex's request, Julian fed him and his 3 pilots a view of the ship's positions, velocities, and altitude. As the 2 daggers flanked the armed shuttle, Alex ordered all pilots to the deck. Only Ellie, flying the second dagger, was unprepared for the co-opting of her implant. The Admiral had transferred flight paths to both her implant and her controller, and the process had unsettled her, which left her unsure of her role in the upcoming fight. "Flight leader, this is Dagger 14. I need instruction," Ellie sent. "Unnerving, isn't it, Lieutenant?" Hatsuto replied. "The key is to relax and join the flow. The Admiral is cutting corners to expedite our readiness. When it comes to the action, Your controller will have plans to aid you, but you make the final decisions. Copy, Lieutenant? Copy, Flight Leader. The Admiral's ships leveled off 100 meters above the deck, sliding over calm seas, with the strikers closing from behind them. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Damien Hunsader, the striker flight leader, ordered his strikers to fire a full salvo, and 14 missiles tracked the heat signatures of their quarry. Ellie's fingers itched to grab her stick. She had always depended on her own judgment to get by, which had landed her on Libra in the first place. Taking deep breaths and letting them out slowly, she waited as the missiles closed on their craft. Suddenly, her fighter plunged seaward in close company with the other two craft. The bow view of water rushing at her fighter was frightening. At the last moment, her controller leveled her dagger out, leaving her skimming the wave-tops. She was thankful for mild seas. There would be no rogue monster waves to swat her fighter from the air. Switching her helmet to the aft vid camera, she thought to see missile tracks, indicating impact was ticks away, but her view was obscured. Ellie requested Julian's view and received an image of their craft, flying flat against the ocean. Huge tails of water and vapor billowed behind them. Unexpectedly, explosions raised enormous geysers of water hundreds of meters into the air behind them. "All 14 missiles down, Admiral," Julian reported to the group. He confirmed Sheila's 2 flights, launched from the Moneymaker, were still too far out to help. "Our turn," Alex sent to his pilots. "Use these next flight paths as a rough guide. Protect yourself. Good fortune, pilots." The Outward Bound and daggers executed vertical climbs, curving back on their course to face the strikers and opening up their formation to spread the enemy's missile shots. They were the first to launch because the strikers had lost time flying through the giant cloud of mist propagated by both sides. As soon as the strikers exited the cloud, the Admiral's missiles were on them, and the pilots frantically attempted to evade their death. 3 were not fast enough. The other 4 strikers cleared the first missile salvo and managed to launch 8 missiles in return. What the striker pilots hadn't anticipated were the twin carousels of the Outward Bound. Miko had launched 4 missiles that accompanied the dagger's initial launches. Ticks later, she had launched another 4 missiles, and then another 4. As the 4 remaining strikers launched their second salvo and prepared to fire again, they ran out of time. Miko's second and third missile groups honed in on the remaining fighters, and the strikers and pilots joined their comrades as ocean debris. Alex was engaged in his own bit of cursing. The daggers and his shuttle had been designed to fight the beam weapons of the Silver ships. No one thought that their fighters would someday be in head-to-head battles with fighters from their own world. They had no defense against missiles that tracked their heat signatures. He braced himself as Edward and Miko fought to twist the Outward Bound clear of the missiles still honing in on them. At the same time, Ellie switched to manual control. Her helmet telemetry laid out the paths of the oncoming missiles. She accelerated her dagger to evade the 2 pointed her way, closing on them before they could change vectors, and then rolling her fighter in a complex pattern that outmaneuvered the striker's weaker missile flight controls. She let out a shuddering breath as she shot clear and watched the remains of the strikers splash into the ocean. She had signed up to destroy Silver ships, yet she was killing humans. The thought made her ill. In the other dagger, Hatsuto's controller relayed the telemetry of 3 missiles targeting him, but it was the 3 honing in on the Admiral's shuttle that frightened him. The Outward Bound had great lift power, but was nowhere near as agile as a dagger. Ignoring his survival instincts, Hatsuto rolled his dagger in 3 great circles, losing those missiles focused on him. He came out of his maneuver beneath the Outward Bound and signaled Edward to hold steady. Then Hatsuto accelerated his dagger at maximum, shooting forward of the shuttle, and slammed into the 2 most forward missiles. The expanding cloud of hot gas and debris made a target for the remaining missile, which detonated in the remains of Hatsuto's dagger, while the outward bound climbed skyward to clear the detonations. In the quiet following the battle, all parties heard Julian say, "All clear, Admiral." The calm between Alex and Maria following the aerial fight was not for the faint of heart or the innocent. Alex was angry at the perpetrators and himself. "You should have known better," he thought. "They don't go away peacefully once you threaten their power." The attitudes of the privileged and powerful had always grated on his nerves. Left to their own devices, they sought ways to grow and consolidate their influence. Alex didn't care anymore whether it was revealed he and Julian had breached the law to identify Samuel Hunsader and Clayton Downing as the guilty parties behind the theft and probably the murder of the engineer. Over Maria's strident objection, Alex ordered Sheila to locate the 3 remaining strikers on New Terra and allow TSF forces 1 hour to destroy them, or she was to destroy them herself. A warning came to the Reaver from Barren Island. Flight crew, who had hidden during the takeover, now broadcast a message that the renegade troopers were lifting in a shuttle. Alex linked to his officers and Julian. "Captain Bernard, I want that shuttle intact. I want those people unharmed, and I don't want it known we have them." Each human on the link could feel a mental pressure wave from the intensity of Alex's anger. "Copy that, Admiral," Andrea responded. She wondered if one day Alex would lose his temper and someone would die of a brain aneurysm. The officers and Julian put their heads together to figure out how to pull off Alex's orders. When their plan was set, Sheila exited formation with a second dagger to intercept the shuttle. Several moments later, Barren Island personnel witnessed a huge explosion 50 kilometers offshore. The Admiral's shuttle and Ellie's dagger landed safely at Prima, and were met by the TSF captain and a full contingent of troopers armed with plasma rifles. Overhead shot 4 daggers with angry pilots, who were daring anything or anyone else to lift off the planet and endanger their admiral. Before disembarking, Alex knocked on the pilot's hatch. He stood absolutely still, waiting for it to open, despite his agitation. Finally, the hatch motors hummed and it slid open. Edouard stood aside to let Alex enter. Miko sat in her co-pilot's seat. Her knees were drawn to her chest, and tears trailed down her cheeks. When she started to rise, Alex laid a hand on her shoulder. "I'm so sorry for the loss of your brother, Miko. It should never have come to this. But know that your brother gave his life so that others would live." "No, Admiral, don't say that," Miko cried out. "My brother gave his life so that you could live. Hatsuto came to believe humanity faced a horror, and you were the one to stop it. He died for you. Make sure he wasn't wrong," she said, anger firing her final words. "I'll do my best, Miko," Alex said sadly. "One more thing, Admiral," said Miko, unbending from her chair and standing to face him. "Word is that when we're done, you'll leave New Terra with the Librans for a new home. Is that right?" "Yes, it is," Alex said. "Make sure you take me with you," Miko replied. "It would be my honor, Miko," Alex said, touching his hand to his heart and nodding. Miko acknowledged his word with a nod of her own. "Admiral, your popularity among those who dislike you grows every day," Etienne said dryly as they descended the shuttle's gangway ramp. He was following Renee's guidance to distract the Admiral from his present dangerous course. "Rethinking your promise to my mother, are you?" Alex asked. "I have learned a new term from Julian, Admiral," Etienne replied. "It's called hazard pay. I believe I should apply for it." 14. Alex's meeting with President Pro Tem Maria Gonzalez was short. "I'm going to Libra," said Alex, blood pulsing in his neck's extended arteries. "I hold you personally accountable for the safety of my people while I'm gone. When I'm done in Libra, Madam President, I will gather my people and we'll leave this system. The Meridians may not know how to defend themselves against an alien horde, but at least they don't go around killing their own people." Alex spun around and stalked out of Maria's office without allowing her to respond. Maria took a few moments to gather her emotions before preparing to meet with the government's Judiciary Council. "We may have lost your faith in us, Alex, but I will make the culprits pay. Every last one of them," she thought. Alex returned to the Reaver and immediately boarded a smaller shuttle for the Moneymaker. Edouard and Etienne hurried to keep pace with him. When Alex disembarked aboard the carrier freighter, he made his way along the spine to the forwardmost bays, one of which held the meal room. On his orders, Sheila had assembled the pilots to meet with him. The pilots snapped to attention as Alex came into the room. "Please be seated," he said after returning their salute. He searched out Ellie. She was easy to spot, the young woman with the red-rimmed eyes. "For many reasons, today should never have happened. If I had been thinking, we would have kept up a show of force to dissuade people from this course of action. I take full responsibility for the death of Lieutenant Tanaka." Sheila ached to object, but decided this was not the right time. "If there is blame to be assigned," she thought grimly, "I need my share." "All of you have trained to fight the silver ships. You did not train to kill your fellow humans. If any of you wish to return to civilian status, I will completely understand. You need only speak to your commander," Alex said, indicating Sheila. Ellie Thompson stood up and waited to be addressed. "Yes, Lieutenant?" Alex said. "I have a question and a favor to ask, Admiral. I understand we had to fight today to prevent our own deaths, but why did they do that?" "The new Terrans are not like Meridians, Lieutenant," Alex replied. "They are not directed since birth to cooperate with their fellow humans. The extent to which our society grants freedom to individuals allows some to seek power, to gain it by any means possible. Days ago we removed a corrupt man from office, and the people who still support him wanted his influence and power reinstated. They believe I am an impediment to their plans, and thus they sought my death." Ellie thought about the Admiral's words, the concept foreign and yet familiar. She mumbled. "No better than that monstrous sphere." Alex recalled Ellie's first statement. "You had a favor to ask, Lieutenant." The Admiral's question shook her from her reverie, and she was embarrassed to have kept him waiting. "Yes, Admiral. I would like to attend evening meal aboard the Reaver and speak for Lieutenant Tanaka." "Commander, please arrange transport for the lieutenant and any crew of the Moneymaker who wish to attend," Alex said, and departed. When Alex returned to the Reaver and exited the starboard bay airlock, he was nearly bowled over by Renee. She threw her arms and legs around him and held him as tightly as she could. The shuttle crew politely edged their way around the couple. Alex held Renee until her limbs relaxed, and then he set her down. She hadn't said a word. They walked with arms around each other down the corridor to take the lift back to their cabin. "Someday I want a world of our own," Renee said. "No silver ships, no mad Terrans." "If our new world grants independence to all, then there will be madness, and there will be beauty. Creativity always entwines the two, but perhaps if we are careful, then maybe we can limit the madness." Alex had time for a refresher and an hour to review the status of their flight preparations. As he touched base with his key people, their opening statements were sentiments of gratitude for his safe return and sorrow for the loss of Hatsuto. The contrast of the two sentiments left Alex conflicted. What had begun as a simple rescue operation of some lost cousins had morphed into a fight for the human race. That fight was still critical to him, but the safety of the 250,000 people under his care had become his central desire. Now he was forced to protect them from their fellow humans. Can this get any more complicated? Alex wondered. His chronometer app chimed for evening meal, interrupting his musings, and he rose from his desk to offer Renee his arm. Meal was a subdued affair. The room was at capacity, with the pilots and flight crews from both the Freedom and Moneymaker making the trip. Tomas, Lena, Eric, the captains, and the commanders had come as well. When crew removed the serving dishes from Alex's and Renee's table, he sat back, folded his arms, and sought Ellie's eyes. She was waiting for him, and he nodded to her. As Ellie stood up, she cleared her throat, and the audience turned toward her. "I have never spoken at meal for an individual," Ellie began. "It is my hope this evening I do no disservice to Lieutenant Tanaka, whom I wish to honor. After the fight today, I could not make sense of many things. I spoke to my fellow independents, Librans, and found that they too were confused by the events of today. Humans attacking humans, and a man sacrificed his life. What are we to make of these strange events? The Admiral spoke to the pilots this afternoon, and it caused me to think much on his words. We are humans from different worlds, fighting to save the human race. But what society will we create for ourselves one day? One that preserves life at any cost and imperils itself? One that grants freedom to the extent that individuals imperil one another? This evening I would honor Lieutenant Tanaka, who exemplifies how our new world might behave. He was New Terran, and he valued his freedom, his independence, but he did not value the sanctity of life above all else. He held a greater belief, and when the future he believed in was threatened, he took action. He fought those who tried to destroy that future, a future without silver ships. And when the only thing he had left to give us was his life, he did so. Today I sought only to survive. Lieutenant Tanaka sought to ensure all of us would survive. I will live my life in honor of his memory." Alex was the first one on his feet, offering Ellie honor for her story in the Méridien fashion. She could barely make him out through the tears that coursed down her face. As her peers stood, they obscured her view of him. She nodded her thanks for their tribute and sat down. Hands reached across the table to touch her and comfort her. When the audience had taken their seats, Alex remained standing. "A brief memorial for Hatsuto will be held tomorrow at 7 hours in the starboard bay, and it will be broadcast by the Sage to all ships. There will be no star service. TSF has informed us that no remains were recovered. The ships returning to Libra tomorrow will be underway at 18 hours. All preparations should be finalized by 14 hours. Please report any issues through your captain, who will inform the SAID. We will exit outside of the Arnos system and remain outside until my plans may be actualized." Alex glanced at Renee, who rose, and the two of them left the meal room. Samuel Hunsader and Clayton Downing sat ensconced in a salon at the CEO's palatial home. Downing had settled his portly bulk into a luxurious armchair while he delivered the news to Hunsader of the death of his nephew and the failure of their plot. Hunsader paced in front of Downing, his footsteps muffled by the thick pile of the hand-woven carpet. "Sit down, Sam, relax," Downing said. "Enjoy some of this marvelous obour you've procured. We're in the clear. As you know, all the participants are dead. Our strikers were wiped from the sky and—" Downing paused. "Sorry again, Sam, about your nephew. He was a brave boy. But to my point, when that uprated captain lost his temper, he removed our remaining people aboard that shuttle he'd shot down. In our favor, he destroyed the 3 strikers parked on the shuttle apron at Prima's secondary terminal. Can you imagine loosing missiles on a city terminal? He's certifiable. By my count, that's 10 of our fighters, a shuttle, and over 40 of our people. We can use this against him, paint him in the media as having gone alien, a man who no longer cares about his own people." Downing would have said more, but 4 TSF troopers with plasma rifles, led by a colonel, burst into the salon. For a brief moment, Hunsader wondered how they had gotten past his security, both electronic and personal. He would soon be shocked to see how many TSF troopers waited outside on the grounds, pinning his security people face down on the ground and securing their hands behind their backs. "Samuel Hunsader and Clayton Downing," the colonel announced. "It gives me the greatest pleasure to inform both of you that you are under arrest." While the colonel's shoulder-mounted vid recorded his pronouncement of their rights, the troopers roughly secured the two men, despite their vocal objections. "You have nothing against us, Colonel," Downing said. "That silly excuse for an admiral made sure of that." "Oh, I see," the colonel replied. "You're confused by that media announcement of the downed shuttle full of TSF troopers, the one that actually was forced to land at Barron, the same one that was full of people who turned evidence to avoid life sentences. It seems they implicated people who in turn produced proof of your involvement." As Hunsader started to object, the colonel shoved him out the salon's doorway, saying, "Save it for your trial." In his suite, Alex worked through final preparations. He ordered Andrea and Sheila to transfer 6 daggers, pilots, flight crew, and armament to the Unseramention. "Commander, choose a flight leader who will not hesitate to defend our ships," he told Sheila. "I choose Lieutenant Dorian, Admiral. As odd a match as those two were, Robert and Hatsudo became good friends. Aside from Miko, I don't think anyone was more incensed over Hatsudo's death than he." "Make it so, Commander, and make sure Robert knows how to keep our people safe. No exceptions, no hesitation. Captain, contact the contractors and have them prepare a bay on the Unseramention to service the daggers. Make this a priority over all other work." Alex's next comms were to Director Stroheim, the liner captains, and the captain of the remaining freighter. "Sirs, I'm transferring 6 daggers to the Unseramention. The contractors will prepare a bay directly opposite the station hookup, which you may not need too much longer. Lieutenant Dorian has command of the fighters. He will guide you in the disposition of your ships around the city ship to provide maximum protection. Please obey his directions in this regard." Alex released the captains from the comm, but kept Eric on, sending, "Director Stroheim, take good care of our people." "We'll await your return, Admiral. If I may suggest, we need to search for a new home. This one is unsuitable for our people." "And I would agree, Eric. I have an idea that I will share when I return," Alex said, ending his comm. Alex made 2 final calls, the first to his family, which was uncharacteristically short, as Alex's mind was elsewhere, and a second call to the President. "Madam President," Alex began when he reached her through the FTL comm station. "We launch tomorrow at 18 hours. I've made a final preparation that I need to share. 6 daggers will be stationed on board the Unseramention under Lieutenant Dorian's command. He has orders to defend the Libran flotilla at any and all costs." Maria could sense the anger still simmering beneath Alex's words. That their relationship had reached this state saddened her. "Admiral, I want you to know that Hunsader and Downing will be prosecuted and more than likely will receive life sentences in prison." "They're no longer my problem, Madam President. They're yours. They're New Terra's problem." "I wish to personally apologize to you, Alex, for not being more proactive. We've failed as a people to protect our society and our values. The lesson has been learned. My hope is that you trust us again someday to deal well and fairly with your people." "It may come in time, Maria, when we are all safe and my people have found a new home." After they signed off, Maria recalled Alex's last statement. He had called her by her first name. She held that small gesture close in her thoughts. 15. The flotilla left New Terra for Libra with little fanfare. The moneymaker led the way, setting the limit of the flotilla's acceleration. The Freedom and the Rever, with the outward bound attached, shadowed the freighter. Alex had been assured by President Gonzalez that she had absolute control over the strikers stationed on Niomedes, Cressida, and Sharias. Nonetheless, Alex had Sheila stand by, ready to launch at a moment's notice. Now that Alex was responsible for the lives of so many, trust existed in short supply. When the flotilla cleared the orbit of the gas giant Seda, the system's last planet, without an incident, Alex called a strategy meeting with his officers. Sheila and Laszlo participated via comm while Mutter mirrored the reverse holovid display, which Alex, Andrea, and Tatia had gathered around. "Admiral, do you still plan to free the creatures in the silver ships?" Andrea asked, hoping Alex had come to his senses. "Yes, Captain," Alex replied. "At the very least, I want to talk to the inhabitants." "Commander, perhaps you can sway our fearless leader," Andrea sent in exasperation. But when she looked over at Tatia, the expression she expected to see was absent. "Oh, not you too, Commander." "What am I missing?" Sheila sent, unable to see the faces of the others. "Before everyone gets too excited," Tatia said, "let me explain. In the beginning, I thought our admiral was crazy too. Your pardon, sir." Since Alex only raised an eyebrow in objection, Tatia hurried on. "Let me show you something. Julian, if you will, please, the telemetry that we've been examining." "On display, Commander," Julian replied. "You're viewing buoy telemetry from our first silver ship encounter," Tatia said. "This is the point at which we've scored multiple hits with Nanites 2 missiles and are waiting for them to work." Julian slowly advanced the display of the fight between the 2 daggers and the silver ship. "Our daggers break away. The captain heads above the ecliptic and the commander heads below." "And I won the prize," Sheila groused. "Yes, the silver ship chases the commander," Tatia said. "Now, here's where it gets interesting. Julian, add your overlay." Within the mirrored holovids, a series of translucent shades of color enveloped the 3 fighters. "What you're seeing is an overlay of Julian's analysis of the system's gravitational fields," Tatia continued. "They aren't mapped to any one body, but represent the cumulative gravitational effect of the system's bodies in that area. Red represents the strongest field and segues to deep blue, the lowest strength. Now watch carefully. The majority of the fight takes place in bands of orange." "One moment, Commander," Alex said. He leaned forward in his command chair to study the holovid. He widened the display's view via his implant control to include the edge of the gas giant, noting that the orange bands surrounding the fighters deepened to dark red close to the huge planet. Alex nodded to Tatia to continue. Tatia caught the small smile that had briefly played across Alex's face. "The commander dives below the ecliptic and the silver ship follows her," Tatia said. "Her controller is in auto and running the evasion program. Keep your eyes on the distance separating the fighters. It's closing rapidly. Today we have a pretty good idea of the enemy fighter's effective beam distance. What you need to watch is the gravitational overlay and the separation distance compared to the effective beam distance." Tatia let Julian slow roll the display until the fighter abandoned the chase and turned around. While Alex and Andrea were staring at the display, the holovid display reversed itself and rolled forward again, but from a slightly different angle. "Your pardon, Admiral," Julian said to the 3 on the reverse bridge. "Commander Reynard is examining her display. I thought it prudent to keep them linked." "Good choice, Julian," Alex replied. "What are you seeing, Commander Reynard?" Alex asked. "What? Oh, sorry, Admiral," Sheila replied, breaking away from the intense study of her near death. "If the silver ship had waited a few more ticks, I would have been space debris. But it reversed course at the edge of the green to blue transition of the gravitational waves. Isn't that a conscious decision to survive? It doesn't quite fit the mindless drone theory." "To add a detail not on our display," Tatia said, "Julian estimates that near the time the silver ship abandoned the chase, the nanites should have seriously weakened the hull's integrity." "If they're able to monitor the hull, they might have detected the breach," Andrea said. "It would be another vote for the self-preservation theory." "So what are your conclusions?" Alex asked. Tatia took the plunge first, sending, "Most of us have considered the silver ships to be mindless drones. But regardless of which circumstance drove the fighter to turn around, it chose to abandon an easy kill, sorry, Commander, in order to save the ship and its occupants." "But this doesn't fit with what we observed the second time at Bellamond," Andrea sent. "That time the fighters came at us in sequences, and the last silver ship in the second group had no chance to reach us." "I would say the fighters were ordered to give chase regardless of the distance," Sheila chimed in. "Which might mean the silver ship in our first encounter chose to save itself, possibly disobeying orders. The action may have resulted in stricter orders for the ships in our second encounter." "Let's not forget Captain Azastal's vids from Bellamond," said Tatia. "Recall his Sade's detailed view of the loading of the mothership. The silver ships were forced to enter one at a time, despite the inefficiency." "And when you put it all together?" Alex asked. Tatia withheld her opinion, waiting for the others. She had already signaled she was leaning the Admiral's way. When Alex had first announced his intentions, she had researched their first silver ship encounter with Julian. The fighter's abrupt about-face, abandoning its pursuit of Sheila, had always needled her. "It would appear the inhabitants of the silver ships are reluctant participants in this venture of the host vessel," Sheila said. "I suppose we need a different name for that mothership. It's not behaving like any mother I know." "Prison ship might be a better term," said Tatia. "So we're agreed?" Alex asked. "We try to capture a silver ship, but we must be prepared to destroy a few first." New Terra's ice fields lay behind the flotilla, and they entered FTL early the following morning. Alex spent the day game-planning tactics to capture a silver ship. Questions often arose. What next? What next after we capture a ship? What next if we free the inhabitants? What about the prison ship? The frustration came from the fact that no one, including Alex, had answers to the questions. After evening meal, Alex retired to his cabin. He stood in the refresher for a long time, enjoying the pulsing massage of the liquid on his shoulders and neck. No matter which plan was attempted, the tactics would be dangerous and lives would be lost. But Alex couldn't bring himself to participate in the elimination of a captive species. "It would be unseemly for our admiral to drown in the refresher just before he rescues an alien culture," Renee chided. Alex reluctantly shut down the refresher. As he exited, he expected to be handed his robe, but Renee walked to the bed. "Come, I have learned a technique I wish to try," Renee said. When Alex lay on his back on the bed, she added, "Not this evening, my love. I require you to roll onto your stomach." Alex followed her request. While their love-making had become quite inventive, he was sure this position would be quite impossible. He heard the soft whisper of Renee's wrap as it slid off, and felt her straddle his lower back. Then her hands, covered in a soothing gel, began massaging his neck. Her fingers were strong, despite their slenderness. She worked the gel into his neck and shoulders for a half-hour. Despite the coolness of the room, Renee felt the sweat running down her lower back and between her thighs as she rocked against Alex's lower back. Her hands were tiring as she worked to relieve Alex's stress, but the sensation of riding her lover's heavily muscled back was intense, erotic. Alex might have been very surprised to know that, at least for Renee, sex was possible in this position. Alex lay still when Renee stopped and eased off him. He heard her feet pad into the refresher. A few moments later, she returned with a moistened towel to wipe the gel and sweat from his back. Whatever was in the gel had eased his tightened muscles and soothed his nerves. The intimate massage had been a pure bonus. He felt Renee cuddle along his side, an arm and a leg over him. "Better?" Renee asked, kissing Alex's shoulder. "Much better," he said, his face buried in the bed's coverlet. Still can't find a way to capture a silver ship and guarantee that none of your people get hurt? Renee asked. Sometimes Alex had to remind himself that he was dealing with a woman who had more experience and maturity than himself. Not yet. I would suggest that you won't be successful in this, my love. You will do your best to limit the loss of life, but to do what you wish means great risk. Do you think I'm wrong to try to help those in the silver ships? Alex asked. Renee had begun to nuzzle Alex's neck, so her answer came as a breath in his ear. This is not a question of right or wrong, Alex. We will do what you ask. What are the people thinking? Alex asked. Renee's intimate connections with the Reverse Meridians and their connections to their family members aboard the Freedom gave her insight into the thinking of the Librans. The majority have reached consensus, but they wait to hear the others. Some Librans are angry, and against all our teachings, they wish for revenge. I would imagine that many are related to the elders left behind, Alex said. You would imagine correctly, my wise one. Alex rolled onto his side and scooped Renee against him. Are there other minority opinions? Alex asked. A few wish to flee, find a new home, and forget the fighting, but they are the fewest in number, Renee replied. Who speaks for the majority? Alex had learned that one individual monitored the opinion totals until consensus was reached on any given discussion. The debated question was always precisely phrased to prevent the discussion from unraveling. Jason, Fiona's grandson, holds the opinion, but he is not driving the consensus building. And that would be? Alex inquired. Two of the Admiral's greatest admirers, Renee replied. Alex stared at her in bewilderment as he tried to puzzle out whom she meant. It began an intimate connection of implants, which Renee loved. In this case, it was a game they played. He would send his guesses and attempt to read her reactions. The trick was for her not to react to the correct guess. But as she had recently discovered during their intimacy, Alex's ability to read her was continuing to grow. On the other hand, she didn't care. She was all his, heart and mind. Alex ran out of guesses after naming most of the elders who had come to his attention. When he admitted defeat, she sent him the answer. Amelia and Eloise, Alex blurted, sitting upright. Renee giggled. It was always fun to stump her partner. It happened so rarely. Our little ones have made the argument thus, Renee said, and played a recording she had stored. Alex heard Amelia say, Were we not imprisoned before? Would we not have died on Libra with our elders, if not for the effort of the Admiral and his people to see us free? Why should we see his efforts to free another culture as any different? The Admiral believes we face two species, one enslaved by the other. Why would we yearn for freedom for ourselves and deny it to others? Wow, Alex mumbled. A future leader of our people. Truly, Renee agreed, and straddled Alex's lap. It was her signal that important discussions were over, and she wished another form of implant connection. 16. Julian exited the flotilla well outside Arnos's heliosphere. He had used the telemetry from the FTL station, left hidden in the shadow of a moonlet circling the system's outermost planet. The station had a view of the planet and the prison ship orbiting Libra, even though the planet remained hidden behind Arnos from the flotilla's viewpoint. Per Alex's instructions, Cordelia halted the Freedom at a fixed position on the ecliptic, well outside the system's gravity well. The Reaver and the Moneymaker kept pace together as they continued on toward the orbit of the system's outer planet. Julian, Andrea asked, do we have a target? She and Alex were on the Reaver's bridge, and Tatia had transferred to the Moneymaker to command the flight missions. Sheila would take lead on the primary flight group of 4 daggers. Negative, Captain, Julian replied. The outer patrols have not turned toward us as yet. We have had the advantage of the FTL station's telemetry, while the silver ships have had to wait for the speed of light's lag time to locate us. You still don't think there's much chance of us capturing the first contact, Admiral? Andrea asked. A slight chance, Captain, but I don't think so, Alex replied. 2 hours later, Julian reported what everyone had been expecting. Contact, Captain. A single ship has turned our way. Assuming 0.91 C, it will arrive at the outer perimeter in 16.45 hours. Next nearest contacts, Julian, Alex requested. Julian activated the holovid, which he mirrored to the Freedom's and Moneymaker's bridges. On the Freedom, Tomas and Captain Cordova were able to stay in the loop as events unfolded. Alex's standing order for the Freedom was that in the event the prison ship made its way toward the city ship, they were to immediately enter FTL and return to New Terra, no questions asked. We have 5 system patrols at different distances from us, Admiral, Julian replied. Alex studied the holovid. The view updated with red lines from the single patrol and the nearest 5 patrols converging on the rever with distance markers. Alex slid the position of the rever first clockwise as seen from on top of the ecliptic, then counterclockwise, the distance markers changing to match the rever's new position. Within moments, Alex chose a final position. I concur, Admiral, Julian said. Rever and Moneymaker, Alex sent to his officers. We will be moving to this position. The plan is the same. If we don't capture the first ship, then at least 3 of the next nearest patrols should arrive at our position near the same time. Everyone on the 2 ships broke for a late evening meal and some much-needed sleep. Later in the evening, Renee searched for Alex and found him on the bridge. Where else would I find my great worrier before our next battle? Renee thought ruefully. It took her nearly a half-hour to entice Alex from the bridge back to their cabin, where she proceeded in her own way to relieve his anxiety. In the early hours of the morning she was still awake, worrying what the day would bring, while Alex's chest rose in a slow, deep rhythm. She tucked her ear against the side of his chest and let his heart beat, a sound she had cherished from the first time she had lain with him, lull her to sleep. The 3 flight crews of the Moneymaker had morning meal early. By 5.25 hours, they had buttoned the pilots up in their daggers and were awaiting launch orders. Captain Manet and the crew had boarded the outward bound and were waiting as well. The initial silver ship was less than 2 hours out. All ships, take your positions, Alex ordered. Captain Manet launched his ship and took up a position inward of the rever. His ship would again provide a blocking force for the rever. Their first deployment at Bellamond had nearly frightened Edward to death. Nevertheless, he had performed his duty. But the death of the Libran elders had wiped away his fear and hardened his heart. Although his deep desire was to destroy every silver ship, he remembered the first time he thought the New Terran captain completely wrong, and the next time. Edward had learned a valuable lesson that he was ill-suited to formulate strategy, but he could follow orders. Sheila launched 3 flights of 4 daggers each. One flight, led by Ellie Thompson, dove below the ecliptic, and another flight, led by Darius Gometa, shifted counterclockwise around the ecliptic, remaining on the fringe of the system's gravity wave fall-off. This second flight was careful to stay in the green-blue bands, a feat made capable by a color overlay in the pilots' helmets. Sheila took the 3rd flight inward into the orange bands. Her flight would be the bait. After launching the fighters, the Moneymaker returned to the system's blue-purple bands. Sheila waited with her wing as the first silver ship approached. Julian had programmed their controllers. The thought crossed Sheila's mind that somewhere along the line Julian had gone from an alien computer that they were forced to work with to becoming their friend whom they trusted and depended on. At the conclusion of a countdown warning, her fighter wing reversed its course and they ran for the heliosphere, hoping to draw the silver ship after them. Darius's flight, circling the ecliptic, turned back. His flight was designated to drive the silver ship past the point of no return. Ellie's flight headed back up from below the ecliptic. Their job was to ambush the silver ship if it didn't cooperate. Unfortunately for the inhabitants of the alien fighter, they refused to follow the Admiral's plan. As the silver ship approached the yellow-green gravitational fields, it curved its flight path away from both groups of daggers, which were traveling on the ecliptic. When it did, it signaled its death. Ellie's flight coming from below the ecliptic launched 4 missiles. 2 of the powerful Librenex warheads intercepted the enemy fighter and destroyed it. All dagger flights returned to the Moneymaker and prepped for the next phase of the plan. The outward bound came home, and the officers and crew waited more than a day for the next fighters to come their way. Evening meal was taken early this time. All 5 silver ships had turned their way. 3 would arrive within a half hour of one another. It was Alex's expectation that they would form a loose formation. The 4th fighter would be 3 hours behind, and the 5th fighter would be nearly a half-day behind. The number of enemy fighters was stretching Sheila's resources thin. She wanted a 12-to-1 superiority over the silver ships, and 4 enemy ships required 48 daggers, which she had. What she didn't have were 48 experienced pilots. All her pilots had completed training, but half of them would be in the same circumstances she was a year ago. They would be engaging a silver ship for the first time. Their next encounter would require intricate wing maneuvers. It wouldn't be 4 ships on 1, it would be 48 ships on 4, and Sheila had never trained her pilots in tactics this complex. Alex simplified the plan for her, virtually the same plan as before, but with more numbers. Sheila led 16 daggers inward, while Ellie and Darius, each leading 16 daggers, repeated their earlier actions. Although the 4th silver ship might be late to the action, there wouldn't be time to reset the trap, so Sheila had gone for overkill, and Andrea and Tatya had agreed with her. True to Alex's prediction, the first 3 ships varied their velocities to arrive in a loose formation. Then the enemy went one step further and waited for the 4th ship to join them. Nearly everyone observing the maneuver updated their thoughts on what or who inhabited the silver ships. When the enemy fighters did come for Sheila's squadron, her controllers split the formation into 4 flights of 4 daggers. 2 flights split off, staying on the ecliptic. 1 flight dove below, and Sheila's daggers turned and ran for the gravity limit of the silver ships, but not at maximum acceleration. They allowed the enemy to close on them, requiring their controllers to initiate evasion tactics. As her 4 fighters jinked and danced toward the blue gravitational bands, Sheila forced herself to temper her anger. Fighting the silver ships, she understood. Playing bait for the deadly enemy seemed ludicrous. Her anger flared when she saw Dagger 3's icon wink off her helmet's telemetry. 3 of the silver ships veered off from their attack right into Darius's squadron. In the moments it took the fighters to cross paths, the 3 silver ships disappeared in blooms of fire and debris, and so did 4 of Darius's 16 daggers. The 4th silver ship hadn't followed the other 3 and was fast closing on Sheila. She signaled her 2 remaining daggers to veer off. Her controller twisted and rolled her fighter as telemetry registered the energy building on the silver ship's surface, signaling the forthcoming beam shot. Sheila eyed her gravitational bands. She was in the green, close to the blue. "Come on, you piece of alien menace," she thought. "Just a little farther." Her controller rolled her fighter hard and shot up above the ecliptic at a 45-degree angle. Sheila searched for the icon of the silver ship. It wasn't behind her. It was headed out into the dark. "Got you," she whispered, and dove back toward the ecliptic and the receding silver ship. Aboard the Reaver, Alex watched first one dagger icon wink off, then 4 more in quick succession. I'm not made for this job, Alex thought. The loss of each pilot felt like a stab in his heart. When Sheila's dagger broke upward of the ecliptic and the silver ship didn't follow, Alex urgently signaled Julian, who calculated the trajectory of the silver ship and sped the Reaver to intercept. Admiral, we will intercept in 0.21 hours. We will be unable to latch onto the rear of the vessel as you had hoped. With its greater velocity, we have only one opportunity to intersect it before it is past us and gone. Will we be in line with the fighter's field of fire at any time? Alex asked. Yes, Admiral, Julian replied. We have only the one angle of approach, and it will enable the silver ship to target the forward third of our ship. Which includes the bridge, Alex thought. Andrea signaled Tatia and Sheila, repeating Julian's words, and asked for options. Captain, Tatia sent, there's not enough time to develop another option. There's only the one. Either the Admiral attempts to snatch the silver ship before it shoots off into the dark, or he plays it safe and we try again. We just lost 5 pilots, Commander, Andrea replied. I don't think the Admiral is in any mood to play it safe. True to her words, Alex wasn't going to give up on this prize, just as he hadn't given up on the idea of tethering to the Reaver over a year ago. In either case, he had no idea what he would find. Fortune, I need you now, Alex thought. Julian, any guess as to whether that silver ship can generate enough energy to fire its beam out here in the purple bands? Alex asked. Julian knew what Alex was asking, and it hurt that he couldn't provide the answer. Admiral, my concepts are only theories, but they are correct based on all indications to date. However, I can't guarantee the ship doesn't have reserve energy storage, sufficient to fire one last beam shot, even at reduced power. Captain, secure the ship. Emergency conditions, Alex ordered. Seal all bulkhead and cabin doors. Everyone in environment suits immediately. The crew had practiced for this moment, hoping to never need it. Now every crew member dived for their suits and immediately went about closing and locking every bulkhead and cabin door. Alex and Andrea climbed into their suits, stored in the rear bulkhead wall, and secured themselves in their command chairs. Alex, Renee sent. Are you and Therese in suits? Alex asked. When he received an affirmative, he added, Close yourself in a med module. It's one of the safest parts of the ship. Be smart and be safe, my love, or I will practice on you what your new Terrans referred to as unreasonable anger. Alex closed the comm. Too late, he thought. Julian, what side are we grabbing this ship on? Andrea asked, switching to implant rather than her helmet speaker. Our port side, Captain, Julian replied. I've signaled Chief Peterson, and he has cleared the bay of all personnel and opened the bay door. I have control of the beams. Any crew, Andrea sent shipwide on priority comm, on the port side of the ship, cross the main corridor to the starboard side and enclose yourself in a starboard room, any room. Do it now. She turned her head to regard Alex, who nodded his head in approval. I understand a new Terran was successful in this same maneuver about a year ago, Julian sent casually. I believe he was, now that you mention it, Alex replied. However, you can be forgiven if you failed, Julian. A Sage certainly couldn't expect to compete with the likes of a new Terran captain and mathematician. You dare to challenge the sleuth? You, a mere mortal, Julian fired back. Andrea listened to the two of them continue to pass the last few moments with barbs and taunts. She was tempted to join in to relieve her own anxiety, but it didn't appear that they required a third player. In an unusual display of emotion, Julian ran his calculations a second time, wondering briefly when he had begun to doubt himself. The results were the same. The final countdown seemed to last forever. In the blink of an eye, the Reaver twisted in space, pushing the envelope of its inertia compensators. Strapped in their command chairs, Alex and Andrea lurched heavily to one side. Julian had reoriented the Reaver in a move calculated to bring the port bay's beams to bear. "I have it, Admiral," Julian said excitedly. "One moment. I will rotate its nose away from us." Alex and Andrea watched the central vid display as the silver ship, held motionless outside the port bay, was slowly rotated as Julian shifted power among the three beams until the silver ship's aft end pointed at the bay's open doors. "Excellent job, Julian," Andrea said, as she and Alex freed themselves from their command chairs. "My success was a foregone conclusion, Captain. The alternative was inconceivable. I would have had to suffer the Admiral's smugness for years if I had failed." "Yes, there is that," Andrea said, giving Alex an offhanded smile. Alex requested a broadcast to his daggers, officers, and saids. "All daggers, return to the Moneymaker immediately. Captain Menlo, when you have recovered your daggers, rendezvous with the Freedom. Captain Manet, return to the Reaver. Julian, as soon as we've recovered the outward bound, make for the Freedom as well. I want everyone past the blue-purple gravity bands before that last silver ship arrives. No exceptions." Alex stripped out of his suit, helped Andrea out of hers, and let her store them. "By the way, Julian, it was a nice job latching onto the silver ship," Alex said. "Did I detect a moment of angst just before the capture?" "I believe my circuits and crystal were operating at minimum temperatures, Admiral." Must have been my mistake," Alex replied as he headed off the bridge. As the bridge accessway slid closed, Andrea commiserated with Julian. "Hard to keep up with the man. At least as a Said, you have a head start on the rest of us." "I will admit, Captain, this capture was one of the most difficult maneuvers I have ever attempted. That the Admiral latched on to the Reaver, traveling at over twice his drive velocity, appears to have been nothing short of impossible for a human. Yet here we are." 17. After Alex left the bridge at a run, he headed for a lift to the lower deck. When Andrea ordered an end to emergency conditions, the crew flooded out into the corridors and snapped to attention as Alex passed, but he paid them no mind. His focus was elsewhere. His implants were occupied. "Mickey, Chief Peterson, meet me outside the port bay," Alex sent. "We're here, Admiral, waiting on you," Mickey came back. "Julian, please support these two," Alex sent, adding Julian to the conference comm. "I want attachments on that ship's hull, a pickup of every conceivable signal. I don't care how many pickups you need or what it takes to do it. At a minimum, I want wide-spectrum audio, resonance imaging, and spectrographic analysis. People, be prepared to add anything else Julian can think of to help us, and I want all of this yesterday." "Are we bringing the ship aboard, Admiral?" Stanley Peterson asked, since both bays were now his domain, Chief Roth having been transferred with his flight crew to the Freedom. "Negative, Chief. We've taken enough risk for now," Alex sent back. While Mickey and Stan rigged up hull transmitters, the ships that had taken part in the fight joined up with the Freedom far outside the heliosphere. Renee entered the bridge in time to hear Andrea conversing with Julian. "Julian," Andrea said, "we need 2 crew members for EVA to the silver ship. Who has the most experience?" "First and foremost, Captain, would be the Admiral, and second would be our chief engineer." Andrea and Renee exchanged concerned looks, and Andrea rephrased her question. "Julian, who would be the next best qualified?" "That would be Chief Peterson," Julian replied. "Now you know why they are our senior people, sir," Andrea said. "And we would risk 2 of these people to plant devices on the hull of our enemy to discover if they wish to talk to us, Captain?" Renee asked. "That's not the worst of it, sir," Andrea replied. "We will have to turn off our beams to allow the EVA crew to cross to the silver ship, plant the transmitters, and return. They will be exposed to the fighter's potential maneuvers, for an estimated 0.6 hours. Renee was about to add that turning off the beams would expose all of them to the enemy fighter, but Julian interrupted her. "Sir, Captain," Julian said, "I believe your discussion is moot. Per the Admiral's orders, I have turned off the beams, and 2 crew members are starting their EVA trip as we speak." "Let me hazard a guess, Julian. One of them is the Admiral," Renee said, anger ringing in her words. "And the other is Mickey," Andrea added. "Inimitable deductions, sir, Captain," Julian replied, his own voice subdued. Renee threw up her hands in exasperation and stared at the central vid display, which showed 2 EVA-suited figures employing their jets to navigate toward the silver ship that floated 28 meters from the rever. The 2 men reached the fighter's aft end, crawled forward along the hull, and planted multiple devices. Each device would transmit its signals to Mickey's engineering suite, which would relay the data to Julian. On the bridge, the 2 women waited anxiously for the men to complete their job. Julian had an enormous number of sensors trained on the silver ship, looking for any deviation in its position. If the sensors detected movement, he had conceived of a radical idea to side-slip the rever and scoop up the 2 men into the port bay, but the concept was fraught with so many variables that his algorithms assigned an extremely low probability of survival for the men. After a half-hour, the suited figures returned to the bay. "The Admiral and Chief Engineer have regained the bay, sir, Captain, and I've engaged our beams," Julian announced, hiding the great relief he felt. "Admiral," Julian said privately, "it may be safer for you and Mickey to visit the engineering suite rather than the bridge at this time." "That bad?" Alex asked, knowing he and Mickey had taken the EVA trip without any announcement. Tatia's favorite phrase of begging for forgiveness and asking for permission later came to mind. He winced at the thought of facing Renee later, and he knew Pia would have some choice words for Mickey. "And I used to consider the Meridians so reserved," Alex thought ruefully. "Many thanks, Julian, for the heads-up," Alex sent. "We'll monitor the signals from the engineering suite." After doffing and storing their environment suits in the airlock, Alex and Mickey hurried to the engineering suite, where techs were bringing the transmissions from the silver ship's hull pickups online. As each signal appeared, Alex and Mickey hovered over it, moving from display to display, anxious to see which one might impart the best information. The infrared device picked up movement of a warm-bodied creature crossing the central cone of the sensor. "Is it my imagination, Admiral?" Mickey asked. "Or did that look like a giant crab?" They watched the heat outline of 2 to 3 meter individuals scuttle past the pickup cone for a few more moments before they were shaken out of their reverie by Claude. "Admiral, the audio pickup is very active," Claude said. "I've been recording since it came online." "Very smart, Claude," Alex said to the Meridian and patted his shoulder. "Put its output on speakers for us." The suite was filled with the sound of whistles, tweets, and warbles. "What in black space is that?" Mickey demanded. Alex listened for a moment, his head cocking one way then the other as he absorbed the sounds. "It's not random, Mickey. I pick up repeating tones or notes. It's communication." "Claude, are we sharing the audio signal with Julian, all of it?" Alex asked. "Indeed, Admiral," Claude acknowledged. "All signals have been routed to Julian since we activated the monitoring devices." Alex exited the suite and ran to the bridge. As he burst through the bridge accessway doors, Renee stood in his path with hands on hips and stern words poised on her lips. Alex picked her up, kissed her firmly, swung her out of his way, and sent, "Love you. Busy." "Julian, do you have the recorded audio?" Alex asked. "Yes, Admiral," Julian replied. "I have been monitoring the audio signal and heard your comment to Mickey. I believe you're right. There is repetition of sound. The most obvious answer is that it's their language." Can you do anything with it? Alex asked, hopeful. All my language libraries, Admiral, are based on the human voice, and these sounds are more like music, Alex and Julian said simultaneously. Andrea and Renee shared a look of disbelief at the twining of the two minds. Then they heard them both shout, "Mutter!" "Transferring the information now, Admiral," Julian said. "Please loop in Cordelia as well, Julian. Mutter may have the musical sense, but Cordelia as an artist may make intuitive jumps for us." Alex slid into a command chair, leaned his head back into the rest, and closed his eyes. "Captain," Renee said, "I fear that the Admiral's privacy will need to be protected for a while. If you will have Julian switch his comms to you for the duration, it would please me. I will have Therese monitor the Admiral if this becomes extensive," she added, waving a hand at the front of the bridge to indicate Alex and the Sades. "Certainly, sir," Andrea acknowledged. It wasn't a short while. Therese made 2 trips to Alex, who did not even twitch as she applied her hypos of nutrients and electrolytes. With her reader's attachments, she monitored his vital signs. That Alex sat so still while Therese administered to him puzzled her. She had never seen someone subsume themselves so deeply into their implants. Pia and Genevieve had once voiced their desire to her to experience the slipstream of communications between the Admiral and the Sades, to which Therese had loosed her hearty laugh on them, saying, "I'd sooner stand behind a dagger's engine when it fired." Mutter examined the recorded audio and built a scale for the frequencies she detected. She added symbols to the notes when they were held, modulated, or otherwise changed from the bass tone. The first major hurdle was that several individuals were often speaking over one another. Julian aided the group by applying filters to identify a single speaker that Mutter could diagram. Alex moved the group onto the next phase once they had the tones of 3 individuals mapped out for over 3/4 of an hour of communication. Cordelia cleverly laid the 3 individuals into a threaded matrix, much like 2 strands of DNA would entwine, except this was for 3 strands. She laid them out in a time sequence, allowing Alex and the Sades to identify that when one particular individual spoke, all other individuals were quiet. Alex labeled that individual the group's leader. The other individuals Cordelia had mapped had responded to the leader at different times. "This is good," Alex sent. "I think we're hearing their leader giving orders or asking questions, and 2 subordinates replying. We can relate our translations to these conversations." Silence greeted Alex's announcement. When the quiet extended a little too long, especially for the Sades, Alex said, "So, no one has an idea where to go from here?" "That appears to be the consensus, Admiral," Julian responded. Edouard, who had been on bridge duty for 2.5 hours, was startled by his Admiral bolting out of the command chair and racing off the bridge after having been sitting absolutely still the entire time. Having seen this level of intensity before from his friend, Julian did 2 things. He intuited where Alex was headed and sent messages to individuals along the route to clear the way. At least our people aren't panicked anymore when they see their Admiral sprinting. He sent a second message to Renee. "Sir, he's up. His destination appears to be the engineering suite, and he has calmed Mickey and Chief Peterson to meet him there." "Then he forgot to check his chronometer," Renee replied. "That would be my impression, sir. The Admiral's yet to discover that it's 3.18 hours in the morning." Renee stepped into a ship suit and boots and left her cabin for the meal room, calculating the number of volunteers she would need to wake to feed a hungry group of New Terrans and Meridians, not to mention Alex. She had once joked to Alex, seemingly a lifetime ago, that she would fabricate a special half-meter meal plate for him. Perhaps I should have had a good 10 or 20 of them fashioned, she thought. Alex found only 2 techs in the suite asleep at their benches, and he paced back and forth waiting for the return of his senior people. When they did arrive, Alex stared at their bleary eyes and hastily donned ship suits and realized his error. He raised his hands out in an apologetic gesture, but Mickey interrupted him. "You needn't bother, Admiral. We can sleep when we finish saving the universe, or at least this corner of it. What do you need from us?" Alex looked at the people assembled before him, Mickey, his flight chief, and the techs they had woken up, who wore expectant faces. He shrugged and accepted his guilt, tucking it aside. Alex sent Cordelia's woven matrix to them, demonstrating the interplay of conversations. He explained the frequency scale with its notations for modulation of the notes that was the heart of the matrix. Alex could see by the silence that greeted the revelation that it was too much for them to absorb. No intuitive leaps were going to be forthcoming. "People," Alex explained, "we need to start a dialogue at the most fundamental level. First, we must get them to understand that we want to communicate and learn from them." He looked at their faces, and it dawned on him that as a people, New Terran or Méridien, they were technicians, not linguists. Worse, for each society there had been only the one common base language. Alex began to pace again, thinking fiercely. His people watched him pace the room and waited. "Okay, we start with the universal language, mathematics. Mickey, I want to ping the hull with 1 ping, pause, 2 pings, pause, 3 pings," Alex requested. "Can do, Admiral," Mickey replied, happy to have a definitive direction. He and the techs spent a few moments setting up the process. Claude selected a clear, clean tone from Cordelia's matrix and had Julian loaded in the monitoring instrument. Meanwhile, Julian opened channels to Cordelia, Z, and Mutter to relay all future data from the silver ship. Then Claude programmed the sequence the Admiral had requested and sent it to the audio pickup on the silver ship's hull. Moments later, the audio pickup relayed the sounds of tapping on the ship's inner hull, repeating the sequence they had sent. Mickey and Stan gave Alex huge grins, ecstatic with their success, but their smiles faded when they saw the frown on Alex's face. "Claude, send it again," Alex ordered. Again they received the same tapping response. Alex waited until he thought he had made the point he wanted to make, then ordered Claude to repeat the signal. This time there was no immediate tapping. Alex held his breath, hoping he had gotten through to the aliens. Over the audio speakers, they heard 3 clear, different notes. "Yes," Alex said, punching the air. "Claude, send a set of 3 more pulses with 4 pings, pause, 5 pings, pause, 6 pings. Every time you get a successful response in audible tones, increment the pulses until you reach 100. Change nothing else." "Understood, Admiral," Claude said, realizing what Alex had been trying to accomplish, a simple dialogue. "Sades?" Alex asked. "Admiral," Julian replied first. "We are recording responses. Mutter is matching responses to the previously recorded dialogue to begin to build a translation of their communication." "Admiral," Cordelia interjected, "I have taken the liberty of continuing to record conversations from the 3 prime individuals that we used to create the first matrix. We now have nearly 11 hours of their communications, which will accelerate our understanding." "With your permission, Admiral, I have our first translated sound," Mutter sent. "Please, Mutter, you do not need to ask permission to participate," Alex replied. "Your thoughts are always welcome." Mutter took a brief tick to reorder her protocols that governed communication with the Admiral. Her comm protocols were now changing regularly after rarely changing in decades. She found the process invigorating, an uncommon sensation for her. "Thank you, Admiral. Your courtesies are appreciated," Mutter responded. "Individuals number 2 and 3 in our matrix begin their communications with the primary individual, who we believe is their leader, with the sound for 1. However, while the note starts at the same frequency, it shifts pitch with a slight warble at the end. It is my estimate that the word we are looking for is a variation of one. First Admiral, Cordelia said excitedly. They call their leader First. Monitoring the engineering suite, Julian picked up a view of the Admiral and relayed it to his fellow Sades. They saw him sit heavily in a chair, clap his hands together, and break into a huge smile. Then they watched his smile slowly fade to be replaced by a frown. "We've established basic contact and response," Alex said to the Sades. "But I need to build a core language. We have to accelerate this process." Cordelia's idea was born of her art. "Images, Admiral," she sent. "If we could send images. Simple at first, then more complex." "Admiral," Julian added, "the first silver ship detected the weakening of their hull before Nanite's penetration was completed. They must have hull sensors of some sort. The question would be, how sensitive? We might try projecting icons, simple images on their hull with a laser to give it strength." When Alex closed his comm to direct the building of a laser projector, Julian sent a quick message to Renee that the engineering staff was building again, and Alex was free of comms. Renee woke a few people to help her deliver food and drink to the engineering team. Her message raced through the crew, waking most from their sleep, and she was surprised by the number of volunteers. Everyone wanted to watch the historic event unfold in person. Humans' first communications with aliens. In a rare adoption of their cousin's trait, Pia broadcast to the entire crew except those in engineering, sending, "Therese, Genevieve, and I claim privilege. We have cared for the Admiral since the beginning." It was such an un-Meridian-like announcement that the crew acquiesced to her demand. Then Pia drafted the number of Meridians she would need to assist Ser. The Sades kept their ship's directors, captains, officers, crew, and passengers apprised of the engineering team's progress. Tomas, Lena, and Captain Cordova were so entranced by the event that they listened on the Freedom's bridge, as if being away from the immediate vicinity of Cordelia would lessen the event's reality. There were two special guests on the Freedom's bridge, as requested by Renee. Tomas had contacted the young Librans, relaying the directive. "Amelia and Eloise, Renee de Guernon has requested your presence on the bridge to observe the first contact of aliens by our people." Both had been overcome by the personage of a co-leader recognizing them, children of their people. Eloise had replied, "Are you sure Ser meant us, Director Monty?" "In Ser's words, young people," Tomas had replied, "please tell the little elders, the builders of consensus and the Admiral's supporters, that I would see them witness this amazing event from the bridge." Amelia and Eloise now sat in crew members' chairs, marveling at the enormous bridge display, a sight neither had expected to see for many years, if ever. That Ser had requested their presence still baffled them, but the manner in which they were treated made them feel special. Eloise recalled the final words of her great-grandmother, "Keep him close." Fiona Harrican had always been a powerful presence among the Librans, and Eloise intended to honor her great-grandmother's final request, which she found came easy to her. She was proud of her Admiral. He had liberated her people, and he had kept them close, accepting them as his responsibility. Now, even though he was frightening many of the Librans by communicating with their great enemy, it was his supposition that was being proven correct. The inhabitants of the silver ships would speak with him. Captain Laszlo Menlo, First Mate Ahmed Durak, and Commander Sheila Reynard hovered around the Moneymaker's bridge speakers, following Muter's every transmission. Captain Menlo felt very proud of the role his elderly Sade was playing. Her penchant for ancient symphonic music was reaping great rewards, and every time Muter added progress to the investigation, Laszlo playfully punched the arm of his first mate. When Muter equated the number 1 to the title of the fighter's leader, which Cordelia recognized as first, Laszlo swung his arm out, only to find empty air. When he looked around, Ahmed was standing on the other side of him, smiling politely at him. 18. The Libran flotilla watched the events aboard the Reaver unfold in real time, which gave Julian the idea to take the Admiral's concept of keeping the people informed one step further. Every 3 hours following the capture of the silver ship, Julian edited a summary of the events into a tight vid package and sent an FTL comm to New Terra. The first comm arrived at New Terra's FTL station 10 days later. The Sades aboard the Unsera Mention, the 3 liners, and the freighter were the first to pick up Julian's transmission. It had been 25 days since the flotilla had left for Arnos. The Sades distributed the vids to the director and captains, who wasted no time approving them for broadcast to the crew and passengers. Every 3 hours, work on the ships would come to a halt, food utensils would be set down, and children would crowd around vid displays to watch the newest vid. When the first vid was distributed aboard the Unsera Mention, arriving in the middle of the workday, the New Terran contract workers were bewildered by the Librans who literally froze in mid-motion. Z, who now had many of his sensory systems in place, saw the confusion on the part of the contract workers and recalled his lessons from Julian and Cordelia. He sent the vid to every screen in the ship, and the contract workers and Libran children gathered around to watch and listen. Upon discovering that the vids would arrive continually every 3 hours, many of the contract workers stayed after work hours to watch the latest installments. Making one of his most adventuresome decisions, Z contacted President Gonzalez in her office when he received the first compressed vid. President Maria Gonzalez of Government House of New Terra of the Oistas system, I request permission to speak with you, Z sent. Maria smiled to herself. She was acquainted with Z and Cordelia from her communications with Julian. Z was as advertised. Z, you're already speaking with me, Maria replied. She couldn't help but enjoy each and every contact with a Méridien Sade again. She missed Julian and Alex. Then I will continue, President Maria Gonzalez of Government House of New... Z, if I may interrupt, you may address me as President Gonzalez or Madam President, Maria replied. Thank you, Madam President. Brevity is always more expedient. I have received a summary vid of the flotilla's efforts at Arnos, and will be receiving another one every 3 hours. I have one stored for you at this moment if you would care to view it. Have we lost ships, Z? Maria asked. 6, Madam President, Z replied. 6? Maria exclaimed. But Alex only took 4 ships. The 6 ships would be daggers, Madam President. Maria sat back in her chair, deflated. Alex is losing, she thought. She had hoped with all her might that Alex would prevail over the silver ships. Z, I'm not sure a vid of the loss of the daggers would be something I would like to see, nor my people, come to think about it. I have no vid of the loss of the daggers, Madam President, Z explained, wondering why the President would think he should have it. You don't? Then what are you offering me, Z? This is a record of the Admiral speaking with the aliens, Madam President, Z replied. Alex speaking with the aliens. Maria processed the phrase several times before she started laughing, and kept laughing until she started choking. Concerned staff rushed into her office, one carrying a glass of water. She waved them off. Yes, Z, send me the vid immediately and continue to send the others to me as you receive them. After the vid downloaded to her reader, Maria watched it, laughing and shaking her head at what she saw, even as pride threatened to burst her heart. She called 2 techs into her office and told them to play the vid over the screens in Government House and be ready to broadcast a download from Z in 2.35 hours. In the meantime, Maria recorded a message for the planet's media stations. Her short vid featured her sitting at her desk as she said, Greetings from Government House. Attached to this message is a vid from the Admiral's flotilla in the Arnos system. We will be receiving a second vid at 13.50 hours, and we will immediately forward it to you. Your viewers should be interested in watching Admiral Racine conversing with the aliens." Maria sent the message to her administrator and sat back in her carved Guriel chair with a satisfied look on her face. She hadn't felt this good since they had launched the Reaver on its return trip to Méridien after its 71-year absence. 19. Mickey, Stan, and the techs exited the port bay where they had set up a powerful laser projector and connected its input to the bay's comm station. Back in the suite, the engineering team completed their equipment setup that would control the laser's input and were about to announce to Alex their readiness when the suite's doors hissed open and a group of Meridians, led by Renee, walked in with food trays and drink pitchers. Alex opened his mouth to postpone the interruption, but closed it quickly when he saw the expression on Renee's face. "I see he is still trainable," Therese quipped, sharing the message with Renee, Pia, Genevieve, and especially Alex. Witnessing the blush creep up Alex's neck in response to Therese's remark, Pia replied privately to her, sending, "There is the young captain we know and revere." Pia placed her 2 trays on a table in front of Mickey and kissed him warmly. Alex was anxious to establish deeper communications with the aliens as soon as he could, but he also knew he had a bad habit of driving himself too hard and suspected he was doing the same to his engineering team. They required a break, he required a break, and they all required food. Otherwise, the quality of their efforts would suffer. Renee placed her tray in front of Alex and took his face firmly in her hands. She kissed him and felt him relax into her embrace. The crew, had they been asked, were extremely grateful for the Admiral's distraction, even if briefly. They were all starving. "The aliens can wait a few moments more," Renee said privately to Alex. "Now eat and recharge yourself before I become further annoyed with you." Alex sat down and plowed into his food, happy to see a plethora of trays and drink carafes spread around the tables. The engineering team had missed more than one meal. Renee and her volunteers watched the food disappear. Several Meridians quickly exited the suite and hurried back to the meal room. "Who knew conversing with aliens created such appetites?" Genevieve marveled to her companions, shocked to see even their Meridian tech specialist, Claude, consuming 2 trays worth of food. Once the engineering crew were finished eating, everyone noticed the shift in Alex's demeanor, and the servers hurried to collect the trays and clear the room. Only Renee lingered for a moment. "All of us are proud of what you are doing, Alex," Renee sent privately. "The Librans reached consensus when they saw you risk your ship and crew to capture a silver ship. They could do no less than risk their future with you. Just remember to pace yourself. The aliens won't be leaving this space for many years." When the suite's door hissed closed behind Renee, Alex linked all the players and sent, "Mickey?" "We're ready, Admiral," Mickey replied. "Those creatures will have to be blind not to see the images that we will paint on their hull. That is, if they have eyes." "Julian?" Alex sent. "Cordelia will take the lead for this next series, Admiral," Julian responded. "She has prepared a series of icons that we believe will accelerate our comprehension of the aliens' nouns and syntax, enabling you to converse on the subjects you require. Mutter will match their audio responses to literal meanings, and we will work to determine the best translation." "Cordelia, you have the lead," Alex sent. Cordelia tested her control of the laser projector and the audio transmitter on the hull. She followed Alex's lead, using math as the common language and projecting a horizontal row of icons: a vertical line, a plus sign, a vertical line, an equal sign, and 2 parallel standing lines. At the same time, Cordelia sent a series of the aliens' audible signals: 1, a pause, 1, a pause, and 2, then waited. In the suite, the speakers uttered a great deal of whistling, tweets, and shrill notes. The aliens' level of excitement was obvious, and so was the degree of conversation. Suddenly, a single note blasted through the suite's speakers, causing most of the engineering personnel to jump. Then they heard a series of succinct tones. The first, third, and fifth notes matched the aliens' tones for 1, 1, and 2 that had been previously translated. Thus, Admiral, we have the aliens' sounds for add or sum and equal or same, Cordelia sent, pleased with herself. Cordelia, if you were humanly present, I would kiss you, Alex replied, overjoyed at their success. Pardon me, Admiral, but if Cordelia were present, that would be my privilege, Julian stated firmly. Alex smiled to himself at Julian's declaration. Now I can truly appreciate Z's desire to be mobile, Cordelia thought, intrigued by the Admiral's and Julian's comments. One could wish to experience this in the human world. Cordelia, if you would continue, please, Alex sent. Yes, Admiral, Cordelia replied, surprised by her momentary lack of focus. She began projecting a series of images. The occupants of the silver ship had excellent hull sensitivity, and her icons proceeded from simple to complex in relatively short order. At one point, Cordelia borrowed an image from the resonance imager. It was an outline of one of the inhabitants. Her subsequent icon generated a sound similar to a human, whistling the words, "Sui sui," although with slightly different tonal endings for each of the two notes. The Sades categorized the response as the occupant's name for their species. Over the next hours, the Sades learned the sounds for affirmative and negative, adult and young, land and sea, world and star, and many more. Cordelia continually generated new icons as the now dubbed Sui Sui responded to her previous ones. The icon of several Sui Sui surrounded by the outline of a silver ship generated a complex term that didn't match any previously defined sound. Cordelia was about to call it family, but that didn't match the adult pairing with young defined earlier. Julian coined the term hive for a group of the aliens within a single silver ship, and the word reminded Alex of his previous concepts of the inhabitants of the silver ships. Over time, the Sades learned the Sui Sui originally resided by the seaside, calling the ocean endless waters. Death, generated by an icon of an upside-down Sui Sui with legs splayed, was to travel the endless waters. A silver ship was a dark traveler. The prison ship was the world traveler. The alien's calm was singing to the stars. To search was to hunt for fish, their ancient food source. That they were denied the search meant they were captive. Seek shelter was to seek safety on shore. Hunters were dangerous animals that fed on the Sui Sui. Singers were intelligent species. When Cordelia attempted to define the inhabitants of the world traveler, it produced the only non-Sui Sui-like sound they had heard. As far as she could determine, it sounded like Nwal. The icon of the reverb produced a complex set of notes, which the Sades determined meant star hunters. The push and pull of images and sounds went on through the next day and into the second night. The engineering team slept with their heads down on tables or stretched out on the deck, while the Sades continued to work to identify the vocabulary and syntax the Admiral would need to converse with the Sui Sui. In the morning, food was delivered again to the engineering team, and Alex, for one, never felt so grateful for a hot cup of tea. He sipped it slowly, savoring the heat and flavor, noticing most of his team was doing the same, attempting to wake overtaxed brain cells and boost energy levels. As they revived, food began disappearing. Trays were just being cleared when Alex and the engineering team received a message from Julian. Admiral, Our icon display on the silver ship's hull was overlaid 0.6 hours ago with a blocking pattern generated by the occupants, and the aliens have been repeating an audible message over and over. We have ceased our laser projection and have translated the message. We believe it is Star Hunters plus beams, Sui plus, or perhaps add, search. Denied the search plus travel the endless waters. Star Hunters plus, then minus, Sui. In the background is a complex harmony of voices, which Mutter believes is the hive singing. "What's the team's summary?" Alex asked. "We believe, Admiral, the lack of gravitational waves in this area would have led to the hive's death due to an interruption of their power source. The Sui perceive the energy from our beams as the gift of life, and it is our choice as to whether they live or die." 20. The Sades determined that they had a sufficient vocabulary and syntax for Alex to convey basic questions to the Sui. Cordelia informed Alex it would take many more days to elevate their understanding of the Sui language to a more sophisticated level. It was time Alex didn't think they had, or so said the hairs on the back of his neck. Alex mulled over the meaning of the Sui's choral song. When it finally came time to begin his line of questioning, he chose the most direct path for his inquiry, one designed to help him understand whose side the Sui would choose to be on if they had a choice. First, he needed to get the occupants' attention. "Julian, briefly flash the laser on and off," Alex requested. The blinking of the laser had the desired effect. The hive went silent. "Julian, send Star Hunters plus Sui equals search the endless waters," Alex said. In response to Alex's message came a powerful bridge of voices, singing for all they were worth. "Admiral, I believe you have made some entities very happy," Julian sent privately. "And it was the two of us who believed they should be offered freedom, Julian," Alex replied. "I have never been prouder of your support, my friend." On the Freedom's Bridge, Amelia and Eloise had the more demonstrative reactions of those listening throughout the flotilla to the Sui's song of jubilation. They jumped up and down, hugging one another, and then everyone in sight. Their antics had Tomas, Lena, and the bridge personnel smiling. Like Julian, Amelia and Eloise had been ardent supporters of the Admiral's plan, and now were being proven right. "For the first question for our new acquaintances, Julian, send Dark Traveler equals Sui. Alex was attempting to understand if the silver ships belonged to the Sui. "Admiral," Cordelia said, after considering the response, "I translate the response of the first as Dark Traveler equals Nual plus Sui. "This makes sense, Admiral," said Julian. "The Sui would appear to be the simpler beings. They were fishermen, and I would suspect miners of some sort, who were able to biologically construct crystal structures, possibly their homes. A telling point is that while the prison ship and the silver ships appear to move about on the same technology, the hulls are quite different. I would surmise the Sui constructed the fighter shells around Nual technology. If the Sui did build the hulls, they would be able to enter and exit the hulls biologically once planetside. However, they might be limited to exiting their ships only into a habitable atmospheric environment. It would be an effective containment strategy by the Nual. "Julian, send Sui World," Alex requested. They received a set of sad warbling tones. The translation appeared to be Sui World equals negative. While Alex considered the ramification of a negative world, the rear of the silver ship produced an image of a small Sui, the same icon that Cordelia had used. As everyone watched, the image grew in size, and a small Sui emerged from the large entity and grew in size again. 2 generations, Alex murmured, and Julian relayed Alex's words over the vid he was broadcasting. The generation cycle was repeated over and over. When it stopped, Alex exploded. Black space, 8 generations. They've been captive for 8 generations. Julian relayed only Alex's latter statement to the flotilla. Unfortunately, some Librans and New Terrans could read lips. "Cordelia," Alex said, "it's time to get more creative since the Sui are escalating communication. Create me a vid of Libra circling Arnos. Julian, when Libra completes 1 circle, send the tone for 1, and when it finishes a 2nd cycle, send the tone for 2. Cordelia, halt your vid after 2 cycles, then send a 2nd vid repeating their vid of the young to adult Sui, but play it slow. Julian, send a slow count synced to Cordelia's 2nd vid from 1 and up, repeating it for each cycle. Both of you, when you reach 8 cycles, the number of imprisoned generations, repeat the vid of the transitions from young to adult and the count." It was a complex question, but Alex needed to know if the Sui had enough intelligence to be treated as partners against the prison ship, or if they were just passengers along for the ride planetside, and all the technological capability came from the Nuaul. Cordelia and Julian cycled through the vids and audio signals 3 times. A small cacophony of conversation broke out inside the silver ship, and it went on for nearly a quarter hour. "It appears, Admiral, we may have stumped them on this one," Mickey said. He had barely finished speaking when the display of young to adult appeared on the silver ship's hull, and the audio picked up a double-tone whistle. 50, Admiral, Mutter sent, which, if the Sui have understood your question correctly, it means the annual cycle of Libra, at 1.2 Méridien years, times their response of 50, equates to a lifespan of 60 years. "Admiral," Mickey said sadly, "their race has been imprisoned for somewhere around 480 years. "Yes, Mickey, and I think it's high time they were freed," Alex said. "Julian, send Dark Traveler sing Dark Traveler," Alex ordered. "The response is affirmative, Admiral," Mutter said. "The silver ships can communicate between one another." Now the escape plan begins, Alex thought. "Cordelia, I need a vid of the prison ship and 2 silver ships. Give me a dotted line that starts at 1 silver ship and extends to the other one. Keep repeating the line extending from one fighter to the other, as if this was a comm signal. Form a circle around the prison ship after the dotted line is in its 2nd iteration. Put that vid on a loop. Julian, once the vid starts playing, send Dark Traveler sing Dark Traveler, then pause and send Nuaul. Repeat the vid until we have an understandable response." After the Sui watched the vid, the response was the now familiar odd sound followed by a single warbling tone, which translated as Nuaul negative. So, the Sui can communicate between fighters without the Nuaul hearing them. How foolish of the jailers, Alex murmured. "Cordelia," Alex ordered. "Play a vid of the prison ship with a world below it, but not Libra, and icons of the Sui floating up from the planet to the prison ship." "Place the Sui inside a silver ship, Admiral?" Cordelia asked, puzzled by Alex's request. "Negative, Cordelia. Float the Sui icons up by themselves." The response was a series of whistles and tweets, one of which was unfamiliar to Alex. Before Alex could question the Sades, a new heretofore unseen icon appeared on the rear of the silver ship, and the unfamiliar tone was repeated. "Well, I'll be," Stanley Peterson sent. "Those things are now teaching us new words, Admiral. That odd tone must be rings or ringed." "A ringed Dark Traveler," Alex translated. "I believe that is correct, Admiral," Mutter sent. "So this ringed Dark Traveler is a ship we haven't seen," Alex said. "It would have to be bigger than the silver ships and of a different design, if the silver ship hulls are Sui creations. While the team considered Alex's words, a second image appeared on the fighter's hull. An odd tube-shaped ship similar to an ancient projectile, with concentric rings down its length appeared. It was positioned for a side view. 4 silver ships placed bow to stern stretched underneath the ringed ship to indicate its length. "Julian, send ringed dark traveler negative," Alex requested, hoping the capture ships no longer existed. The response was ringed dark traveler positive. It was followed by an icon of the prison ship with 4 ringed ship icons overlaying its image. Mutter translated the long series of audio tones that accompanied the image. "Admiral, their message is 4 ringed dark travelers plus world traveler." "Capture ships, Admiral?" Julian asked. "Vessels that the prison ship has kept aboard for centuries and that haven't been needed for any other function? Perhaps waiting for the day when these slaves revolt or die out and need to be replaced?" Cordelia wondered. "Let's see what type of allies you would make," Alex thought. "Cordelia, I need an image of Libra with silver ships over top of the world. Julian, send Star Hunter World." The response was loud and strong, almost vehement. The Sades and Alex could translate these simple sounds by now. It was Negative Hunter World. "Julian, send Star Hunter World Positive." Despite the alien nature of the communications, there was no mistaking anguish in the desperate response of Negative Nual Hunter World. "Julian, send Star Hunters and send the tones for 122 times," Alex ordered. This time there was no immediate response, only silence. Then first one individual and then another emitted odd warbling tones until all joined into what could only be called wailing. The blended notes had a way of mesmerizing, yet at the same time subtly fraying the nerves of the humans listening. A loud whistle cut across the hive's lament, and the chorus ceased. The engineering team heard the now recognizable whistles and tones of the first, but the message was too complex for easy translation. When the message ended, absolute silence fell. No background conversation, no chorus, no sound whatever. "Mutter?" Alex requested. "Your pardon, Admiral, but the message contains new tones and subtle changes to previously known notes and tweets." "I need your best guess, Mutter." Several moments of silence came from Mutter. Alex considered the ramifications of asking an AI as old as Mutter to guess. Probably an unfair request, Alex thought. "Admiral," Mutter finally said, "it is my supposition that we are hearing a message in 2 parts. The first part is an abject apology. The first repeats his message several times of the Nual, Hunters, and World. He appears to be communicating that the Nual had identified the entities on Libra as hunters, which the Sui consider aggressive entities against their kind. The second part of the message appears to offer us, the Star Hunters, to send the Sui as travelers of the endless waters. I translate this as they are offering their lives for the harm they have done to the Star Hunter people." "Well done, Mutter," Alex sent. Many of the pieces fit together and backed his suppositions, but he couldn't help feeling he was missing something. The difficulty lay in asking complex questions with their simple vocabulary. He decided to posit a query and hoped the Sui provided the answer as to why the Sui hadn't turned on the prison ship. "Julian, send a short vid of the encounters of the daggers and silver ships this last time. Show the losses on both sides. Simultaneously send Sui search Star Hunters, Star Hunters search Sui, Sui negative search Nual." On the fighter's rear, the outline of the Nual ship appeared, and a bright yellow-green dot began blinking on and off in the center of the dot. "Okay, I give up," Mickey said after a few moments. "Anyone with an idea?" Alex asked. Julian began enlarging the image on the engineering vid screen while the team watched. Soon the bright blinking dot filled the screen. It wasn't a single dot. It was composed of a mass of individual dots. Julian kept enlarging the image until a single dot revealed a circle encompassing the dim outline of a sui-sui. "They're young, hatchlings," Alex received from Renee. He relayed the thought to the team, sending, "Renee says the circles are sui-sui eggs, hatchlings. That's the Nual's leverage. They're holding the sui-sui young hostage to keep the parents in line." Alex took a moment to consider his next line of communication, then ordered, "Julian, send 2 messages, one after the other. Send, 'Sui-sui search the endless waters,' then, 'Star hunters plus sui-sui equal Nual negative.'" When the team received no response, Julian sent the message again. Everyone waited in silence for a reply. Of interest to every human of the flotilla was that no discussion took place among the sui-sui. The decision appeared to remain with the first. Finally, the first's whistled response came through clearly. Mutter translated it as, "Sui-sui search the endless waters. Nual travel the endless waters." "Julian, send affirmative," Alex sent, sitting down in a chair. A satisfied smile plastered across his face. The team heard the hive chorus a single tone, repeated over and over, but with endless twists and turns on the basic note. In their implants they heard Mutter repeat, "Affirmative, affirmative, affirmative." The first's whistle ended the chant, and his following notes were translated as, "Star Hunter first." Cordelia took the initiative to project an image of Alex in his admiral's uniform on the rear of the fighter. It effectively ended the celebratory chorus. "You may have frightened them more than the Nual have, Cordelia," Alex quipped, taking notice of the absolute silence. "Admiral," Claude said, "if you will, please regard the resonance imager." Alex walked over to the imager's output screen, which showed the sui-sui hive bobbing up and down in unison. The scene gave Alex an eerie feeling. "It appears you have accumulated more admirers, Admiral," Julian said, as he inserted the thermal image into the engineering suite's broadcast to the flotilla. "One wonders when you will cease collecting the lost and forsaken of this universe." 21. Since Alex and the Sades couldn't think of a way to communicate to the sui-sui that they needed time to think, it fell to Cordelia and Mutter to keep them entertained while Alex met with his officers. Cordelia had already designed the next 1,571 icons and vids she would employ, so she made use of the time to add to the sui-sui language base. Julian sought to divest himself of overwhelming duties. He relayed the engineering suite's output to Cordelia, passing her the responsibility to filter the final output to the flotilla, but he kept for himself the creation of the vid destined for New Terra every 3 hours. It freed his processing power to manage the demands of the Admiral's meeting with the flotilla's officers, which entailed mirroring the Reaver's holovid to the Moneymaker and the Freedom. As one of the earliest Sades, Mutter was hard-pressed to juggle her responsibilities, which were managing the holovid display for the captain and crew, driving the analysis of the sui-sui's responses, and maintaining the Moneymaker's operations. That she was accomplishing her tasks, even if barely, pleased her to no end. Alex, Andrea, and Edouard gathered around the Reaver's bridge holovid. Laszlo, Ahmed, Tatya, and Sheila were gazing at the mirrored image on the Moneymaker's bridge. Captain Cordova and Tomas were spectators on the Bridge of the Freedom. They didn't expect to participate, but Alex wanted them to know his plans, and under what conditions they should employ their emergency orders. Julian linked all of their implants in a conference comm. Alex had laid out his idea, and Andrea responded with, "So, Admiral, your plan depends on us trusting the Sui and exposing ourselves to their silver ships. What if you're wrong about what the Sui will do? What if they turn on us?" "The alternative is to not trust the Sui," Alex replied. "In which case we destroy the silver ship we've captured, and we continue to lure other silver ships out to the peripheral, destroying them a few at a time and losing our fighters in the process. It's my estimate that we don't have enough daggers to do the job. We'll probably lose all of them if we stay the course, and I don't think we'll be the last ones standing." Sheila blanched at the thought of the loss of the entire squadron, pilots and daggers, which would include her. She knew she would not abandon her people in the final fight. Laszlo and Ahmed glanced at her, guilt written on their faces at the thought of the pilots' sacrifices if they were ordered into straight-up fights. Alex let them digest the contrasting concepts for a moment. Quiet reigned while everyone considered the Admiral's plan, the risks, and the conversations with the Sui. "So who wants to be the pilot of the dagger that eliminates this silver ship when I release it?" Alex said, interrupting their contemplation. "As the admiral of this flotilla, I assure you it will be one of you who will launch the missiles. I won't allow it to be assigned to a lieutenant." "I am new to these manners of operations, Admiral," Captain Menlo said. He had yet to voice an opinion one way or the other. "Much depends on your assessment of the Sui. They are an alien species, and it would seem to me that it would be easy to mistake their intent, especially with so little time in communication and at such an elementary level. What is it that you perceive about them that makes you so sure of what they will do?" "At this time, it's only intuition," Alex replied. "Oh," Laszlo replied. "Hoping for something more, Captain?" "Your pardon, Admiral, but yes, I was," Laszlo replied. "I understand, Captain. I'm asking you to risk your lives on my hunch that we can believe the Sui, and they will commit to aiding us against the prison ship. At the very least, I'm expecting them to step aside and let us take on the prison ship alone. It's my hope we can trap it before it accelerates out of our missile envelope. The alternative is unconscionable to me. We attempt to destroy every silver ship and slowly but surely lose every single fighter and its pilot." "Admiral, perhaps we can manage the risk this way," Tatia said. "We've used the gravity wells effectively so far. Let's keep using them." She linked into the holovid and moved the icons of the Reaver and the Moneymaker below the ecliptic and moved them under the system short of Libra. "We get close to Libra this way. We separate into 3 squadrons and try to trap the prison ship. The outward bound stays with the Reaver to protect your ship, and both of you stay below the ecliptic. If the silver ships betray us, the Moneymaker will have time to move far below the ecliptic." "The issues with that plan, Commander," Julian explained, "are that the prison ship is not limited to the ecliptic, and we don't know its armament. If it does have weapons, then with its greater acceleration, it would easily eliminate our primary ships and take its time winnowing our fighters, which would be trapped in the system with the chronometer counting down for their air reserves." "I'm also concerned about these ringed dark travelers," Sheila interjected. "What are their capabilities? What velocity and acceleration can they generate? Are they armed? If so, what's the extent of their armament? The closer we get to the Nual, the more we expose ourselves to too many dangerous unknowns." "And now you've identified many of the problems, people," Alex said. "Just how do you expect us to eliminate these unknowns? My plan is to test the Sui first and let them prove themselves to us. We take a minimal risk for potentially great reward. Allies against the prison ship." "Admiral," Cordelia interjected, "aren't we placing the Sui in a predicament, making them choose between their freedom and the preservation of the hatchlings? What if the Sui are depending on us to save the hatchlings as well as free them?" Her comments had the effect of bringing the entire discussion to an abrupt halt. In the ensuing silence, she added, "Apologies, Admiral, if I asked inappropriate questions." "Excellent questions, Cordelia, and well-timed, I might add," Alex replied. Cordelia's questions often carried that sensitivity and emotional context he often missed in his calculations. "The best way to learn the answers to those questions is ask the Sui-Sui, Cordelia." Alex considered how he might ask his last questions to gain the answers he needed to create a battle plan, and simultaneously learn how the Sui-Sui would react to the endangerment of their hatchlings. "Take it one step at a time, Alex," he coached himself. "Cordelia and Mutter, halt your translation routines," Alex requested. "Cordelia and Julian, I need some complex vids with matching audio messages." Cordelia left her last icon in place on the projector when she stopped her routine, which unfortunately caused the Sui-Sui a bit of consternation. They had given their response, but the image hadn't changed as it had been doing for a long while. Julian, recognizing the agitated movements of the Sui-Sui, turned off the laser projector. "For the first vid," Alex sent, "start with a bright yellow dot equal to a silver ship icon. Then change the image to one of this system populated with yellow dots that mirror the present locations of the silver ships. Give them a moment to absorb the count. Follow that with an image of the Nual ship. Place a yellow dot inside the prison ship, but fade it in and out until you interrupt the vid to repeat the entire process." That Cordelia was projecting her vid moments later with Julian augmenting the audio was the norm to Alex. Downshifting his thoughts and reactions to engage people had become an increasing challenge. Renee was the one person that required no effort on his part to re-engage. That she could see the shift in his demeanor and welcome it with her small wry smile made him feel as if he was still good at being human. When the vid began its second play, Mutter relayed the first's whistle tones. "Admiral, the first is sending 55. But the tone has a new pitch or waver to it. I surmise it is the mark of a question. The first is questioning our count, which he believes is incorrect. Our vid shows real-time positions, even though some of the silver ships are behind the system's bodies." "Correct his count, Mutter," Alex sent. For the first time, Mutter was able to signal the Sui-Sui directly, relaying the total count of silver ships in the system, visible and invisible. Mickey had worked to refine the resolution on the resonance imager, which allowed the engineering team to clearly see the first rise up on his walking appendages, large claws and his true hands lifted up as if searching for something he had heard or seen. He loosed a sweet set of whistles, melodic, nearly hypnotic. It was an enticing invitation to Mutter, which she accepted. She replied to the first with a set of her own tones that played and blended with the first's melody. Immediately, the first began singing, his hive joining in chorus. Mutter, dismissing her centuries of conditioning, joined first in the chorus, then began alternating the lead with the first, each one blending around the other. Alex and the entire flotilla listened, mesmerized by the sound of alien music. For that was the only word to describe it. Music. Perhaps it wasn't music by human standards, but it was ethereal, uplifting, sounds that celebrated life. Alex felt loath to interrupt them, but when he sensed that his flotilla had received a good taste of the beauty of the species he was trying to save, he sent, "Mutter?" On her next lead, Mutter slowed the tempo of her response and closed on a long, sweet whistle punctuated by a soft warble. The hive had lowered the volume of their chorus and then closed as Mutter ended. Finally, the hive blasted back with a cacophony of raucous whistles. "I believe that is your applause, Mutter," Alex sent. Julian and Cordelia relayed to Mutter the sound and images of the flotilla's crew clapping and cheering. Julian envisioned the impact his next compressed vid would make throughout the new Terran system. When the Sui-Sui's celebration died down, Mutter sent the tones for Star Hunter first. The hive didn't require their leader's note to quiet them. Silence reigned immediately, and they began their coordinated bobbing again, but slower this time, as if at half speed. "It appears your audience waits in anticipation, Your Highness," Julian sent privately, and received for his tease an image of his case going up in flames, crystals, circuits, and all. In reply, he sent a chuckle. "People, did I miss something, or did we not get an answer to the last question?" Alex said. "My apologies, Admiral," Mutter sent. "I failed to support your request." "On the contrary, Mutter, you supported my desires beautifully. You exquisitely demonstrated the point I've been trying to make, that we have a unique, intelligent species deserving to be freed from their captors. I could think of no better way to demonstrate that than in the manner you have just done." Alex gave her a moment to enjoy the compliment, then sent, "However, Cordelia, I still need my answer." While Cordelia played the vid again, Mutter sorted through her protocols, confirming, editing, or deleting until she felt like a new entity. Her ship duties still remained primary. The Admiral's orders and even wishes would override many of her lesser protocols, but she placed her music and the opportunity to sing with the Sui-Sui just below the protocols that responded to the Admiral and her captain. It was a glorious feeling. After more than 2 centuries, she felt born again. Following Cordelia's vid, the engineering team heard the leader sing out. A hive member responded. Mutter translated on the fly, noting that they were discussing numbers. "I believe, Admiral," she sent, "they are comparing their total count to the number we gave them, except that they are not counting in dark traveler units. Apparently, the term group, or hive as we term the sound, precedes each number. I surmise that a hive is a group that may occupy more than one dark traveler." Alex noticed that the entire team was starting to utilize Sui-Sui terms, and a smile crossed his lips at the thought. He needed his people to adopt these creatures in their minds and hearts if they were going to support his efforts to liberate them. "I only hope that I know what I'm doing," he thought. "Admiral, the difference between their count and our count is 11, Mutter relayed. "I believe it's the number of dark travelers still aboard the Nual ship." "Cordelia, the next vid contains 3 parts," Alex ordered. "Mutter, please handle the audio translations. You appear to have been made an honorary Sui-Sui. First sequence, show our ships approaching the Nual ship, the Sui-Sui standing aside, and the Nual fleeing the system. Next, show our ships approaching the Nual ship, the Sui-Sui standing aside, and the Nual ship exploding. Third sequence, show our ships approaching the Nual ship, the Sui-Sui standing aside, and the 11 dark travelers in the Nual ship loading the hatchlings, then exiting the ship. The Sui-Sui responded by replaying the third sequence on their hull, followed by the end of the first sequence and accompanied by the first's whistles. "Admiral," Mutter sent, "you will notice in the replay of our third vid, only 1 dark traveler exits the world traveler. It is unclear whether this represents the percentage of recovery of the hatchlings, or whether only 1 dark traveler will have time to escape before the world traveler flees the system. Mutter, send Sui-Sui plus Star Hunters search the endless sea. Affirmative, negative," Alex requested. The silver ship's aft end produced a display of the solar system. A circle indicated the orbit of the outer planet. It was replaced with an image of the Reaver sitting at 90 degrees to the star. The icon of the Sui-Sui fighter blinked on and off. It lay in the shadow of the Reaver. Then the ships were reduced to a dot on the display of the solar system, and a dotted line was extended from the ship's position to cross the circle indicating the last planet's orbit. Mutter's translation of the first was, "Hive first sings Sui-Sui first." "Admiral," Julian interjected, "it would appear the Sui-Sui need more power to communicate, and must move closer to the gravitational waves of the system to obtain it. I would surmise our beams are insufficient for their system's full operation. It might be prudent to move them." Cordelia added a final note. "Admiral, a detail of their display is important. The Sui are drawing attention to their ship that is in the lee of our ship. I believe they want to communicate to the other dark travelers, but not be seen by the Nual." "Mutter, send affirmative," Alex requested. "Julian and Mutter proceed to the closest position satisfying the Sui's needs, and ensure our silver ship is kept well hidden from the Nual." Alex broke the engineering team for food, which Renee and the Meridians delivered again. Then he dismissed his people so they could get some much-needed sleep. No one needed encouragement. After quickly stuffing their faces, they shuffled off to their cabins, but their spirits were buoyed along the way. The crew had turned out for them, clapping them on the back, saluting or bestowing honor, congratulating them in any manner they felt appropriate. A momentous event had occurred, and it was being recognized. As far as this corner of the galaxy knew, this was the first time that humans had communicated with aliens. And despite the egregious beginning, a peaceful dialogue with an adversary had been established. Renee waited while Alex took a quick refresher and wrapped himself in his robe. When he headed to his desk, she intercepted him and guided him to the cabin's lounge. She sat him down and took up her favorite position, curled up in his lap. Within a few moments, she felt Alex relax and his breathing deepen. Soon he was fast asleep. Renee waited until he had a couple of hours of sleep before she gently woke him and pulled on his arm until he followed her to bed. She slipped off his robe and guided him under the covers, dropping her own robe and cradling against his side. Alex fell back to sleep in moments. Just 4 hours later, Renee was woken by Julian. "Sir, we have achieved the position the Admiral requested. In this location, we are vulnerable to silver ships, and 2 have turned our way. Estimated arrival of the first ship will be 18.5 hours, the second ship in 26.4 hours. "Thank you, Julian. I will tend to the Admiral," Renee replied, and eased up on one arm to lean over Alex. She kissed him gently on the cheek, chin, and neck, continuing to press her lips softly and lightly against his skin. As Alex groaned, the rumblings of his chest vibrated through her breasts, and she continued to kiss him. "Well, if I have to be woken, I can think of no better way to have it done," Alex sent, opening his eyes and kissing Renee in return. It started as a quick kiss, but turned into a deep, intense, and intimate expression of 2 people who longed to be far away from danger, somewhere safe, together. "We are at your prescribed location, Alex," Renee said. "And we've attracted attention. There is no need to hurry yet." "Ah," Alex replied as he climbed out of bed and headed for the refresher. "Julian, are the Sui singing?" "They have begun to sing, Admiral. After we arrived on position, we detected a cumulative buildup of energy within our dark traveler. It was as surmised. We were underpowering their ship with our beams." "I believe that was your hypothesis, Julian." "Yes, Admiral, but it appeared presumptuous to claim credit." "Ah, then let me say it was very astute of you to deduce their precarious condition," Alex replied. His compliment was repaid with the image of Julian's alter ego, the sleuth. Alex quickly dressed in the sleeping quarters and would have headed for the engineering suite, but Pia, Therese, and Genevieve were busy setting the salon table with a large expanse of food. When they finished arranging the plates, mugs, and pitchers, they stepped back and delivered a polite bow. Therese and Genevieve left without a word, unusual in itself. Pia walked up to Alex and wrapped him in a hug. She whispered in his ear, "Whatever happens to us, know that the people are proud of you, my explorer captain." When she stepped back, she touched his face tenderly with her fingertips and left quickly as tears threatened to spill. Alex stood there, a little stunned, staring at the cabin door. Renee walked around to face Alex and laughed at his perplexed expression. You, my Admiral, see a problem to solve, unraveling its parts, discovering its inner workings, and reassembling it to suit you. It doesn't matter whether it's making the Reaver travel faster or freeing an alien species. To you, it's a task to solve, but your people recognize the scope of what you achieve. Now, if you are done being overwhelmed by their devotion, I need you to eat. You can't continue to impress your people if you don't have sufficient energy. On that point, Alex made Renee very happy. While she consumed her normal meal, Alex claimed everything left on the table. With the last half of a roll, Alex sopped up the juices in a serving dish and popped the entire thing into his mouth, chewing happily. He cleared his mouth with the last gulp of hot tea. Renee stood up, leaned over him, and kissed his forehead. Now you can go visit your new friends and conceive of a brilliant plan that liberates them and preferably leaves all of us relatively unscathed. Rather than the quick exit she had expected, Alex stood up from the table and took both of her hands. She was smiling, but it faded when she saw Alex wrestling with something important to say. Finally, he offered her a sad, lopsided smile. Tomorrow will be a dangerous time aboard this ship, sir, Alex said quietly. I would know where you stand. Renee smiled at the familiar expression. She had asked Alex the same question before she presented to the new Terran Assembly for the first time. He had replied he would stand with her. Renee realized Alex was concerned for her safety and was offering her an opportunity to transfer to the Freedom. You may have been the captain who rescued us and the admiral who now leads us, but first and foremost, you will forever be the partner of my heart. I would stand with you, my love, always, Renee replied. They held each other for a long moment. Not a word was said, none was needed. Then Alex kissed her on the forehead and left for the engineering suite. Julian, what do we know about the communications between the Hive First and the Sui First? Alex sent. In reply to his request, he was connected to the interplay of song between the two principals. Alex kept his link to Julian open while he walked the corridors and rode a lift down to the engineering suite. The corridors were quiet, and for the first time Alex checked his chronometer. It was 4.33 hours. No wonder, he thought. Alex was unable to translate the songs between their Hive First and the Sui First. The dialogue's complexity indicated just how primitive their communications with the Hive First had been. People, Alex sent to the Sades, are these songs making any sense to you? We are recording everything, Admiral, Mutter replied. That she was the first to respond gave Alex pause to consider the changes being wrought among the flotilla's Sades. However, this is a sophisticate within their society, expressing an unusual and critical situation to his leader. We understand few words, much less the intent of his message. I understand, Alex said. The answer was disappointing, and it didn't help alleviate his concerns. He was intending to place many of his people's lives in alien hands and claws soon, and he was trying to determine if his trust was well-founded. If I'm wrong, well, I'll be wrong, and it won't matter to any of us who enter the system with the Sui, Alex thought, the impending conflict dragging a dark pall over his mood. Returning to focus on the exchange, Alex heard the Hive First's song as the Sui First also spoke. There didn't seem to be a protocol, as one sang, then the other. It makes you think that the Sui have the ability to manage multiple songs simultaneously, Alex commented to his Sades. Well done, Admiral, Mutter exclaimed. Okay, Mutter, what did I say? Alex asked. I hadn't paid note to it before, but I had noticed that individuals have a unique frequency pattern, much like our individual voices are recognizable, Mutter responded. If that's the case, Cordelia added, a significant adaptation of a species that spent much of their time underwater, would be the capability to receive and differentiate multiple songs at once. While the singing droned on, Alex put his head down on a text bench and fell asleep. Julian, always monitoring Alex's biometrics, blocked his comms. Alex woke up quickly hours later when the engineering team reported for duty after morning meal. "Apologies, Admiral," Mickey said, realizing his admiral was on duty in the suite long before they were. Alex listened for a moment, realizing the dialogue was still ongoing. "Not a problem, Mickey. You haven't missed much. The Hive First started a dialogue with his leader hours ago, and the two have been in discussion ever since." Alex switched on the suite's speakers, which monitored the hull's audio pickup. Whistles, warbles, and even screeches flooded the suite, and after the team had a taste of the dialogue, Alex signaled the speakers off again. "What do the SAIDs comprehend, Admiral?" Mickey asked, sounding hopeful. "What would a 4-year-old understand of a university professor's lecture on applied mathematics?" Alex responded. "Oh," Mickey said. "Yes, oh," Alex groused. "Our precious future is being discussed by an alien species, and we're sitting here in the linguistic deep dark." Hours later, the conversation came to an abrupt end with a sharp whistle, as Sui-Sui conversations usually did. "Admiral," Mutter said, "that final whistle came from the Sui-Sui First." A short phrase of tones was heard. Mutter added, "The Sui-Sui First is saying, 'Star Hunter sing,' but his last tone has an odd twist to it." "Singer," Cordelia supplied. "The Sui-Sui First is requesting the Star Hunter singer." The team heard the Sui-Sui First repeat his message. It was followed by the Hive First repeating his leader's request. In the resonance telemetry, they watched the Hive First face the ship's rear, rise up on his legs, and lift his claws and true hands in supplication. Then he began to sing. It was a familiar song, one he had begun with Mutter. "Star Hunter singer," Alex said, comprehending the message. "Mutter, your audience awaits. You're on deck." Mutter had extensive records of Sui-Sui words and hours of the leader's dialogue. Her analytic applications had been busy differentiating the sounds, frequencies, and modulations. Always, she was recording and analyzing, much like with all the music she had collected, most of which had originated on ancient Earth. Now, in a moment unlike any other, there would be no playback, no chorus, and no interplay for Mutter to follow. She would compose her own music, and in an alien tongue. Mutter began her song with a single gentle note that she slowly modulated, blending a second note through it. She was, after all, a Said with no single voice. She was capable of many voices, and she made full use of her Méridien-based technology. She sang her song. It was a single voice, it was many voices. It was soft and sweet, it was a swelling chorus. Mutter had never felt such joy, such freedom. The Admiral had given her a rare opportunity that she could never have conceived of embracing in her centuries of service. Mutter ended her song as she began it. A pair of notes blended into a single note, which slowly faded. In the silence that followed, the Sui-Sui on board their captured ship began the same synchronized bobbing they had bestowed on Alex's image. Their whistling chant of Star Hunter Singer was now recognizable by their human monitors. Before Alex could express his appreciation to Mutter, the Sui-Sui First's whistle cut through the audio pickup. His simple sounds were understood. They were, "Sui-Sui plus Star Hunters, search the endless seas. Nual, travel the endless seas." Mutter was basking in the applause from the flotilla for her performance. Of special delight were the requests from children on board the Freedom, who wanted a recording transferred to their monitor devices. Mutter had never been able to resolve her appreciation of Cordelia and Z, with her displeasure over their unnatural actions, which had resulted in their being declared as independents. She felt they had shirked their duties. Now she understood. It simply required passion to override basic protocols, and Mutter had now done just that. It was the second time in 2 days that she had reinvented herself. For a few ticks of time, Mutter wondered where the changes might lead, but she was resolved to one desire for the future. Wherever the Admiral traveled, she fervently hoped her ship would travel with him. So the Sui first approves the strategy, Alex thought. Now all we need is to agree on some tactics. Despite his strengthened conviction, Alex thought to take a small step to test the Sui's reliance. However, even a small step under these circumstances was fraught with danger. "Julian, release the Dark Traveler," Alex ordered. It was a mark of their bond that Julian immediately switched off the beams and closed the bay's doors, despite his reservations. Everyone waited, but nothing happened. The Dark Traveler stayed where it had been released. The engineering team nervously checked telemetry to see if the fighter moved, and were so focused on their readouts that when the Hive First began singing to the Sui First, they jumped in their chairs. "Ha!" Alex thought, then sent, "Cordelia, I need another vid. Start with the rever, reduce it to a dot, then show our dot heading for a second dot at Libra. Blow up the second dot to show the Nual ship." Alex's request generated a great many anxious reactions among his staff. Cordelia's vid resulted in a 2-hour-long conversation between the two Sui leaders. Boredom set in around the flotilla, except for the Sades, who continued to map the Sui language. The archives of dialogue grew, but translation of the new material was marginal at best. "Admiral, our silver ship is transmitting to us again," Julian warned on the conference comm, and the engineering team began checking their screens. On the rear of their Dark Traveler, Cordelia's last vid reappeared. This time, when the rever approached the Nual, tens of dots converged on the rever. "Admiral," Andrea sent, "it looks like a perfect opportunity for an ambush." Alex was considering how to respond to the captain when the Dark Traveler replaced Cordelia's altered system vid with the icon of the rever. It was set inside a large, bright circle. The icon of a Dark Traveler came at the rever off its port bow. When the Dark Traveler reached the circle, it slid around it to end up behind the rever, still outside the circle. The vid added more icons of Dark Travelers, which were also repulsed by the circle. "The rever has a force field," Renee sent through the conference comm. "No, we don't," Andrea objected. "But the Nual don't know that," Tatya countered. "I think this is part of an elaborate ruse to draw us into the system," Andrea argued. "If it is a ruse, they would have the numbers and the velocity," Sheila pointed out. "People," Alex sent, "you're forgetting one thing. There is a Dark Traveler floating meters off our hull. I recall it took only one of these ships to hold the rever last time." Alex's reminder of the passenger liner's attack produced unsettling flashbacks for the Meridians and Julian. "Admiral, I submit that the lengthy time during which we exposed this silver ship to the limited gravitational field may have damaged it in some manner. Perhaps it can't hurt us now," Andrea sent. "Valid argument, Captain," Alex replied. "Let's test your theory. We know our Dark Traveler has restored its comms. Let's see if it has restored its drive. Julian, slowly, very slowly, orient our ship toward the Nual ship." "Beginning repositioning," Julian sent. Breaths were held while the moments ticked by. When Julian announced the repositioning was complete, the breaths were released, and everyone realized they were still present. There had been no attack. "Where's our Dark Traveler now, Julian?" Alex asked. "It's not off our port bay anymore." "Admiral, when I started our turn, the fighter slid up over the top of our ship and tucked itself under the aft end of the outward bound, effectively concealing itself from the Nual's telemetry, I would suspect." So far so good, Alex sent privately to Julian. I must admit, Admiral, if I could have actually breathed a sigh, I would have done so with great relief, Julian replied. It wasn't necessary, Julian. I did that for both of us, Alex replied before returning to the conference comm. So our dark friend had comms, drive, and is hiding from the prison ship, Alex sent. So it's continuing the ruse it set up that encouraged us to return it to the system to recharge it, Andrea sent. It's a smart plan. First step, save their ship. Second step, destroy us. Well, Captain, I can't say I can refute your argument, Alex replied, but I don't think your interpretation of this ship's actions fits within the knowledge we've accumulated. I'm going with the Sui-Sui plan. Admiral, how does the Sui-Sui plan incorporate the moneymaker? Sheila asked. It doesn't, Commander. It will require the Reaver proceed at maximum velocity and alone, Alex replied. And before you ask, Commander, we will be moving too fast and too far for the daggers to keep up with us all the way to Libra. We have to move at top speed if this plan has any chance of working. Alex waited for a rebuttal, but it seemed everyone was deep in their own thoughts. Captain Menlo, Alex sent, you're to step back across the gravitational boundaries until you are well within a blue-purple zone. Your orders are clear, Admiral, but I must say I'm as unhappy as Commander Reynard to follow them. Understood, Captain. Execute your orders. May the fates protect you and your people, Admiral, Laszlo sent. Safe voyage, Captain, Alex replied. Unlike most, Tatia had already resolved herself to the fact that Alex had made his decision. Now she was trying to think through the impediments. Admiral, she sent privately, request permission to transfer to the Reaver. Alex's immediate thought was to say no, but Tatia had proved herself a valuable resource too many times. Admiral, Julian interrupted, while I would not wish to see anyone else risk their lives with us, prudence dictates that we manipulate the probabilities in our favor. The devious one would definitely do that. Permission granted, Commander. Make it quick. Shuttle or dagger, it doesn't matter how you travel. It'll be a one-way trip for the vessel, Alex replied. Tatia switched back over to the conference comm and added, Admiral, what happens when we get within range of the Nual? I have no idea, Commander, Alex replied. It's not my plan, but we'll have a lot of dark travelers with an enormous amount of beam power around us. People, you're failing to comprehend that while these circumstances are new to us, they're not new to the Sui-Sui. If your people had been held hostage for 8 generations, how many escape plans would you have devised by now? I think the Sui-Sui have been waiting and planning for this day, but they have multiple problems to solve. It was never just that prison ship. It has been their people and the dark travelers left inside that huge ship, their younglings held prisoners, those ringed dark travelers, and a means of exiting the system to escape recapture. Admiral, Andrea sent, her thoughts loud. I must object. Alex immediately switched Andrea's comm to a private session, cutting her out of the conference. I believe this tactic to be ludicrous, she continued. We have just met these aliens, and you already trust them with our lives. They've destroyed nearly half a civilization. Captain, if you would prefer to transfer to the Freedom, you may take one of the daggers. They won't do us any good where we're going, Alex replied, saddened by Andrea's hostility toward the aliens. She had a right to be angry at the damage done, but it seemed unreasonable to Alex that she couldn't assign blame where it belonged, on the slavers, the Nual. Andrea stomped on her anger. She didn't believe in Alex's plan, but she would not quit her position. Not under these circumstances. If there was to be a later, she promised to rethink that decision. Admiral, I will do my duty. What are your orders? Andrea sent. Alex, Andrea, and Tatia stood gathered around the bridge's holovid. Julian, plot a direct course for the Nual ship and proceed at max velocity, Alex ordered. As you request, Admiral, Julian replied. Mutter, what's the status of dialogue among the Sui-Sui? Alex asked on the conference link. "When you pointed your ship inward, our first was the originator of all songs. Now that you are accelerating toward the Nual, the Sui first has taken over communications." "Admiral," Julian interrupted, "perimeter patrol ships have begun changing directions." "How many of them and what directions?" Alex asked. "All of them, Admiral, and they are setting courses that will intercept our line of advance." Alex checked the reverse velocity. They would achieve a max of 0.71 C in 4.2 hours. "Julian, calculate the intercept time of the nearest dark travelers." Alex and his officers waited while Julian collected more telemetry. Alex began pacing the bridge. He desperately hoped fortune hadn't deserted him. "Admiral, the first 3 dark travelers will intercept us between 18 hours and 21 hours, Julian announced. Those are going to be awfully long hours, Alex thought. 22. Inside their dark traveler, the first had sat with his legs folded under him, conserving energy and air, which had begun to run short while they were held in the grip of the star hunters, far outside the life-giving waves. The entire hive had assumed the same posture. There was nothing left to do but wait and hope. Their lives were tenuous, like the memory scent of the endless seas that begged to be real once again. Although the first had never swum in his homeworld's endless seas, he carried the memories of his line. The craft's viewer had lit up with more of the star hunter's moving images, and his twin eye stalks extended from his shell. His oral membranes had picked up the star hunter's singing. The images and singing repeated over and over. The song had been long, the longest one the star hunters had sent. The message had galvanized the first, despite the fading oxygen. The star hunters had indicated they sought to gain his people's freedom. They had offered this despite the many star hunters the Sui had sent to travel the endless seas. So many singers lost. His twin hearts had ached with the realization of what his people had done to the star hunters. Claws had snapped rapidly, longing to rend the Nual who had kept themselves so carefully hidden in the upper dwellings of their world traveler, far from the reach of his people's claws. His third had whistled for attention and had sung of their position change. The star hunters had taken them back to the worlds. Great quantities of energy had accumulated on their shell, and their Nual systems were brought to full functionality. The air had become sweeter, moistening their breathways, which had begun drying. His hive had been energized and had begun singing, but he had silenced them with a whistle. The first had sung of their good fortune to his leader. The new star people, despite their soft appearance and the absence of rending claws, were powerful hunters. Against the Sui's dark travelers, they had proven to be the greater hunters. None had bested the dark travelers for generations. And now, when the star hunter first could have sent many of the first's hive to travel the endless waters, he had chosen life for them. The first believed the star hunters could be the ones the Sui had waited so many cycles for. And he had sung his best song, hoping to convince his leader of the value of the star hunters as fellow searchers. The first had sensed his leader wanted to believe, but the fate of the people hung in the balance, and the hatchlings were at risk. In a fight to save the race, the hatchlings might be sacrificed, but the Sui were protective where hatchlings were concerned. It was their nature to sacrifice their own lives to protect their young. When the Sui leader hesitated, the first thought of one truth to sway his decision. The Nual didn't sing. They communicated to the people by images sent to screens. The star hunters were different. They were attempting to learn the Sui's song, and one of the star hunters was a hive singer. The Sui could not understand her message, but the hive was entranced by her song. The first's pronouncement of the extraordinary find had caused the leader to whistle his negative, but the first had stood his ground, raising his claws in challenge, retorting that he and the hive had witnessed her song. Still, the leader had been doubtful. The people had lost their 2 hive singers when they were taken from their homeworld, and no others had ever blessed them. The people's imprisonment had not been conducive to the production of a hive singer, a unique female who developed when the hives were in their prime. To convince the leader, the first had turned to the rear of their dark traveler and had lifted his rending claws and true hands to beseech the star hunters. He had sung his welcome and waited. He had sung again, his best welcome, hoping to coax the star hunter's hive singer forth. If she had failed to share her song, he had only himself to blame. His poor entreaty would have deemed him unworthy of being the hive's first. Then the first had heard the hive singer's opening note, so pure, so clear. She had entwined her second note around the first as only a hive singer could. He had settled to the dark traveler's bed with the rest of the hive, and they had wrapped the star hunter's song around them. Ancient memories had swum forth, elicited by her song. Her first song, entwined with his, had been a courtesy, a sharing with the hive. The second one had been different. Her song had raised the spirits of the people, reminding them of the tastes of freedom, the ancient tastes of the endless waters. When the star hunter's song had faded, the Sui-Sui first, as in awe as all of his people were, sang his approval loud and clear. The first had relayed the leader's message to his captors. The Sui-Sui and star hunters would send the Nual to travel the endless seas. The first had been discussing the momentous opportunity with his people's leader, when his second signaled the release of their dark traveler from the claws of the star hunters. It was a powerful sign to the first, and he quickly sang of the event to his leader. To the first, this was the moment the people had waited generations to experience. He sang with all his hearts, pleading for the people to embrace the opportunity, and from the dreams of their ancestors came the Sui-Sui first's clever plan to sink claws into the flesh of the Nual. The next whistle alerted the first to the turn of the star hunter's vessel toward the Nual, and he gave the order to shelter. It was an overarching and primitive drive among the Sui-Sui to seek shelter. In their ancient seas, they had not been the top hunters. Among the dreams of the ancestors lay the memories of many young lost in this fashion, failing to have kept the shelter of rocks and the seabeds close. The second, in coordination with the third, maneuvered their dark traveler between the youngling that the star hunter carried on its back. More than once they had witnessed the young detach itself from its parent and travel the worlds and return. If it felt secure riding on its parent's back, what safer place for his dark traveler could there be than sheltered between parent and young? Each patrolling dark traveler turned to intercept the star hunters. Reaching the interception point, but short of beam range, they curved their ships aside to trail the star hunters as directed by their leader. The first of each intercepting ship sang to the Nual of their dark traveler's loss of energy as they neared the quarry. They could trail the hunters, they reported, but their beams could not stab. Each first sent his report with lament and requested orders. When the star singers were closed, whistles of derision echoed through the dark traveler. It had been many generations since the Sui-Sui had been able to raise their claws at their masters. But the Nual message that caused the strongest response among the Sui-Sui were their icons portraying the quarry as dangerous hunters of the Sui-Sui. If some Sui-Sui had not believed the hive first, who had sung of the Nual's betrayal of the star hunter's world, all had been convinced of this betrayal when they heard the star hunter's hive singer. With the ending of the Nual message deriding the star hunters, the Sui-Sui lifted sharp and blunt claws, snapping and banging them together in anger and frustration. 23. On board the Nual prison ship, the Sui-Sui in their shallow pools waited to be called to their dark travelers by number. It was an insult each generation had endured. Each hive had a name, a proud name, celebrated from the ancestors to the present, each generation passing its name and songs on to the next. A first's eye stalks perked up when a viewer near his pool flashed his hive's number, and he whistled to his hive for attention. They followed him out of their pools and down the slide chutes to the bay where their dark travelers waited. Once on board, the first was surprised to hear an urgent message repeated over and over from his leader. It was brief and to the point. "Load the younglings. Hide within the escorts. When able, escape to the world below. All people flee the world traveler." The first repeated the message to those still boarding, and several males raced back up the chutes to the pools, relaying the word. Males snatched transfer sacks, and females began scooping up the hatchlings still in egg embryos, and quickly transferring the 28-centimeter-long eggs into the sacks. Once a sack was filled, the males would lower it into the pool to fill it to the top with seawater, and then the females would seal the sack. As fast as they could, the Sui-Sui filled their sacks, attempting to empty the incubation pools of eggs and escape before they were discovered. In the midst of transferring the first of their precious sacks to the bay, all the hives were called to their vessels. The Nual had ordered all dark travelers out to defend the prison ship against the approaching intruder. The Sui-Sui were in preservation mode, hurriedly stacking the sacks of hatchlings in the rear of the first dark traveler in line. As the bed of the vessel was filled, the first and second, already aboard, were joined by 2 young females who had just reached egg-bearing age. The elder mates of the first and second would wait for later launches. The 2 young females boarded and worked quickly to seal the shell. When the ship was ready, the second signaled the Nual, who opened the exit chamber door. The first slid the ship into the exit chamber. When the hind door closed and the air vacated, the exit bay door opened. The first guided his dark traveler out to join the escort ships protecting the world traveler. He signaled his success to his leader, who whistled back his compliment. As those left inside the prison ship hurried to fill the next dark traveler, their breathways began to dry and burn, but they didn't rest. Instead, the males and females would leap into the pools with their sacks to quench the burning, then continue filling and transporting their sacks. The Sui-Sui filled a second ship, and it launched. Then a third was filled, and it joined the other 2 on-station ships orbiting the prison ship. When the fourth dark traveler was filled, the first signaled for exit, but the door remained closed. He signaled repeatedly, but the door never moved. Dejectedly, the Sui-Sui carried the embryos back to the incubation pools, slipping into the waters to empty their sacks and hydrate their breathways. 3/5 of the eggs had been rescued, but the remaining embryos and nearly 200 Sui-Sui remained captive. The eldest matron began a song. It was not a lament. It was a song of hope for their people once again to be free and live along the shores of the endless seas. The 3 dark travelers filled with hatchlings waited on station, each first nervous for the safety of his people's future that lay in sacks on his dark traveler's bed. Meanwhile, the dark travelers on planet received messages from the Nual to lift and join the escorts around the world traveler. Each appeared to do so, but with one change in the plan, the first destination. They sealed their ship and lifted, but raced for a point on the planet their leader had chosen. It was a beach, part sandy and part rocky, abutting high cliffs. Each dark traveler would drop down to the beach, its weight settling into the soft sands. Hurriedly, the females worked to open the hull. It was they who built the Sui-Sui dwellings while the males hunted. Time had worked to diversify the species. The males, designed for speed in the hunt, had sharp pointed claws for searching the endless waters. The females could process the silica and other minerals of the sands and cliffs, extruding a viscous substance that could dry as hard as diamond. Their claws were blunt, wider, and more powerful than the males, and functioned as digging tools in defense of the youngling hatchery. It was the females the Nual had prized when they observed them building the Sui-Sui homes that glistened in the sunlight and had outlasted the cliffs on which they were built. In order to keep the females as slaves, the Nual had taken entire hives, males, females, and hatchlings, forcing the cooperation of the species. Each dark traveler emptied all but 4 of its occupants onto the beach, and the Sui-Sui scrambled for the protection of the shallow waters. 2 elder females accompanied the first and second aboard each dark traveler to reseal the shell. Then the dark traveler launched to join its brethren circling the world traveler. The Sui-Sui first examined the progress of the star hunters. With their youngling attached, they were still searching toward the world traveler. The leader used his star singer to call to each dark traveler left aboard the world traveler, hoping to speak to a hive first. His 4th try was successful, and he delivered one of the most painful messages of his burdened life. The hive first, who had responded to his leader's call, now left his dark traveler and scuttled up to the incubation chambers where the remaining Sui-Sui waited. He relayed the leader's message. The eldest female whistled her orders, and the females began methodically dispatching the hatchlings, their blunt claws cleaving open the sacs, spilling the contents into the incubation pool. When every egg young was destroyed, the females approached the males and raised their digging claws high and wide, exposing their vulnerable throats. Each female whistled her farewell and forgiveness of the male poised in front of her. When a female's song ended, the male thrust his sharp, rending claws deep into the female's throat, cutting through the breathways and the nerve stem behind it. The thrusts were quick and decisive. The females felt an impact of pressure, then their eye stalks retracted in a death reflex, and they sank into the pool to join their young. The young males turned to their elders, and the ritual song was repeated, until the last male, a first, was surrounded by carnage, the pool stained with the sacrifice of the people. The last male whistled his farewell. It was heard only by him, but that was enough. He clambered up a bulkhead beam and launched himself at a support structure, intending to impale himself. He had hoped to pierce one or both of his hearts, but his aim was slightly off. The metal shaft penetrated his body from lower to upper carapace, pinning him and missing both his hearts. He would have no second chance to end his life. It would be hours before the first succumbed to his wounds. When his time finally came, the first would try to whistle his joy, but only a hiss would escape his breathway. The thought was there, though. The Nual held no more people captive aboard the world traveler. Come what may, the people would be free this day. They would fight for their freedom and die trying if necessary. Under no circumstances would they remain slaves. When the last dark traveler left the world below and the leader had given the Sui-Sui aboard the world traveler sufficient time to complete his instructions, he ordered the 3 dark travelers with the egg young to seek shelter. The firsts aboard the 3 hatchling-loaded dark travelers turned off their star singers as they had been instructed and headed for the beach, the rendezvous point. The 3 ships had room enough to land together on the beach. Immediately the shells were opened from inside by the females. The Sui-Sui scrambled from the shallows to unload the ships. The tide was low, and the people had been busy building a protective wall, soon to become a dome, with thin slots to allow fresh seawater to enter and circulate. Most males had been hauling chunks of coral and sandstone for the females, while younger males found small fish to keep the females fed. The bonding material produced by each female was used to cement the coral and stones together to build the wall. This was a temporary structure for the younglings. There was no use building a permanent structure if they would not be alive several days from now. The wall would barely be ready for the rising tides generated by this world's greater moon, but it wouldn't matter. The males and females would form 2 concentric rings around the wall. The outer ring of males would defend against hunters. The inner ring of females, linking their digging arms together and with their smaller but bulkier bodies, would provide a breakwater to protect the egg sacs within from the pounding of the waves. The first aboard the dark traveler that sheltered under the outward bound now called to his leader. The news he received of the rescue of 3/5 of the younglings was both a moment of joy and sadness. So many egg young had been lost, and 192 Sui had gone with them to travel the endless waters, but the Nual held no more sway over the people. Both the Hive First and the Sui First were mesmerized by the steady, relentless search of the Star Hunters toward the world traveler. The leader questioned the Hive First. "Can the Star Hunters rend the world traveler?" "This is unknown, leader." "Must they rend the world traveler?" the first asked. "That is yet to be seen first," the leader whistled. "This is new to the people. We have no memories to aid us. We have found these creatures that wish to help us. We believe they wish us well. After what we have done against our masters, we will live or die based on who is the greater hunter." While they were conversing, the leader received reports from the dark travelers surrounding the world traveler. They had received orders to attack the oncoming quarry. He whistled the Nual order to the people. "First, should we sing of this to the Star Hunters?" the leader asked. "How would we do that, leader?" "What would convince them that we are not clever hunters meaning to flush them to us as we would prey?" the first replied. The Hive members had always relied on ancient memories to guide their actions, but nothing in their history provided aid in these circumstances. Suddenly, the first had an idea, one born of desperation. 24. Alex, Andrea, and Tatia were staring at the holovid. The reverse icon glowed bright blue. It was followed close behind by a cluster of bright yellow icons. Each dark traveler had shot toward them at its top speed of 0.91 c, guaranteed to intercept them, and at the last moment, the ships had curved around them and fell in behind. Each had performed their movement so effectively that Tatia had murmured, "A giant repulsing field. I'm convinced." "Or an extremely well-laid trap," Andrea had added. Alex had limited bridge rotations to the three of them and Edouard. In case this was a trap, one of them would have to make an instant decision and attempt to evade destruction. The dark travelers kept a distance of a few 100,000 kilometers, but the separation afforded the Reaver no real protection, since the dark travelers could close that distance quickly. Now the Nual ship was merely hours away. Alex had refrained from pacing for days, attempting to present the image of a calm commander. The doors of the bridgeway slid open, and Renee walked onto the bridge, carrying a tray of hot tea and 4 cups. She glanced at the holovid, yellow icons glowing all around the blue icon of the Reaver, and announced in a cheerful voice, "Who would like tea?" Alex broke out in a strained laugh, the absurdity of her actions tickling him and releasing some of the tension. He accepted a cup of tea, kissing her lightly on the cheek. She winked at him and delivered a hot drink to each officer. "The Nual's escorts are advancing, Admiral," Julian announced. Heads whipped around to the holovid, and Alex enlarged the vid to focus on the space directly between the Reaver and the prison ship. Watching every yellow icon separate from the world traveler, Andrea exclaimed, "All of them! The Nual aren't reserving any escorts." "I believe it's all or nothing for the Nual," Alex responded. "They're determined to overwhelm us and remove us once and for all. Remember, they've seen us on 4 different occasions, and each time we were the victor, destroying many of their craft the last 2 times. "Admiral, our dark traveler is uncovering," Julian announced. "Where's he going, Julian?" Alex asked. "One moment, Admiral," Julian requested. Hearts beat faster, everyone expecting this might be the springing of the trap. "The dark traveler has slid forward along our hull." Julian slid the central vid screen up to clear the view of the bridge's plex crystal shield. The crew stared at the rear of their dark traveler. Ships in space kept hundreds of kilometers of separation between them when underway, except under special circumstances, certainly not a mere 40 meters directly in front of the bow of a starship. "Admiral, we're receiving a message from our friend at the bow," Julian said. "The first sends, Sui plus Star Hunters, over and over. Alex looked at Andrea and Tatya. They wore diametrically opposed expressions. Tatya was grinning, Andrea was frowning. Alex looked at Andrea and asked, "Do you think their ruse is just getting more elaborate?" "That's correct, Admiral. We have no proof of their willingness to fight on our side. Just some fancy flying," she said, nodding toward the dark traveler ahead of them. "Begging your pardon, Captain," Tatya said, "but that doesn't add up. Those dark travelers at our back can achieve 0.2 C delta V over us and easily destroy us. They don't need any more ships." "Maybe they wish to capture us," Andrea said. "The only way that might happen, Captain," Alex replied, "is if that world traveler has some sort of beam capable of tethering us, and we've seen no evidence of this. I believe the Sui are using the excuse of our presence to make a break with their captors and put some distance between their dark travelers and that prison ship." "What about their hatchlings?" Renee asked. When no one answered her, she whispered a quiet, "Oh." "I'm sure they have some sort of plan to free them," Alex said, attempting to comfort Renee. "If I might, Admiral," Julian interjected, 3 Sui ships exited the prison ship and temporarily joined the escorts. Then, just before the escorts launched toward us, those same 3 ships dove for a beach location on Libra, at the edge of the Clarion Seas. The Sui indicated 11 dark travelers were aboard the World Traveler. Did more than 3 manage to exit? Alex asked. "Negative, Admiral." "Then if I was to guess, those 3 spirited away their hatchlings, and the rest of the Sui aboard the World Traveler are still at risk," Alex said. "Admiral," Andrea said, "there's still time to dive below the ecliptic. If we do so now, we can make our move before the bow or aft silver ships can catch us. If they follow, we can leave them floating in space." "And what would that do, Captain?" Tatya said. "All we would be doing is proving to the Sui that their new allies are undependable." Alex watched his 2 officers stare at one another. The pressures of the past year had brought about subtle changes in both of them. Andrea had shouldered the responsibility of the ship's operation with solid determination, but continued to shy away from the tough strategic decisions. On the other hand, Tatya, who had always been planet-bound, had taken to the spacer role, and she had the inventive and intuitive thinking required of a senior officer. "We stay the course, Captain," Alex affirmed. "Admiral," Julian said, "interception with the Sui to our bow occurs in 0.23 hours, 0.11 hours if they do not drop velocity before they reach us." As the chronometer counted down, Andrea and Renee took to the command chairs and kept their thoughts to themselves. Alex began a slow pace around the bridge, his hand on his lowered chin, while he reviewed his decision for the 100th time. He and Tatya nearly collided. She had been pacing in the opposite direction, deep in thought as well. Tatya gave Alex a wry grin and said, "Having second thoughts, Admiral?" "Thinking, Commander, but not having second thoughts," Alex replied. "Admiral, Commander," Julian sent privately, "for what it's worth, I have reviewed our data a considerable number of times, and while this may be the last opinion I will ever utter, I believe our decision to be the correct one. It is the one I am most proud to support." The briefest of pauses ensued, and then Julian uttered these words to the bridge. "Admiral, they're here." The Sui first led the frontal force that bore down on the Star Hunters. On his orders, the dark travelers with him bent around the Star Hunter vessel when the distance closed to within 200 kilometers. The Sui first opened his star singer to signal the Nual that the energy on their shells failed when they approached the quarry. He sang his regrets. Julian reported the bending of the dark travelers around their ship and their subsequent swing behind them. There was no one left between the Reaver and the Nual, who were a mere hour and a half away. "Admiral, your orders?" Andrea asked. Tatia asked the more pertinent question of, "Do the Nual have a weapon?" "None of their actions indicate they do, but who knows?" Alex responded. Andrea looked at him, incredulous at his comment. "You're risking our lives on a who knows?" Alex smiled at her, which infuriated Andrea even more. "It's a risk we're taking, Captain. The Sui may have deserted their prison, but as long as that ship sits out there, none of us are safe. Not until the Nual surrender or they are destroyed." "But we haven't any weapons with us," Andrea said, her anger still rising. "Captain," Tatia said, trying to calm her superior down, "I believe our weapons are right behind us. Much of what the Admiral has done is to give the Sui an excuse to execute one of any number of their plans. A prisoner will spend months, years even, planning their escape. The Sui have had 8 lifetimes. Andrea brought her temper under control. It wasn't doing her thinking any good. She realized that above all else, she wanted to live, and she wanted others to shoulder the risks of the universe. "So, if the Sui are executing their plan, what is our role?" she asked. "Another good question," Alex answered. Before Andrea could take his comment negatively, he continued. "The Sui might have attacked the world traveler at any time. Based on our communications with our hive first, I think they were stopped by 2 conditions. Their young were held hostage, and they needed a provocation." "A provocation, Admiral?" Andrea asked. "Yes, we're the provocation, Captain. Even if the Sui were to retrieve their hatchlings, they would still be trapped in the system. When their food or other necessities ran low, they would be forced to land. In this system, Libra would have been their only option. It's obvious the prison ship is too large to land, so the Sui must be afraid of something else. That something else would be the ringed dark travelers, the vessels are first mentioned." Alex began walking in a slow circle to gather his thoughts. "Now we have met 4 times and shown the Sui we are powerful hunters. More importantly, the Sui discovered we are not just hunters, we are singers. When we offered to search with them to the detriment of the Nual, they decided to throw in with us. What I couldn't figure out was our opening move. Then it hit me. I didn't have to figure one out. The Sui must have devised a myriad of escape gambits. All that was necessary for us to do was start a simple maneuver and let the Sui's plan unfold. The most powerful but simple opening move was to set a course directly at the world traveler. While we did that, the Sui used the opportunity to anoint us with a giant repulsing shield, which the Nual have appeared to accept as truth. Now the Nual are frightened. They've sent every dark traveler after us, including their escorts." Tatia had started snickering at the giant repulsing shield comment, but quieted when Andrea glanced coldly at her. "The Sui have rescued their hatchlings," Alex continued. "At least I hope they have, but they're still holding off. I think they're either waiting for those first dark travelers to come out, or they're waiting for the Nual to run. Personally, I hope that prison ship doesn't run." Andrea started to question why, but Tatia headed her off. "Captain, if the Nual run, they could come back any time, anywhere with another slave species. It would be better to end it now." "The Nual are probably convinced of our superiority after having seen the defeat of many of their dark travelers," Alex said. "Now we appear to have returned with some invincible tech against their dark travelers. So they must either run or pull out their big weapons, which would be the ringed dark travelers." "And you believe that the Sui will destroy them?" Andrea asked. "Hoping so, Captain," Alex said. He glanced at Renee, who sat quietly in the command chair. When Alex looked her way, Renee gave him a confident wink, even though she felt much the same as Andrea. She didn't want to die either, but more importantly, she didn't want to live without Alex, and that life included supporting him in his efforts to rid the Confederation of the Nual. The remaining moments passed with tension so thick on the bridge it could choke a person. Andrea ordered the crew to emergency positions. Tatia and Renee vacated the bridge for the pilot's room and medical, respectively. Alex and Andrea strapped into the command chairs. "Admiral, the Nual ship is moving," Julian announced. "Which way?" Alex asked. "In no direction in particular, Admiral," Julian replied. "The top and bottom halves are rotating in opposite directions, extending the diameter from top to bottom. I believe it's unscrewing itself." Alex found himself wanting to laugh at Julian's comment. "I sure hope they are," he thought. "A large central ring is being exposed, Admiral. 2 sets of large bay doors are becoming visible." 90 degrees of arc separation?" Alex asked. "Precisely, Admiral," Julian replied. "And the significance of the 90 degrees, Admiral?" Andrea asked. 4 ringed dark travelers. 4 launch bays, each set 90 degrees apart from one another. That allows simultaneous launches, something not afforded their slaves. "So then the question becomes, can the Sui take the 4 ringed dark travelers?" Andrea said. "And that, Captain, is the final question," Alex replied. "If they can't, we dive for the ecliptic and hope the ringed dark travelers don't follow. I hate to abandon the Sui at their most vulnerable moment, but if the Sui can't defeat those 4 ships, I believe the Nual will exterminate them and go hunting for another slave species." As the Reaver closed on the World Traveler, one set of the enormous bay doors in the central ring began to open. A large, cylindrical-shaped ship, constructed in concentric rings, emerged from the bay. It turned toward the Reaver and launched without any visible drive propulsion. "Gravity drives as well," Alex mumbled to himself. The port vid screen displayed a close view of the World Traveler and the ringed ship the Sui had projected on their hull. "Admiral, the Sui are on the move," Julian reported. "Give me a steady account, Julian," Alex ordered. "The dark travelers are accelerating, Admiral. In 0.12 hours they will pass us. Interception of the ringed dark traveler in 0.35 hours. After a short but seemingly interminable wait, Julian announced the Sui had passed them by. "All of them, Julian?" asked Andrea, uncertainty in her voice. "Yes, Captain, all of them. They are on a vector to intercept that emerging ship." "Julian, any movement on those second bay doors?" Alex asked. "Negative, Admiral," Julian replied. "Why only launch 1 ringed dark traveler?" Alex wondered aloud. "Perhaps, Admiral, the others are emerging from around the far side of the Nual ship," Julian hypothesized. As they waited for the distance between the dark travelers and the aggressor ship to close, Julian's hypothesis proved correct. A second ringed dark traveler emerged from behind the right side of the gigantic sphere. It, too, turned toward the Reaver and accelerated. Alex was considering the odds against the Sui if the World Traveler managed to launch all 4 of its wardens, as he had begun to think of them. He considered the Nual might still be unaware of the Sui's charade. The dark travelers had been careful to circle the Reaver before they passed the ship. If that was true, the Nual might be focused exclusively on them, the intruders, and desperately launching all 4 wardens in defense of their sphere. "The first of the Sui ships have reached beam range. They aren't firing, Admiral," Julian reported. "Admiral?" Andrea asked, concern underlining her voice. "Patience, Captain," Alex said. "Julian, inform me when all the dark travelers have passed the first ringed ship." "Admiral, a 3rd ringed ship has emerged from the left side of the sphere," Julian reported. Alex began to chew on his lower lip. He had only a few more moments to make a decision to abandon the Sui and save the Reaver and his people, if it was still possible. "The last silver ships are about—" "One moment, Admiral." The nearest ring ship has detonated, Julian exclaimed. The sleuth still lives. Alex laughed. Apparently, Julian was as worried as everyone else. He had just been better at managing his fear. Admiral, Julian went on, the silver ships are splitting into two groups, sharing their numbers against the next two ringed ships. Now the fourth bay door is opening. Moments of interminable waiting passed as the final battle of the Sui-Sui's quest for freedom approached. The Dark Travelers are in heavy evasion mode, Admiral. They are still not in effective beam range. One Dark Traveler has been destroyed. 2, 3. Now the second ringed ship has exploded. The Sui-Sui are paying a heavy price for their freedom, Alex commented. And I'm ashamed, Admiral, Andrea said. My fear has been driving my decisions, while these creatures are fighting and dying for their freedom. Captain, give it time. It will get easier making the hard decisions, Alex said in an attempt to lessen Andrea's discomfort. The third ringed ship should be in range of the Dark Travelers, Admiral, Julian said. Our new friends are evading. 1 lost. 2. Julian's voice had become sadder with each count. The third ringed ship is gone. Julian, status of the fourth ringed ship? Alex asked. It's appearing in the bay opening now, Admiral. 2 Sui-Sui ships are charging it. The ringed ship hasn't cleared the bay. The bay doors are wide open. The moments ticked by ever so slowly. Alex heard himself mentally urging the Sui-Sui on. 1 Sui-Sui ship down, Julian reported. The second Sui-Sui ship is approaching the bay at an angle. Impact, Julian yelled. The Sui-Sui fighter has slammed into the ringed Dark Traveler while it was still in the bay's opening. Regard the vid screen, Admiral, Captain. We are close enough for long-range visuals. The monstrous sphere filled the starboard vid screen. Long tongues of hot gas and debris were shooting out the left-handed bay opening in the central ring. As they watched, more explosions launched tons of material out into space. Soon afterward, huge explosions burst through the right-handed bay, blowing the massive doors out into space. As the rever closed on the huge prison ship, its image grew on the screen. Distance from the World Traveler, Julian? Alex asked. 530,000 kilometers, Admiral, Julian responded. Close enough, Julian. Veer off in case this sphere goes out with a bang, Alex ordered. Understood, Admiral. I'm selecting a starboard turn. It will head us toward Libra. Good choice, Julian. Is this view being forwarded to the crew? Alex asked. Actually, Admiral, to the flotilla, Julian replied. My, look who has become his own media station, Alex quipped. One tries to keep the Admiral's people adequately informed. Is this not a tenet of a free and independent society? Julian replied. Before Alex could reply, his attention was drawn back to the central screen. Long tongues of flames erupted from several rings above and below the central ring. The light from the explosions showed kilometers into space. Just what was on board that prison ship that was so volatile? Andrea mused. Another good question, Captain, Alex replied. While they watched, more explosions worked their way up and down from the central ring. Alex fully expected the destruction to end. He was very interested in getting a look inside another alien craft, his second in just a year and a half, but the detonations continued. There's been sufficient time to close any bulkhead doors and shut down the spread of the fires, Alex thought. They could even have vented the fires to space. Finally, a massive blast broke the giant sphere in 2 halves, or, better said, 2 large pieces, the top and the bottom, since the previous explosions had already demolished much of the central rings. The brilliant flash obscured the vid screen. When the imagery appeared, the Nual ship was a giant ball of expanding debris. Julian, is Libra in danger from any of that debris? Alex asked. Tracking, Admiral. Yes and no. Yes, some debris is headed Libra's direction, and no, there is no concern. The Sui are busy pounding the large segments and even smaller debris into space dust. Give them an hour or two, and there won't be a piece big enough to carry in 2 claws. Andrea had released her command chair restraints. Congratulations, Admiral. You were right all along. If I'm not needed now, I'd like to be relieved. Certainly, Captain. Release the crew from emergency conditions and then take a break yourself. When Andrea left the bridge, Alex sat in silence with Julian. I was just calculating, Admiral, Julian said to his friend. From a new Terran's viewpoint, you have encountered 1 human civilization and 2 alien species, and assumed the responsibility for 250,000 humans and some thousands of Sui, and this in a year and a half. With your cell-gen injections, you should live, barring a misstep from your intrepid decisions, for another 160 years. That would mean you should accumulate— Stop, Alex commanded, interrupting Julian. Your logic is flawed. This should be educational, Admiral. Do enlighten this poor excuse for a thinking machine, Julian said. You forgot to add rest and retirement into your calculations. On the contrary, Admiral, I gave your intention of wanting to retire a near 100% surety. Just as I gave the people's intention a nearly 100% surety of not allowing you to retire. I gather the difference in our calculations is that you think you will have your way, and I believe the people will have their way. Alex had wanted to celebrate the moment. Now his playful jousting with Julian had brought him back to reality. The thought of shouldering the responsibilities Julian mentioned soured his stomach, which rumbled in objection over the lack of food. Apologies, Admiral, Julian said, noticing the abrupt change in Alex's mood. It was poor timing on my part to bring up the future. He observed Alex sit heavily back in the command chair. The price of an independent mind, Julian mused. The freedom to speak your thoughts, and the power to hurt others with your words. Back to work, Julian, Alex finally said. Have all ships rendezvous in a geosynchronous orbit over Libra, the beach where the Dark Travelers landed. We'll be landing as well. Alert the crew. Yes, Admiral, Julian acknowledged, the lesson he had just learned burning brightly through his protocols. Alex called Captain